So in this video we're going to be taking a look at the website and what we are going to be building in this course. I'm very excited to show you, and I hope you are as excited as I am to learn how to build fully functional, industry-ready websites that have absolutely everything you need. So this e-commerce site is really big. It's going to take us a lot of time to build, but in the end you will have all the skills you need to build any e-commerce store that you want, any website that you want, work with all the latest technologies in web development and the MERN stack. You will be a pro. So let's take a look at the website and let's see if this one is something for you, right? So we have the absolutely stunning hero section. We have this component that filters the watches. We have the featured product over here, and this is all dynamic. We can go into the admin panel, we can change that, and you will see in a second. We have this gallery over here, absolutely stunning animations. These sections over here, as you can see, are reviews that we can filter, news section, footers, and also everything looks stunning in mobile, because nowadays almost every sale comes from mobile, and our website is absolutely mobile friendly and responsive, so that everybody has the best experience. So these are how we can filter the watches over here. And this section, as you can see, everything is optimized, and look at that animation. It is absolutely stunning, right? So let's go down. Here we have this one. Here we have the trust section, and the reviews looks absolutely amazing in mobile too, and they have that popping animation. So our website feels interactive and looks good at the same time, and you will learn how to build all of this. You will be a pro at web development by the end of this course. So, and if that is something that you want, like an in-detailed course that goes through everything and teaches you everything in detail, why what we do is what we do, or what we are doing and why we're doing it, this is the place to be. So let's go and check out the other sections. Let's go and check out the product page. So this is how we do. We have a nice little loader here. We have the add to the wish list and add to cart, add to cart, add to wish list. And if we go into the profile, we can go to the orders. We have one order here. Let's see what we did. So I did this order as a test order. We can go back to the profile. We have the wish list over here. We have the orders, we have the profile, we have the wish list. We can add things to cart, remove from our wish list. Everything is stored in our database. We can change our password, preferences, receive promotional emails, order updates, close our account, even change our email, change our name, and everything is saved in our database and also in the NextJs session. So this is our cart over here. This is how it looks, and we can add more items. And I know a lot of tutorials don't show this, how you can add more quantity with the same product. And also if you go check out with this account, so all test here, and if you go ahead and check out, these are also shown inside the Stripe checkout. So we have 3 of these, 7 of these, 5 of these, and the total is being calculated. We can go ahead and make a purchase over here. All right. And our Stripe webhook is gonna confirm us that the order has been paid, and we can go ahead and mark it as such. So here we can see processing, and this one is pending. This means it has not been paid, and this means it has been paid. Only after a valid purchase has been made, we can mark the order as processing. And if we click on here, it says status paid. So Stripe webhooks are a must. Now we have the blog section over here. We have the contact section over here, and you can check the website out yourself with this link, and the about section, and everything is as always mobile friendly, totally optimized to look amazing everywhere you look at it. So let's take a look at the logout over here. We can log out, we can log back in, we can log in with our account. So test 11, let's try this. We can sign in with this account, we can log back out, we can create new accounts, and everything is encryption protected. Our password is hashed, and there is no chance anybody can get our user's password from our database. We can also log in with Google, and after you log in once, that account is gonna be saved, and you just click on it and you're logged in. So this account is also an admin. We go in the profile over here, this admin account. This means we have a totally new application waiting for us, which is the admin panel. So we have it integrated in the real website, that you don't have to build two websites, you have it all in one place. You will learn to build an e-commerce store and an admin managing e-commerce store. So here we can create a product. Let's say Rolex test 55. We also have the Cloudinary image uploader over here. We can select these 3 images, for example, and they're all uploaded. And these images that are uploaded in Cloudinary, their secure URLs are going to be stored inside our database, and we're going to be rendering them inside the product page. And if we don't want an image, we can just remove it. And we can also add one more image, for example this one, and it is not gonna mess up the other images. So everything has been thought out. We can change all of these, and we can change everything over here. We submit a product, and if we go inside the product page, we have it here. So this is it. We add it to our wish list. We go to the profile. Everything is working how it should. You have full functionality. You have full control over the website. You can remove everything. You have loaders, you have clear error messaging, you have everything in this website. So let's remove this. We can test the add to cart. Here it is. We can also test this, where we remove items after we reach that. We have these cool little animations when you go to the cart. I mean, I thought about everything, and I wanted to incorporate as many features in this course as I can, and make it absolutely amazing for you guys. So let's check out the orders page over here. So this is the orders page. After somebody has made an order, and the order has been delivered to them, and the postal service notifies us that the order has been delivered, we can mark it here as delivered, and the user can go check it out. The order has been delivered, and right now the user can go to the watch, and he can, or to the product, and he can leave a comment over here. So we can leave a comment over here. We can say good, update a review. So this is it. We can go to the other comments over here, to the other orders. Let's say here delivered over here, right, to this one. We can go down. This is a review that we did also, and we can customize this. We can edit our reviews, so we can do that also. Now let's go to the products admin panel. So this is the products admin panel. Here we can set a product to be featured inside the front page. This one, all right, we can just change it there. We can go here. We can just click on this one, feature it or unfeature it. All right, feature something else if you want. Feature this back, and this is going to be in the front page. And also we can change or edit a product. So if you didn't like an image, you can add more images to this product. All right, you can do it like this, or you can change the name. You can change whatever you want, or you can delete the product. You can update it. You can do whatever you want. All right, so here it is, updated. And now we can go to the login section of the page, and you can also make a purchase if you are not logged in. You can just put in your email, all right. You can make also a purchase if you don't have an account, and later on, if you'd want to make an account, you can make an account with the email that you made the purchase, and your orders are gonna be in the order section. So this is for everybody, for people that do want to make an account, they don't want to make an account, they all fully there. So this is the login page. Again, sign up page, works with Google login. You can integrate GitHub login, Facebook, whatever you want. I will show you how to integrate those with NextJs. So this page, this project has it all. And if you want to learn how to build it, I highly encourage you to enroll and learn with me together. So, and build this website with me. So the last thing I want to show is the hot search. I call it hot search, and this is a real-time search. So on each character that you type, this one is going to search for the watches. So let's say here, you see? You see everything changes. It's called the hot search. Everything that is in the title, this search is searching for, alright? And on mobile, you can see this as well. Here we go, we have our cart over here. That looks absolutely amazing. And we have our search here as well. Everything is looking nice and crisp, and everything works. It takes you to that corresponding product. So we can close that, close this, go back to desktop. So thank you for watching, and if you want to learn everything there is about building an e-commerce store, learning web development with Next.js 14 and all the other interesting and up-to-date technologies that the real world companies are using nowadays, I highly encourage you to purchase the course. And I hope you find it at a discount. Should be like a meal, alright? So it is either getting hours and hours and hours and investing into your future, or just buying a few burgers, I guess. And if you ask me, I will take the knowledge in any day, because I was in your shoes also at one point of time, and I always chose to invest in myself to be able to build cool stuff and learn from credible sources. So that's what I did, and I can say it was an enjoyable ride. So I hope to see you inside, and thank you so much for watching. Welcome to the Next.js e-commerce masterclass. Here we're going to be building a complete online store using Next.js and all the latest technologies in the market, like Stripe checkouts, state management with Zustand, and all the other technologies. So, are you ready to become a Next.js 14 e-commerce development expert? Well, this course is right for you, and it is your ticket to success. If you want to build freelance websites or find work in a conventional job, this course is a must-have. Here you can learn all the industry-leading technologies, like we mentioned, Stripe, Zustand, React 18, Next.js 14 as stated in the title, and so much more. So from state management to a secure checkouts to the leading design principles with Tailwind CSS, and to, well, the more advanced topics like debouncing functions and much more with JavaScript. You will learn everything here. This is a one-stop shop if you want to be a successful web developer. So in this course, we're going to be building a production-ready project that is covering every aspect of modern e-commerce websites. So it's going to be having all the order management, the backend, the admin panel, order creations, image uploads. We are going to be tracking the orders, the deliveries, the payments, if they are successful or not. We are going to be having a state-of-the-line database structure and models, and much more. So you will build a fully functional, professional grade online store from scratch and learn all the technologies that you need in order to land a development job or create websites for e-commerce owners like stores or any other website. Because after you learn these technologies, which I will be going in depth, you will be ready to create any website that you want. So with that said, why should you choose us and this course? Well, it is very simple. First, it is a complete production-ready project. You will have the project ready in the end, and in the next video I will show you how it looks, and you can recreate it and create much more stores with it, all free, or you can offer it to employers or to see what you can do, and to freelance customers you can create a project for them without any problem. Build a fully functional online store with all features. So you will have a fully functioning online store with all features that is gonna be ready for you to start selling or your customers to start selling immediately, covering every aspect of modern e-commerce technologies that you need. Here we are going to be covering every technology in depth. We are not going to leave anything outside, and I will show everything, what everything does basically. So with that said, what you will learn to do. So what are your realistic expectations after finishing this course? You will learn Stripe integration with webhooks, industry leading skill. This is a must learn skill, and I see a lot of courses offer only this one for like $100 or like $80 to learn Stripe integrations and payments and webhooks and whatnot. And on YouTube they're very shallow and not in depth. So here we will go in depth, and I will show you step by step how to integrate payments inside your application. Next, you will learn NextJs 14 structure and a complete technology breakdown along with React 18, which is complete as well. So you will learn NextJS for 14 and React 18. You will learn Tailwind CSS for a responsive, mobile-friendly design, animations with framer motion, and design basics and advanced topics. Real-time dynamic product search, which I will show inside the video, inside the website showcase video, which basically means every time you type a character inside the search bar, you will see a hot search appear. So the products are going to be searching for every character, which is a very advanced topic inside the database querying. You will learn everything there. A secure checkout system, a profile system, order system. You will learn all those advanced topics as well. You will learn how to work with Mongo and with Mongo database and Mongoose, one of the best databases there is. It is a NoSQL database, and you can basically do everything with this. You will have a very good fundamental knowledge of how to build databases, how to build models, which is the most important thing. If you know how to build models, which I'm going to show here, you can basically do any structure very well, and you can scale your applications very easy. So our unmatched approach. So in this project, we dive deep into advanced JavaScript concepts like debounce functions and all that, and the newest ways to write code and the best practices. I will show you how to structure your functions, your use effects and everything else, and how to write clean JavaScript code so that while the project is getting big and big, we don't lose the oversight, what where is and what it is doing. We will have a clean structure. Teach you how and why, so you know how to build anything after this. So after this, I guarantee you can build any website, any e-commerce site, anything that you want. This is so advanced, so in-depth. You have no idea how much value in this course is. And I guarantee you there are very few or none out there that have this much features like this one. A responsive and accessible mobile friendly design. So the website is going to be mobile friendly because, now in the times of now or nowadays, everything goes through mobile and most of the customers are on mobile. So we will have a desktop and mobile friendly design. Scalable, maintainable code strategies that you can implement anywhere else. So after this, you will know how to scale applications, which is very useful. And I see that not many courses teach that. They only teach the basics, how to create a form, how to create a landing page, and that's it, right? So here we will focus also on scaling, and our application is going to get very big towards the end. So beyond basics, what you will be able to do. So those were some of the basics. Now let's see what you will be able to do, the more advanced features. So customize projects for unique client needs. You will be able to basically implement any feature that the client needs. If the client needs or applies in the review section, if he wants to build a comment section, if he wants to build a blog section, if he wants to integrate featured products inside the product page, if he wants to track orders, better. If you want to implement stacking orders or whatever you want, you will be able to do it, because your knowledge is going to be so big by the end of the course, you will be a real developer. So next, solve real-world problems, hands-on experience that will actually teach you real-world skills, not just a tutorial. So this is not just a tutorial. By the end, you will have a real, fully functioning e-commerce store for free. You won't have to pay anything and you can start selling. So even if you don't want to code after this, for some reason, you just give up on coding and you're like, I'm going to be a dropshipper or an e-commerce seller, you have a store and you will save monthly on the $30 or to $50 or to pay like the other e-commerce sites, right, for a monthly fee to host your website. You will have it for free. Build and deploy full stack e-commerce solutions. After this, you can build any store for any customer, big or small. So after this, you can basically sell this site to any customer that you have as a freelance agent or a developer. May it be a big company or a small company, it doesn't matter. This site can handle it all. Optimize for performance and security. Use top-of-the-line login and social login security. So we are going to be using NextJS for, NextAuth. We are going to be using NextAuth as our login method or our login technology, and that is going to be hosted from NextAuth. That is going to be awesome. We will have Google login, we will have our password hashing, we will have everything in our database, all the user details, and also session-based login with our application. So this is going to be really nice to know. And after this one, you can implement this login into all of your other websites. Implement advanced features, debouncing, real-time search, image and video uploads, etc. So you will know how to implement some of the most important features that every site needs. So imagine a site with no search bar or not being able to upload images, which is one of the building blocks of any website. Or like videos, not being able to upload videos. You cannot, right? So you will learn how to implement those in real time and in real projects, and do that in other projects too, because now you will have a template. You can go back to this course, you can grab the code and modify it to your new website's needs and make it fit there, or just straight up code it yourself because you will have that knowledge. So what sets us apart or this project from all the other projects in Udemy? So we are dealing with real world applications, not just a test application or like a test tutorial. That does not work. You have seen those, you have built those. You build an application and you say, oh man, I wish it had reviews, I wish it had an order section, I wish it had a proper admin section. And always there's something lacking. So in this project, there is nothing lacking. This is a fully fledged, industry ready, real world e-commerce store. You can set this up and start selling tomorrow. A complete project, building step by step and seeing what does. So here what I want to say is, you will see what function, what API call, what component does what. We won't hide anything. Nothing is copy pasted from somewhere else. This is all custom made. Cutting edge tech stack, the latest technologies, no old stuff here. So there isn't any old stuff here. We are using all the latest technologies. And in the future, if something updates, I will implement it here, no doubt about that. Career boosting skills, anyone that will see what you can do will want to hire or work with you. If you show somebody a site of this scale, their only response is gonna be, wow, this is amazing. And that I guarantee you, because I've showed these websites to few of my clients and everybody is amazed. This website has it all right? You cannot build this website even with those expensive monthly plans with other websites that offer e-commerce stores. You cannot. It is just custom made. An in-depth learning experience. I explain stuff in detail and why we do what we do, as I said it, and what is the logic behind it. So if we go into a concept, for example, Stripe checkout with a webhook, I will show you why we need the webhook. Why can't we just update the user model after a successful payment inside the web browser? Why we need to wait for Stripe to send us the webhook and confirm the purchase, so that people don't scam us, don't put in fake credit cards and everything. So the payment, which is the most important thing, is secure. So this is a quick explanation of what we did, why we did it, you know. So this is a quick explanation, and I will explain everything in depth like this. Instructors commitment from me to you. So my commitment from me to you. Lifetime access to professional learning material like you see in this course, not like a 3 to 5 hour YouTube course that is incomplete. So here you will have the complete deal. You can come back into the sections, they are individually named and made, and you can, for example, see, well, how can I upload images again with Cloudinary? I'm not sure about that. If you start a new project, you can come back here, you can take a look at the video, stop wasting time on YouTube, watching those old, incomplete tutorials that nothing works. You can just come here and you know it works. You know it works, you know if you watch the video, you will get your job done. This is what it is. A responsive Q&A support. I debug and help every student in the Q&A section. I do that. You can just leave a comment in the Q&A section and I will help you. Bonus models on the latest trends, overtime implementations, and improvements. Can't find those on YouTube. Yep, you cannot find those on YouTube. I will update and implement new technologies in this course as time goes on. Regular content updates as soon as technologies update. So you will have updates here, you will have a responsive Q&A section when I can help you. You will have a fully or complete code that you can go back to if you have problems in your new websites. This is a one package deal. This is all in one package deal. Stand out from the crowd. You will have skills that employers and clients desperately need for the cost of a meal or going out one time. So let's face it, all these hours of code that you can build hundreds of websites that you can sell to potential customers or land a development job after you show companies that you can really build these industry ready websites for the cost of a meal. All right, it's not $1,000, not $5,000 like a boot camp. It's just a few I don't know, $80, $100 or whatever the course is at this time that you're seeing it, because Udemy runs a lot of sales. I hope you get it in a sale. If not, just wait for a sale and then pull the trigger. Comprehensive, up-to-date training with a real-world application. You can sell this website to a freelance customer for as much as you want. So after you buy the course, you can make your money back in just one sale, or make your 10x the money back in one sale. Because after you have the code, you can customize the website, and instead of selling watches, which I did with the website, you can start selling phone cases or ready meals or energy drinks or whatever you want, right? Webcams or I don't know, whatever you want. And if a freelance employer wants it, he can pay 10 times as the money of the course for your implementation, and the site is going to be running on itself. You won't have to do anything anymore. So your future awaits. Take charge. Launch your online store or sell your services. Top freelance rates because the project is that good. So your future awaits. The project is that good that, well, you will have basically everything you need to start creating e-commerce stores as a freelance developer. You will have the template. You will have the, how can I say, the knowledge plus the ready-made code that you can tweak. From this code, you can create 1,000 websites and get a dream tech job when you showcase what you can build. After you showcase a few websites or e-commerce stores that you did, you can land any dream job that you want, because it is that in depth and you will know all the technologies. So thank you for watching this short PowerPoint presentation. Please feel free to ask any questions that you have, and see you inside. Hello, I just wanted to make a quick fix for the video. So if you are on VS Code and you want to install the packages, the npm packages, and you get an error, you need to add this legacy peer dp the deeps, all right, alongside with your npm install command, and it should work. So if you are getting the GitHub clone repository, if you go to this repo and you get the starting code and you don't download the files and you want to just start off with a complete starting code, you can do that. You can either git clone this repo that I've made, or you can follow along the video, download all the files here and paste them inside your project as you go and as we are coding the website. I would recommend you to download these files and follow code up with me alongside the video, but if you want, you can also git clone this repository and you don't have to download anything from here. You will have everything set up here. So this is it, what I wanted to tell you before we start the video. If you have errors installing the dependencies, because they might be a bit newer from when I recorded the video, just add the legacy peer deeps alongside your npm install command and you should be good. And if you have more questions, always leave a comment and I will help you and fix your problem. So let's continue with the video. Hello and welcome. So this is the first video of the project. Today we're going to be setting up all the dependencies and everything that we need to be able to start our project and to start coding it. So first, let's go and download VS Code if you haven't. So VS Code is the program that we're going to be using to code our website. So in Google you can type in VS Code like this and it's going to take you to the download page that we already have here. I will close that. So this is going to be the download page and you can download it depending on what operating system you are running. After that one, it should look like this. You can log in with your account or you can just use it like this. It doesn't matter. So after this one, in the downloadable files of the video, you will have a folder called, or a zip file called startingfiles.zip. Alright, and in here you will have these text documents. So this is everything that we need to set up in this video so that we can start with our project. So let's firstly start from the NextJs website and create the actual program or the application so that we can configure everything else. So firstly, let's go to nextjs.org, or you can go on Google. I will do it with you. So create Next.js app in Google and we have to go to the docs. All right, not this one, but to the docs. So in the docs, we can copy this one, npx create next app at latest. So let's copy this one. Let's go to our VS Code and go ahead and create a new folder. And I named my new folder Ecom Watch Project. So inside here, open integrated terminal and now paste that in. So we're gonna paste it in. And now our application is going to be created. So it will ask us, what is your project name? We want to name it my app. Do you want to use TypeScript? No. ESLint? No. Tailwind CSS? Yes. Source directory? No, because this is the old one. App router? Yes, because this is the new one. And import default alias at, we're going to say yes. Yes here, and our application is created. So congratulations. Your e-commerce application is on the right track to be awesome in the end. So now let's go and open an integrated terminal inside the my app folder, or inside here you can just go cd my tab and we are inside. So here we can say npm run dev, just like this, and our application is gonna start on localhost 3000. So let's go ahead and see. So let's open here localhost 3000. That is looking good. All right, and now we can go back to our project and let's go and see what we have inside here. So in Next.js there is the app folder. So inside here, if we create a new folder, let's call it about. All right, and here we create a new React 18 JSX component called page.jsx, and we can create a standard React component just like this. Import React from React, const page, arrow function, and return just a div. And now if we go back to our website over here and go to about, we have the page, and we can edit this, and you can see that it is the about page. So let's go here, and here we can see that it is the about page. Let's bring it in view. So this is how the app router works inside Next.js 14. So every folder that we create here will be a new page in our application. And for that page to be rendered, we need to create in that folder a page.jsx component. And now if we want to grab something from the URL, so for example, if we go here and type some numbers, and we want to have these numbers as the user ID or anything that we want, what we can do is we can create a new folder here and name it in brackets. So everything that is in those brackets, we can get it from the URL inside our application. So we're gonna say here ID, all right? And we can create a new page here, not folder, for test purposes, page.jsx. Oops, I didn't name it right, page dot. So now it's good. Now we can say here, we can create a standard arrow function component, and we can go back here and we can go to this page, and now it is gonna be page, you see? And here we can grab the ID from the URL that we're gonna be doing later on, you see? So we can go into any page over here, we can add more numbers, different numbers. It is always going to take us to this page, and I always have access to this number. So this is a short rundown how the pages work in Next.js 14. So let's delete this, we don't need it. We are going to be making use of this later. So delete it, just our about page. This is good for now, for testing purposes. And now let's create a new folder over here called API. So API is our backend folder. So everything that happens in our backend, the fetching of our data from the database and everything like that lives here. So all the logic lives inside the API folder. And we are going to be creating all the API routes first, and then we're going to be creating the front end later. So first we're going to be focusing on the backend side of the project, create all the API routes, test them out with Postman, like here in the local host, and where we are going to be launching the front end later after we have all the functionality ready. So while we are at Postman, the next thing you can do is go ahead in Google and type Postman, download Postman, and just download it and install it, and it should look like this and empty here. And I will tell you how to create the new folders and how to make the necessary requests here and what we need to do. So let's leave that there. So just install it, have it in your environment, and now we can continue to the next thing, which is going to be the global.css file. So after you downloaded the zip file, you can extract it, and inside here we have a global.css file. So copy everything that you have here, minimize it, go back to your project, and we have the global.css here. Copy everything, paste it, and let me show you what we did here. So on top of the standard CSS values of our Next.js component, we now have custom-made components. For example, keyframes blob. So this one is used. Let's go to our live website. Here is our live website. If we go on login, we have these nice little blob animations. So they are living here. All right, they are telling our application how they should move. All right. And now hide scroll bar. We can hide the scroll bar or display to none. When we want to hide the scroll bar, we just apply this CSS CSS value inside our Tailwind classes, and the scroll bar is going to be hidden. For example, animate blob, 7 seconds infinite, so we are animating the blobs over here. We have the dots, it is just a background color of white, and we have just black circles, all right? And we can see them here. For example, if we go inside our home page, it is this background. You see the dots in the background, just to make it look a little bit nicer. It is a small touch, but you will learn absolutely everything here. So color dark, we have the absolute dark color over here if we need it sometimes. Fade in effects, animate fade in. We have the focus, outline none, border shadow, borderline color inherit. So our website has some already predefined CSS functions for outlines, shadows, and everything like that, and that is basically it. So we have some basic CSS values over here that make our project way better, and also some nice background patterns. So that was it for the global.css. We can close this down, and that is done. So now next what we can do is, so let's leave this down here, we can install the dependencies. So let's open the dependencies, and this is everything that we need. So let's go over that we need. And also I have included the versions, so you have the exact version that I am using here, no matter where when you purchase this course, be it a month later I publish it or a year later. So everything is going to be working perfectly for you, just like I have it here. So we're going to be using Zastand. Let's start from the bottom. We're going to be using Zastand for state management. And what is state management? So state management is when we go to our products over here. So we have our products, right? And we want something to add, and we have the cart over here. Let's clear the cart, and we add something to the cart, right? And we refresh our page. And now the cart doesn't lose this state, all right? The cart still remembers what we put inside it, and this is state management. And if we change our pages, this cart will always stay the same. Even if we go in mobile, the cart will always remember what we have. So this is state management across our application. And this is very important for any website, because without state management, you won't actually have a website, all right? It is going to be a static website with no functionality. So to make our website understand the state or remember the state, we need Zastand. Next is Stripe. Stripe is used for checkout. So when we want to make a checkout, proceed to checkout over here, and we type everything here, and then the checkout page from Stripe opens, like in the video where I showed the website. That is all done by Stripe, and we need that for checkouts. React swipeable. So this is so we can swipe these. In mobile, we can do this. Go over here. Where do we use that? I know we use that in, not here, I think we use it in the products. Let's go here. Nice little loading screen, elegant. So now we can swipe, you see? We can swipe here. So in mobile, you can just swipe or use these arrows. All right? So you have both. So React swipeable, this is what it is. So now let's go back and let's see what else we have here. React icons are just these small icons, like this heart over here and everything. And then we have React Hot Toast. That is basically the small notifications in the top right corner. React Drop Zone is where we drop our images. Next, Cloudinary. Cloudinary is to upload images inside Cloudinary, and I will be showing you that shortly. Next, auth is for our authentication and logging in. Next, it is on next. We don't actually need this. We can remove this because you want the latest next version. Multi-storage Cloudinary. This is to store the images in our local storage first and then inside the cloud. Then we have Multi. This is exactly the same. Mongoose. We have Mongoose to query stuff from our database. So we are going to be using MongoDB, and I will show you how to create your own NoSQL database. And in order for us to make query request to the database and fetch our data, we need Mongoose, the middleman, to do that. So now we have Lucid React. These are the small little icons also, because we are going to be using few icons from React Icons, few from Lucid React, so that we have the best of both worlds. So formidable to submit forms, .env, so that we have our environment variables, for example, our secret text or secret string, for next auth, our string that connects us to our database and everything. We're going to be storing it inside our .env file, which we also have here, and we're going to be coming to that later. So when the .env file is here, and these are what we need to give in, we need the Mongo URI, NextAuth secret, JWT secret, Google client ID, and we are all going to be configuring and getting these in the upcoming videos, so that we have all our environment variables ready before we start coding our website, because this is very important so that we don't run into trouble and bugs and errors along the way. So let's continue now. This is the page. Now we covered that. Now on the dependencies, so .env, and then we have Cloudinary. Cloudinary is used to upload images inside our cloud and show them into our website. Bcrypt.js, it's used to encrypt our password, and we are going to be looking at these in depth when we do actually need them. Axios is used to create post a request, get a request, and everything else that we need to talk to our database. Stripe.js is used to make the checkouts again. Then we have Radix UI, React, Radix UI, some UI components over here, sliders, labels, icons, and hero icons, and more icons. So that is basically it that we need. So let's copy this one, the whole text. So let's save it here. Now let's go and close our server, paste it, and it is going to install everything that we need. So let's give it a few seconds. And while this is building, or while this is installing, let's go ahead and create something in our app. So inside the app, right click, new file, and .env. All right, and here we want to paste everything from the .env text. So let's copy, go back over here, paste it. So this is what we need. All right, so what are some things that we can configure right off the bat that we don't need anything to do? So we can say here, NextAuth secret 11111, and here JWT secret. This is your super secret string, so that nobody can establish connection and get your passwords from your database. So these strings, we need to configure them there. Now the Google client ID and secret we're going to be getting from the Google credentials. I have prepared this too, and I will show you how to do that. Let's go now here. We have the local host. This is good. We don't need to do anything there. Cloudinary name, we're going to be getting that from Cloudinary. And basically here, this is good too. So we can leave everything like this for now and close it. Now let's go and see. So now our packages are all installed. 51 packages are installed. Let's go to our package log. Here we have everything. We have framer motion for any animations, drop zone, hot toast, icons, Zastand, Stripe, Axios, Bcrypt.js, Cloudinary, and we have the right version. So let's go ahead and say npm run dev, and let's see how our website is looking. So we are here. Now let's go to, this is the live website. Let's go to localhost 3000. And let's take a look at the website. It is still compiling, I assume. So Tailwind base global.css. So we need to configure Tailwind CSS, Tailwind config. Here, global.css, Tailwind base. So we need to configure this. So let's go ahead and go to Tailwind config. So we have done the .env, we have done the dependencies. Now let's go to Tailwind configuration. So let's copy all of this code over here. Let's go to Tailwind configurations and paste it. So here, what we're doing is we're telling our Tailwind that we want everything to be used by Tailwind CSS and apply the CSS classes with Tailwind into the app folder, and everything that is inside the app folder and the JSX and JS components, source folder, components folder, pages, so everything has access to Tailwind CSS. All right, we're adding some default padding, some screens to Excel is gonna be 1400 pixels. So if we are on wide screens or small screens, this is our breakpoint, and I will show that to you later what that is. We have some colors, some custom colors that I picked for the style. You can pick anything that you want here. For example, if you want to replace the gold, you can replace it. Let's go back to localhost. Custom class, Tailwind CSS layer native. So let's go and color hunt over here. This is also a very nice website. You can just copy these colors and you can replace it with anything that you want here. All right. So these are some colors over here. Some default values. For example, muted is going to be muted. And some text over here, background size and everything. This is just animation, scroll down, scroll up, which is going to be 0.2 seconds, ease out. So we have some nice little animation setup. And that is basically it. So global.css here, utility base. So let's go ahead and install shadcn. Next, so shadcn over here, NextJS. And we can copy this one, go back here and just paste it in. And let's wait for this to finish. Default, slate, yes. And everything is done. Now let's run the application. Starting, compiling, and everything is running. So that is why we had a small little error with our global.css file, because we didn't have shadcn installed. So we have shadcn installed now and everything is good. And what is shadcn? So let me explain that to you. So shadcn is basically a library where we can get all these components. So if we want this component, for example, we can just install it. We can say add cart, or if we want to install a button, for example, we are going to be needing this. So let's go ahead and find the button over here. All right, we have the button. This is just a standard button and it has some styling predefined from shadcn. So let's copy this one and let's stop our server and let's see how we can install components from shadcn directly into our application. So now it is done. Now let's go npm run dev. So we have a component folder now with UI and the button. So this button comes custom made from shadcn and we can change everything that we want here. We can add the outline, we can add the secondary, and we are going to be adding a lot of stuff here. So I will show you how to customize your own buttons and add your own colors so that you don't have to type in all the colors always. You can just say my button or button one and you will have it configured. So after the global, so we can close this, we can close the global.css. All right, so this was the global.css file. You can just open it. All right, you can just open it. You can copy everything that is inside here and paste it inside the global.css file, just like that, and your application should run smoothly now after you have installed shadcn, of course. So install shadcn first, then paste the global.css variables inside the global.css file. So after this one, what we need to do is close this, close our Tailwind config. So we are done with that too. Let's create a .vercel file or a vercel file. So inside the app, new file, vercel. And I think we should name this vercel, .json. Vercel.json. And here we have to copy everything that we have here and paste it inside. And let me show you what this is. So this is our route configurations. So after we are deploying our websites inside the web, so on the live server that anybody can access our website from anywhere, we want to let the deployment company or vercel know that we are using a few routes and pages. So we are saying that we are using this API hook, API/webhook test, and the methods that we are using are get, post, and options. And we want to let every origin, so every website, and in our case it's gonna be here Stripe, make a get, post, or options methods or request inside our website. And also we want to whitelist the API/webhook. This is only for testing. We can also delete this if you want, or leave it in for testing purposes, but this is the main one, all right? We want our API/webhook to be accessible by Stripe and the pages that let us know that the payment is completed. So after a user is making a payment in our website, and that payment is verified from Stripe, and Stripe says the payment is verified, the credit card is real, the money is real, only then we can mark it as paid. All right, so we're not going to do anything from our side. The payment is all going to be handled by Stripe, and Stripe is going to modify our database accordingly. So this is letting our application know that we need to let the API webhook be accessible by Stripe. So this is all that is. After this one, we are moving to the next config MJS. So let's see what we have here. Let's copy everything and let's explain what everything does. So let's go to NextJs config MJS here. So let's paste everything here, and now we have some things imported: file URL to path URL, and their name, and the resolve from path. So these both come with the next application pre-installed. You don't have to worry about that. So underscore file name, we're going to be importing the meta URL, and the directory name we're going to be getting from the file name. So what we're basically doing here, we're getting the file names and the paths so that we, after we deploy our website, the deployment environment and the vercel knows what paths we are using. All right, so for example, if we go here /product/id, it should know that this path is from our base URL and everything else, so that it is configured. Then we have some next configurations inside our images and the domains that we want to let our images use. So this is, for example, if we want here to have a image, let's say here we are rendering image. All right, we are rendering an image here, and here we want to have a source, right? So where is this image coming from? So we're going to be allowing Cloudinary, our cloud storage for the images. We're going to be letting Google. So if somebody logs in with Google, for example, like here, if we log in with Google, automatically log in with Google. I've already logged in, so it should automatically log me in. So this profile icon comes from Google, right? And we want our application to whitelist the Google URL for the images, and also Wikipedia if you want to import something from Wikipedia, or any website. If you want something from Pixabay, for example, Pixabay here, free images and pictures, let's get this one, and oh no, this is a paid one, sorry. So let's get this. Let's copy the URL, copy image address. All right, let's go back to our website. Let's go back to our page, source, let's add it. And we can copy this one, copy. We can go here, we can add it. All right, and now our website lets us use pictures from Pixabay. Isn't that awesome? And if we go back to our about page over here, we should have the image ready. So stack source is missing the width. It is letting us know that we need to give it a width. So width of 500 and height 500. And this is how we upload images. Let's go back here. So let's refresh this. CDN is not configured under images, but it is configured. So let's restart this. npm run dev. Now this should work. Let's go and check it out. About page over here should render shortly. All right, and now I think we need to remove that. And here we go. So the image is straight from Pixabay or any website that you want. You can just select an image. You don't have to host it yourself. This is why we're using this, because the images are going to be uploaded to Cloudinary. We're only getting the image URL. This is what I wanted to explain. So we're only getting the image address. All right, only with the image address we can show our images from our cloud to our website. This is how it works. So from our cloud to our website, we can show different images. So here we have it, and it is automatically updated. So this is what we're doing. And we automatically have the white background now since we configure the global.css value. So we have this nice little dotted background in our website. It is not black anymore. So this is completed. Now let's go to the next step. So this one is done. So finally, JS config. So let's copy this. Let's go to our JS config. JS config, here paste, and here we're letting that our paths are gonna be @/ @utils/ and @utils model/. So our utilities are gonna be in the @utilities, and our models are gonna be @utils models, and our default path is gonna be @/. So if we create a new component over here, let's say not here in the UI, but here, new file. All right, so let's say here navbar.jsx, right? So this navbar is a component. We want to render it here. Let's go to the navbar, RAFCE, and if you want this extension, let's go to the extensions real quick. Here, installed. So this is something that you need, is the code time. No, let me just find it for you real quick. So ES7 React Redux snippets. All right, and this is very important. So you can just do this. You don't have to type all of this code. You can just say RAFCE and it will do it for you. All right, and here we have the navbar component. And if we want the navbar to be loaded here, we can just say, we can go down here and we can say here navbar, and it is gonna auto import it from @/components. And if you want to import it, and we can see it now here, we have the navbar. So this is how easy it is with the latest features of Next.js. So we can also import it manually and you will see all the file paths. So @/, and we want to go to So these are the default paths. So we have them set from the get-go, from the configuration file. And we want to go inside components this time, /navbar. And here we go. We just imported the navbar, that easy. So this is the latest feature of NextJs. So after this one, we are done with the setup of our files over here. And in the next video, because this is starting to get long, we will configure the .env file. We will get the MongoDB URI and everything else. So we will go ahead in Google, create our Google login credentials. We will go to Cloudinary. I will show you how to get the secret key and the publishable key. We will create our Stripe account to receive payments, create our database, set up the login with NextAuth, and much more. So see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. So in this video we're going to be getting everything that we need to get started with our application, like the database connection string and everything else that we need in order to start building our app. So let's start with our database. So let's go to MongoDB. You can go to Google and just search MongoDB, just like this. Go on MongoDB and create a free account. So after you're done with the registration of your account, you're gonna be greeted with this screen over here. So learn MongoDB, let's select something, and we are coding in JavaScript. Other, optional, and we can just select anything that we want here. Finish, and we're greeted with this here, deploy your cluster. So here we want to select the M0 free, so cluster 0 free. Everything is set up nicely. Just leave everything how it is. Just click on M0 free and create a deployment. Now let's click on this verification over here so that we can get started with MongoDB. So this is our database. Here it's cluster 0, and here we have a username and a password. All right, so we can copy this. Let's go into our .env file. Let's save it here. So let's say here MongoDB password, and leave that there, and then the username also, and Mongo user equals that there. All right, just for now we're gonna save that there and create database user, or if you want you can change this. I will go ahead and change it to make it a little bit more easier so I don't lose this password. Let's say here my name and 1 2 3 4 5 6. So this is good. I will copy the new password and I will leave it here, or you can leave that one, whatever you want. So create database user, choose a connection method now. All right, connection string. So let's click on done over here. We don't need that. So after that is completed, we can go into our database and we can see that our database is loading our database preset. So now we can go to database access. Who has access to our database? This is our admin, all right, our user that we just created. And network access. Here we want to add an IP address. Allow access from anywhere, or add your current IP address, but always click allow access from anywhere. So confirm. And this will let us access our database from the web and from our local development application. So this is pending. Let this continue and build itself up here. And I will go ahead and get the connection string ready. So this is active now, and I have the connection string ready as well. Let's check our database over here. Everything is looking good. All right, now let's go and in the downloadable files for this video we are gonna be having a connection string zip. So just copy this one and let's go and paste it inside here. Alright, and the username, we have it here. Replace the username with the username and the password with the password. So this should be done. Now we can delete these two, we don't need them anymore. And also the project we are gonna name Udemy Ecom. So this one is done. We have our Mongo connection string configured and done. So now let's move on to the next thing. So this is now working, okay. And if you want, you can also download Atlas and you can see the different connections in your Atlas application. And we will do that too. But we will do that later. So let's close this down now. Let's go now to the next one, which is, let's get the Google Next Auth login ready. So let's type in here in Google credentials, and you will see something called manage credentials for workspace. Go to workspace, and here we are, console.google.com/projects and workspace. So we don't have a project yet. Let's create a project and let's call it Udemy Ecom. Create it. And after this one is created, we should be able to have our tools that we need. Now let's go to API, Google Workspace. Now we need to go to the credentials here, sorry, on the left. And here OAuth 2, alright? We don't have anything here. So credential service, remember to configure the consent screen. This is the first thing that we need to do. External, create application name. Let's say here Udemy Ecom. Email, your email. Logo, if you have a logo you can upload it, if not you can leave it so that people know what application they're signing in. Domain, provide your link to your home page. So this is gonna be what we need over here. It's gonna be the localhost 3000 here, localhost 3000, copy this one. Let's go here, homepage. Alright, add domain, developer, contact information. This is required. Save and continue, or we can just delete this too, we don't need that. Save and continue. Now we need to go to scopes, save and continue, users, save and continue, summary, back to dashboard, publish application, create credentials. Here, this is what we need to do now. So after we publish the app over here, we need to click create new credentials and OAuth client ID. So this is what we need. Application type, it's going to be a web application, web client 1, or let's say here local. Authorized URIs, we want to add a URI and we want to have it with the localhost 3000/API/auth/callback/Google. Alright, so you can go ahead and copy the localhost URL over here, go back here, paste that in, and then just /API/auth/callback/Google, and this is it. Alright, we can delete this one. So, and then this is it, and in our local development we can log in with Google now. So create that, And now we are greeted with the screen that gives us the client ID, the client secret, and everything else. So let's copy this one, client ID, go back here, Google client ID paste. Let's go back, secret, and Google client secret is done. So now we need to move on to Cloudinary. So this one is done. Okay, we can close that. All right, now let's go to Cloudinary. So go to Cloudinary, create a free account and log in, and you will be greeted with this screen. And you will have a default environment set up by Cloudinary for you. So now we need to go to programmable media. And here we have the cloud name, copy. Cloud name, paste over here. It's very simple. Go to API keys. API key and API secret. So cloud name is this. Environment variable, we don't need that, so we need the API key. API key. Then we need the API secret. All right. Password, approve, copy, and paste. Next, public cloud preset name and preset name. So we need to go here and create a preset. So let's go here, upload presets, beta, and add upload preset name, signed, public ID, tryout, creation, legacy, go to legacy. All right. So the preset name is done for us. Signed is gonna be signed, is on site to enable. So unsigned is gonna be here, default, everything is default, and save. So this one is it, unsigned, and we need to copy this one. Copy this one, and this is our preset. Go here, paste that one, and we're done with Cloudinary. Now the next thing what we need to do is we can close this one and we can go to Stripe. So go to Stripe, go to Google, go to Stripe, create a new account, and you will be greeted with this screen. All right. And after you have created a new account, name your account, and then you will be logged into your account. So now what we need to do is we need to go to developers and we need to go to API keys. All right. And here we have a publishable key, copy, publishable key, paste, and reveal test key. So this is our secret key, and paste it over here, secret key, and we are done. And later when we are testing the later when we are going to be testing the payments live in our website, after deploying it, we're going to be creating the webhook and we're going to be filling in the last variable here. So for now this one is complete and we can close our .env file. So alright, so this is going to be a very quick fix. I realized that our connection string wasn't working after I finished the video. So what we need to do is let's go back to MongoDB, go to database, and here we have our cluster 0, click on connect, click on drivers, and then scroll down, and this is the right connection string. So let's copy this one, let's go back to our VS Code, and let's paste it in here. All right, just like that. And then in the end we want our application name, and here we want to change the password, so the password that we had, and we can save this. All right, and now what we can do is go and download Atlas. So this is going to be another extension that we can do. So we can download Atlas MongoDB, Alright, you can download Atlas CLI so you can watch your database with a user-friendly interface. So you can download this, save it on your PC, and then install it, and it should look like this. So here we're gonna be going to create a new connection. Alright, and this is your local connection, but what we want to do is we want to grab this string over here to connect to our database that is hosted in the cloud. So let's go to Atlas and paste this one in and connect, and now we are inside our database. So this is a very quick fix. So now we can see that we have everything here, and as soon as we create a document or a user or something inside our /Udemy ecom, it is gonna appear inside our database. So we have this one ready. So see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. So today we are gonna be coding up the utility function folder with our configurations, meaning the code that is going to connect us to our MongoDB database. And then we are going to be creating our models for our MongoDB database. So what are the models? So the models is what our product, our reviews, users, and order schemas or documents are going to look like. So we are going to be specifying what the ID should be, what the name should be, what the images should be, for example, an array of strings, and what the price should be, what the featured sections should be, a boolean, true or false, and we are going to be giving a bunch of enums over here where we have a type of strings that we can choose from a list, and if it is not on that list, that is not valid, and we are going to be filling out the reviews as well, the users, the orders, all the models that we need to get going with our database. So let's get started and create a new folder called utils in our root folder. So here, utils, and then we're going to be creating a new folder here called config, just like this, and then a new folder called models. So let's go first and create our dbconnection.js file inside the config. So dbconnection.js, and here we're going to be importing Mongoose. Just like this, and Mongoose is the npm package that interacts with our database. So that makes the that makes our application talk to our database possible. So let's go over here and let's say const all caps mongo URI equals to process.env dot, let's get it from our .env file, mongo URI, so we don't make a typo, and we're done. So we have our connection string, and now let's put in a failsafe here, an if statement. No, if there is no connection string, then we can throw a new error, and this error is gonna be telling us that please define the connection string, connection failed. So this is our error handling message over here. Now we can go down and we can say let cached, so this is going to be a let variable, global dot mongoose, just like that. And then we're going down over here, if no cached, we can say that cached equals to global dot mongoose. All right, global dot mongoose equals to con null promise is gonna be null. So with this one also set for the cached connection, now we can go and create an anonymous asynchronous function, which is going to be called dbConnect, and this is what we're going to be using to connect to our database. So let's go now down and create a if statement over here, cached.con, and we're going to be saying over here return cache.con. So we'll return the connection, and after this one is done, we can add another if statement over here. So if no cached dot promise, we can open this one up, and then we're going to be saying cache dot promise equals mongoose dot connect, and here we're going to be specifying our Mongo URI, and also we're going to be giving in the use new URL parser to be true, and also use unified topology to be true as well. So we have this one down here, and dot then after the connection is established over here, we are gonna be having a function that takes the mongoose connection and is basically returning us the mongoose connection. So after this one, we can go down. After that, we can place some brackets over here. Then down here, we can say cached.con equals to await cached.promise. Cache.promise. Return cached.con. So this one is done, and let's export our default DB connect. And our connection should be done. Let's clean it up a little bit. So what we did over here is just we established connection to our database with a few fail-safe or error handling over here. So if we don't have a cached connection, then we are just gonna return an error. And if the cached connection is absolutely not present, we are going to be creating one and connecting with the mongoose.connect function to our MongoDB database with a new URL parser true and unified topology true, and then returning that connection. So this is done. Let's go now to models, and let's create our first model. So here we want to say new folder, new file called, let's create the user first, user.js. So this is our user model. Now here what we want to do is again import mongoose from mongoose, and let's create a constant called user schema, which is going to be a new mongoose dot schema. So our new schema is going to be called user schema. So in this schema, we're going to be having a few fields. So name is going to be type of string, and required is going to be set to true, and if it is not present, we are going to be saying please provide a full name. Please provide, let's say here, your full name. So that is better. And then what we can do is We can copy this and we can say here email. All right, email is gonna be of type string, require true. Please provide your email over here, and we're gonna have a new field over here, unique, which is gonna be set to true. So so a user cannot create an account with the same email over and over again. That is what we're doing there. So these are very self-explanatory. We are just specifying what field a user should have, right? He should have a name, he should have an email, he should have the third one is a password, of course, password, and then we can say here on the password that it is a type of string, and we can remove this because the password, it is not required. When people log in with Google, they don't have a password, so we can leave that there. That is the logic behind it. Let's say here admin. So is the user an admin? We are going to be saying that this one is a type of boolean. So required is not necessary here, but we need a default for so every user that is being created is not an admin. So we have to change that in our database over here. If we go on users, and we have to change the field, for example, like we can update it here, right? We can add something over here like a 1, or in that case add a true there, update it directly from our database, and we can make the user an admin that way. So it is very good and secure. So now let's go to the profile image. So let's say here profile image, and type is going to be string, default is going to be, default gonna be like this. So I will leave this string to the or let's just go find one. So let's just go find which one did we have here that we can use images from. Let's go and take a look. So Pixabay. So let's go find one from Pixabay, right? 3 images and pictures, and profile. So let's see if we can find a good one. Yep, here we go. So we can go copy image address, all right, and we can paste it over here. So here we go. So if the user doesn't have a Google picture, he will have that default picture to begin with. So, and I will leave this string inside the downloadable content of the video. You can click on the video and then downloadable content, or however it's called, and you can download the string there. So let's move on to the next one. The next one is going to be Wishlist. Let's copy let's copy the name. Let's copy here, or no, we can just code this ourselves. Wishlist, because this is going to be a bit different. This is going to be an array, and inside this array we're going to be having objects. So these objects are going to be of type of mongoose.schema.types.object ID. So what is this, you may wonder, and reference, and I will explain it now from the product. So what we're doing here, we're saying that in our wish list there is going to be IDs, there is going to be object IDs. So object IDs are these, underscore ID. This is the object ID, and this object ID is a type of schema. So this object ID lives or is modeled based on the product model that we are gonna be creating. So when we are fetching the wish list, we only store the object ID in our database, and with that object ID we are telling our mongoose, our MongoDB database, that ID corresponds to a product that is based off the product model. So populate those. Alright, so go look inside the product model, and based off this ID, give me the whole product. So when we are going inside the wish list, let's go over to our application. Let's log in. We are already logged in because we are using NextAuth. It is amazing. It automatically logs us in. So when we are going to the wish list, we are storing here only the IDs of the products. So when we are fetching this, we are saying to the Axios request that populate this product based on that ID. So that ID lives inside the product model. So this is the best I can explain how this concept works. So if you want from another ID to populate something with only the object ID, you need to use the mongoose.schema.types object and refer back to that model. So now let's go and code up the notification preferences. Those are these here, settings, preferences, they're those here. If we want to receive updates or not, let's go and do that. Here we can do this, and let's say here notification. Make sure you type it exactly like me here so you can follow along, and then order updates. Order updates is gonna be again type of boolean, default true, because everybody wants to receive order updates, right? And promotions are gonna be it's gonna be a type of boolean as well, boolean, and default false, because not many people want to receive promotional updates by default. Now we need to put in the final property over here, which is the reviews, just like this, and this is going to be an array again of type mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and we're going to be referring to the review model. So this is going to live inside this object ID, is going to be modeled based on the review model. So that is very self-explanatory. We can add one of these here, and now what we can do is we can export this model. This is very important. Always remember to export your model. So const user equals to mongoose dot model models over here dot user if it is present. So if this model is already created in our database, we're going to be using this. If not, this is the OR operator, which is like if this section is false, then we're going to be creating a new model, which is going to be mongoose.model now dot not apply, just model, and we're going to be naming it user, and we're going to be basing it by our user schema. So this model inside our database. Now in the new database we don't have anything. This is my database, it's already populated, and it's going to be called users in lowercase and add an s. That is what Mongoose does. What we are referring to it here in capital letter, user. Alright, and these names these all have to be the same, or else it is not going to work. So let's do this, and now export default user, and our first model is completed. Now we can close this one down, Close this one down, this one down, this one down. And now let's go to models and create a new file called, let's do the product. Oops, I didn't spell it right. Product.js. Perfect. Now the same as we did in the user, we need to import Mongoose. Import Mongoose from Mongoose, some auto import there, that's very nice. And we are going to say const product schema equals to new mongoose dot schema, and inside here we're going to be having a few properties, which is going to be name, string, and required is going to be true. Please provide a name. Now we can copy this one, and it's gonna be very easy for us to do the next one. So description, type string, we can leave this one out, and images is gonna be an array. So this is gonna be type string. Let's cut this. Or no, we can just do this ourselves because it is not the same. So images is going to be an array of objects with a type of string. So an array of strings. All right, an array of strings is going to be the images, which I can show you here. So let's go to products. Here we have the images. So this is an array of strings. This is what we're doing here. So now we're gonna be saying price. Price is gonna be type of number this time, and we can leave that also like that. Then we have original price. We can just copy this, say here original price, type of number also, so we can add cool discounts in our application. Now let's copy that and say here brand. There's gonna be a string. Then we have material. You have a string, bracelet, and you can add anything that you want after this. If you want to build a e-commerce store that is selling phones, that is selling, I don't know, t-shirts, you can add, for example, not brand, but size and a material. Well, that is gonna stay the same if you're selling shirts, and you can add whatever you want here, bundle or whatever you want, you can add. So you can change all of these fitting to your e-commerce store. So next it is condition, also a string, and then we have user. So which user created this product? So this is gonna be now a type of, not a string, but mongoose.schema.object ID, and here types.object ID, and we are going to be referring to the user model for this one. So now we have that one done. We can add here the review, which is going to be, let's delete this, let's do this ourselves, reviews with an S, and this is going to be an array of objects with a type mongoose.schema.types.object ID, and we're going to be referring to the reviews model, to the review. Yep, this is how you write it. I just don't want to make any typos, because this is very important. Do not make any typos here, because the whole application is not gonna work until we fix it. So average rating is gonna be type number, default 0, default 0, and then we're going to be having let's copy this one, and let's say here number of reviews. It's going to be number, default 0 again, and now we're going to have featured section, and this is going to be type of boolean. Default is false. So this is if it is featured in the home page. So this one. Is it featured in the home page or no? Right? So that is that one. And we can change that with one click. This is going to be a really awesome website. So featured is set to true. Now we can go to the next one. Movement is going to be type of string, and enum. So enums are basically some few strings that we can select off, right? So let's say here Rolex 3235 movement, right? And this one, now let's add some more. So 1, 2, 3. So, oh no, not there, sorry, here. So that, so Rolex is true. Let's add here a 4, here a 2, here a 6 maybe. So it is different movements, and then let's add Patek here, some well-known watches, so automatic movement. Let's copy this, let's add one more maybe with Patek 12G. I don't know if this is a real movement or not, but yeah, I hope. Now let's add an AP movement. I don't know, let's add some numbers over here, or if you know any good movements, you can change these, right? So we have our enum over here. So basically this is a list of strings that we can select from, and the best case is to just show you. So this is going to be here, right? So here we can select from a range of movements, so or whatever we are selling. If we're selling t-shirts, we're going to be selling t-shirt green XL, boom, done. So we cannot make mistakes, right? And we know that we have that in our assortment of selling. So this is a very fail-safe approach to coding this one. And now we only need to add a default here. Default is going to be off. Let's get the first one. So oops, not with double quotations, with single one. Now thickness is gonna be type of string, default 12 millimeter. And now we can move on. We can add the glass. Let's copy this. Glass is gonna be type string, and we're gonna say here sapphire glass, and let's do this and Luminova. This is if the watch is having lume when it is dark. Let's say here yes, or you can add whatever you want in, or you can create whatever you want in here. But later, just remember, because we are going to be needing these inside the watch properties. All right, so we have everything here. So everything here is being fetched from the database. So be careful what you add here, or maybe just do whatever I do here, complete this website, then you have a really nice overview and all the skills that you need to create your own website. So let's go to the next one. Is gonna be case material, right? Case material. It is gonna be a string, and we're gonna be having an enum over here. Copy this whole thing, and that, remove these, say here, steal, copy, paste, and paste, and 904L here. So these are two types of steals that watches use. So now let's go and say to the crown, default screwed. Now let's go down and copy this, and we're going to be saying here band size this is going to be 14.5 similar adjustable. Now let's say lugs, and we're almost done. Lugs is a dimensions of the lugs, and here it's gonna be 20 millimeters, and the last one, water, if it is a resistant against water, we're going to be saying here 3 atm, just like this. So now this one is done, and what we're going to do here before we finish up this model, here we want to say we want to enable the timestamp. So timestamps are going to be true. So whenever we are creating a new product, we want the product to have the corresponding timestamps so that we know when it is being created. So later on we can fetch it by date and everything. So here we want to create the method that checks if the user has purchased this product so we can leave a review. So let's demonstrate that in the real website. Here is the real website, orders, and we have an order that is delivered, meaning the user can add a comment here. So here we go, load more. Here is our review, so we can add a comment here. And this one is gonna check if we can do that. So product schema dot methods. So we're gonna be having a method inside our product schema that is called has user purchase. This is gonna be an asynchronous function that takes in the user ID, and with this user ID, this function gets the order with the help of mongoose.model order. And what we're doing with that order is gonna be awaiting order.find. So now we can use the find functionality from Mongoose because we have the order that is based off the Mongoose model, and we can use the .find. We're going to be using actually find1 to see if he has purchased that product, and now we're going to be saying user. So the user is going to be the user ID in the user field. All right. So did we do our order? No. You will see why this is like this when we create our order model. In user, we're going to be as if having a type dot a mongoose order ID type with a reference of user. So this is going to correspond there. And we're going to be saying cart products is going to be this dot underscore ID. So what is this? So this is whatever this function is. All right, that is very counterintuitive, but this is whatever the user ID has been passed in here, and whatever the order is finding. All right, so this order is this function is finding an order, right? So if the ID of the product is inside the cart products of the user that we just found, then we have a match. So this is referring to the ID of the product. And then we're gonna go and say status is, so only after it is delivered we can leave a review, and of course paid needs to be true as well. So we have this one done. Return order. So return, so this means double negative, which means a positive, which is the order itself. Or you can just do order, but I would leave it like this just to not have any errors down the line. So if everything is right and this order is not null or negative, we are returning the order. We are returning whatever the order is, because two negatives make a positive, and we are returning a true statement over here. And then we can take that true statement and say if this has user purchased method returns as a true statement, then we can leave a review. That is basically what we're doing here. Now export const product equals to mongoose dot models dot product or mongoose dot model, and we're going to be saying here product based on the product schema. So what is the key difference here? So here we're saying export const product, and here we're saying export default user. So I did this so I can show you how you can import and export default export and also a named export. And you will see that later when we are building our API, how we are using this export and the default export. So you know both ways, right? So you can learn some more JavaScript. So that is the whole methodology. Now let's go ahead and create another model, which is gonna be called, let's do the order, right? Order.js. So here it is gonna be very simple as well. We're gonna be having to import mongoose from mongoose, all right? And then we're gonna be const order schema equals to new mongoose dot schema, and inside here we want to have a name of the order, which is going to be string, default is going to be, oh no, sorry, required is going to be of true, not order name, customer's name. All right, and now what we are doing next is gonna be the email, and let's just delete this, copy. Email is gonna be email and string, that is good. And we're going to be having request customers email over here, and after this one we can copy it again, say here city, and required is true, please provide customers city, and next one is postal code. Postal code, please provide customers postal code, and street address now, because you need these to make a shipment, right? To go to the postal office and deliver or ship the items that the user is buying. So please provide customers address. All right, now next one, country. Country is gonna be the same string, customers country. And next, what field we need is paid. It's gonna be here paid, and it's gonna be a boolean, and this is gonna be required. We can delete this. So default is gonna be false. Only after the user has made a purchase, our Stripe webhook is going to kick in and is going to modify our model. So Stripe is going to modify our model. We are not doing anything ourselves. Before Stripe says that the user has made a valid purchase. So Stripe checks that, all right? So they can't scam us. And the site is actually safe for purchase, for operation, and everything, right? So now the next one is going to be now the cart products that we referred to in the other model. We can populate this one too now, and this is going to be an array of objects. So here we're going to be having the product itself. All right, this is where the product lives. So the whole product lives inside these cart products inside the order. So it is a bit complicated, but it will make sense while we are coding the website. And now you know like the most advanced techniques of creating models and using MongoDB, which is the whole point of why you are watching this course, right? So you can code some real big websites, right? Not just those small little websites that don't tell you anything useful. And reference is going to be of product. So we have talked about this, what this one is, right? It should be very clear. So price is going to be of type number. And we can go down now. Updated add is going to be type of date, and default is gonna be date.now, meaning the point where the order is being created or modified. So, and we have a status. So the status is gonna be type of string. So we know if the order is being processed or delivered and something like that. Let's create our enum, because we want to have only some states that the order can be. The order cannot be, for example, blue, right? The order can be processing, it can be pending payment, it can be shipped. All right, it can be delivered. What else had I in the website? It can be cancelled, of course. Cancelled. People always, not always, but many times wants to cancel orders. And payment failed. So this is really rarely used, but it is good to have it here. If you want to do email retargeting, so every user that has order of payment failed, you can send a coupon code or like a 15% discount code to his email to everybody that failed to make a payment, and give them a link in the email that they can finalize the purchase, which is very cool, right? This is what the big websites are doing. Default, and gonna be pending. So this one is good now. Now we can go and say here total, which is gonna be a number, and required is also gonna be here of true. Must have a total number. Now the next one that we can do is the user. So what user created this order? Type is gonna be of mongoose.schema.types. Here we have object ID, and the reference is as always gonna be user, but this is not required. People that don't have an account can also create orders, but if somebody that is logged in creates an order, we know who did it, so we have a little bit more control. So and created at is gonna be, so we know when the user made the purchase or created the order, type of date, and default of date.now. And we are done with this. Now we can implement the timestamps. Stamps to true, and we can export this. So const order equals to mongoose dot models dot order, or if that does not exist, mongoose dot model dot, not dot here, order, create a new order model based on the order schema. So, and then we're gonna say export default order. So this is the default way of exporting, only here I made it different so you can see the differences, right? And what this export does and what the other export does. But basically they are the same, but the different ways in how we import it inside our project. So that is basically it, right? Now we can go ahead and close the order, close the product. Now we're left with a review, right? So let's create a new file, review.js, mongoose from mongoose. All right, and let's say here, like always, we need to create a new model, const review schema equals to new mongoose.schema, and this is going to be like this. User is going to be of type mongoose.types schema dot types dot object ID, and of course the reference is gonna be from the user model, and required is gonna be here set to true because we need the user in order to make a review, right? So an anonymous review does not count here. So the product is gonna be also a schema type, and if you can guess it, it's gonna be a mongoose.schema.types. Let's select object ID reference. It's gonna be here product. So we need a product in order to leave a review, and this is gonna be required true. All right. So now the rating is going to be a type number, and required is going to be set to true, and minimum is going to be 1 star and maximum 5 stars. So we are setting some guidelines over there. And comment is going to be a type of string. And now we are going to be saying that required is also true over here, because we need a comment to leave a review, right? We cannot just type the stars in. And created at, we're going to be having it here so we know when it is created and when it is edited. For example, here, August 6th, you have the real-time date. Let's edit this. Let's see if the date changes, right? So, August 6th still, huh? Let's see if we can update this. So we will be changing this when we're building the live website. So we found a bug, which is very interesting. You see, you are fine. We are gonna find the small little details along the way that we can keep an eye out when building the real website. So created at type, and it's gonna be date default. Now we are gonna be including here the time stamps. So based on these timestamps, we are gonna be getting the new date over here. We are gonna be checking if the timestamp date is greater than the created at date, then use that date instead of this one. So this is what I didn't have in the live website, and I implemented this right now to have that feature. So good thing that we saw it, right? Now we can go ahead and export const review equals to mongoose dot models dot review, or if that does not exist, mongoose dot model review schema. Now export default, and we are done with this. Now the last thing that we can build in this video, because it's getting very long, is the utility. In the utilities, we need to create a cloudinary.js file. We're going to be using the CLD button, but it's good that you have this here so you can learn how to implement Cloudinary 2 in future projects. So cloudinary.js, and now what we can do over here, it is very simple. Import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary, all right? And then Cloudinary dot configurations is gonna be cloud name and let's get these from our .env. Cloud name, all right, paste, and then we're gonna be having API key, right, which is gonna be same, copy, paste. Let's get our API key over here, and the next one is secret, so API secret, which is gonna be this thing, and then the one that we have in our .env. So let's paste it here, and now export default Cloudinary. So this one is done now. And if you can remember in the JSON, no, here next config, so there's something that we need to configure here too, which is the, so good thing that we came back here, but we would have noticed after we cannot upload images in the website, right? So we need to configure here the next public Cloudinary cloud name and the next public Cloudinary preset name, so we can use the CLD button. The CLD button is this one. So this is the Cloudinary upload widget that you can upload anything from iStock, Unisplash, Dropbox, Google Drive, Camera, or your local files, right? And you can upload anything here with cool animations, and it is fail safe. So let's go to Cloudinary. Let's go log in. I have it here. All right, now let's go to the programmable media. Cloud name, folder name, no. We want the assets. No, we want to go to settings, if I'm not mistaken, and upload preset. This is in beta. This is very, very new. So unsigned. All right, so unsigned that. What do we need here? Cloud name, preset name. All right, so let's get the preset name, copy. This is the preset name. All right, let's preset name, so that is there. All right, and cloud name, API keys, cloud name, this is it. So we can copy. It is a bit complicated or hidden to find these, but here we go. We have them now configured and everything is good here. So these were the only two things that I left out in the last video while configuring our application. So this is done as well. And now we can close everything, and in the next video we can start building our login pages. All right, our login API functionality with NextAuth. So see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. So in this video we are gonna be coding up our login logic and our login and sign up pages. So let's get started. So firstly, inside the videos downloadable content, you are going to be having a file called starting files. All right, and if you open this zip file up, you have a sign up folder and a login folder. So inside the sign up folder there is going to be a page.jsx. Open this inside your VS Code, and also a login page.jsx. So what are we going to do now? We need to go to application, to the app folder here, app, create a new folder called sign up and a new folder called login. So here inside the sign up we're going to be creating a new page.jsx file, and inside the login we're going to do the same. So now, and let's copy our starting code to those pages. So inside the sign up.jsx file that we downloaded, we can copy everything. Copy and go to the sign up that we created in our folder, in our application that is empty, and paste that in here, and do the same for the login. So copy this, paste it to the login, and we can close these two from the desktop, and now we have our starting file. So we are gonna import the import, so you know how to import stuff. We are gonna be creating the logic behind here. So this one is done. In the other one here we're gonna create the logic too, so we don't repeat it. So we are going to be creating that logic once here, the imports, and also the sign up logic and the login logic. So this all is just basic Tailwind CSS, and I will explain it while we're coding up this page, what everything here does. But basically it is just self-explanatory. We just have some styling over here, right? And I will tell you what these values on changes do, so you know how to handle inputs and you know how to handle forms and everything that you need. So let's get started. Now the next step, what we need to do is we need to go to our API and create our first folder here. So this is going to be our backend where the logic is being made. So here we're going to create a folder called auth, and inside this auth folder we're going to be creating a new folder called, in brackets, ... meaning everything next auth. So inside here we're gonna have our route.js. Very nice, very simple. So, and inside here let's start to code our login next auth logic. So here it's gonna be import connect from add. Now we're gonna go from add /utils /configuration /db connect. This is gonna be our connection to our database. This is how we import it. Now import user from add util /models and user.js. here the extension is very important. Then import next auth from next auth. Then we have credentials from next auth. Import credentials provider. We need the credentials. Here we're gonna name it like this. Alright, from this is right. And now we need to import Google. So we have a Google login. Google from, this is gonna come from also from next auth /providers, and we're gonna say here Google. So we have a bunch of them, but we're going to be selecting Google in our case here. Now we need to import bcrypt.js from bcrypt.js, so we can encrypt our password. Now we need to have a constant that is called default profile image. Let's have it in all caps. Profile image, which is gonna be a string with our profile image. So let's go back here now, and we need to find our profile image that we it was on user, I think. Yep, here it is. So let's copy this string over here and let's import it like that. So now we are gonna be having a asynchronous function that creates a user, and that is taking an email, password, and name as parameters, and we are creating a new user based on the user model. So asynchronous function create user is going to be a function that is taking in the parameter of email, password, and name. So here we're going to be having const hashed password equals to await bcrypt.js dot hash, and we're going to be hashing the password, and we're going to be giving it 10 salt rounds. So this is the salt rounds. All right, how many times the password is being salted. And now we're gonna say const new user equals to new user, and this is gonna be our new user that we are creating. Email, we're gonna be having, so the email field is gonna come from the email. You can also do it like this, but it's basically the same. So I'm just gonna type email over here, and then we have password. This field is gonna be the hashed password, so we're not storing the plain text password in our database. And we're gonna have the name here, and profile image, oops, sorry, is gonna be our default profile image. All right, and so this field is this one. So we'll go back to user, profile image, copy, it is this one. So that is where we're getting that. All right, and after this one, return await, we're awaiting a promise. So new user dot save, so we're saving the new user in our database, and we are awaiting this promise or response. Now the next thing that we want to do is we want to create our auth options. So export const auth options. All right, our authentication options. So inside here we're going to be having our providers, and here we're going to be having our credentials provider, which is going to be having our login logic over here. So this is going to be name of credentials over here, and then this is going to be a empty object because they're empty as they start. And then we're going to be having the asynchronous authorize function that is taking the credentials, asynchronous and credentials function. Let's open this one up. Now the error goes away. We're going to be having a constant here that is destructuring the email, password, name, and is registering equals to credentials. So this is all coming from there. All right, and after this one we're going to be having a try and catch block over here, try and catch block, and inside the try block we have the await connection. So we are awaiting the connection. So first the database needs to be connected, and then we're going to have a variable called user, and we are going to say await user dot find one, and we want to find this user by email. All right, and we're going to have a failsafe over here. So if is registering, then we're going to be saying if user, if there is a user and he's trying to create an account, throw new error, and this error is going to say, of course, user is already registered, or G, yeah, sorry if I misspelled this. And now we're going to be saying user equals to await create user based on the email, password, and the name. All right, and after this one we're going to be having an else statement over here, and in this else statement we're going to be handling the if there is no user, then return null. So if there is no user, we are returning null. And then after this else statement, we have the const variable password match. So we are checking if the password match, and we are awaiting the bcrypt.js compare function. So we are comparing the password, and this is gonna come from so first we are taking the password and the user.password. So we're taking the password that we have and the user's password, and this way we know if they are matching or not. And after this one we have an if statement. So if here we have no password is matching, so if he has entered the wrong password, return null. So we have a fail-safe statement over here. And after this one, what we need to do is, so we have this bracket over here, then we have this bracket over here, and now we need to ensure that the user has a profile image. So we need to ensure that the user has a profile image, and we're going to be using an if statement for that. So if there is no user dot profile image, then user dot profile image is gonna be the default profile image. So one more time, we're making sure that the user has a profile image, and then we are awaiting user dot save with our new values. Now this one is done as well. So under the if statement, return user, we can finally return our user that is authenticated and ready. Now we need to return an error here if we have an error. So log the error at API / next auth, and here we want to say error, so we know where the error is coming from. Here we need to a comma so we don't have an error there. Return null, so this function is stopping. Alright, after this one we have one bracket. Alright, after the catch block, then we have another bracket, we can add a comma here. Alright, then we have these two brackets, we can add a comma here, and now we are back to our GitHub. Now we are back to this level. Alright, to this level. Here we have our credentials. Now we want to add our Google login. So let's say your Google provider is going to be the next one that we want to add, because we want to log in with Google also. And here we're going to say client ID is going to be process.env. Let's copy this from our .env. So Google client ID, this is it. All right, and we need also the client secret, process.env. Let's copy the Google client secret, copy, paste, and now we are done with this one. So now we need to configure the session. So after this one, we need to configure the session. So session, we're gonna say here, and this one is gonna be strategy. Strategy is gonna be JWT authentication. And we are done with this. Now we can configure our callbacks. Callbacks with an S. Alright, callbacks is gonna be configured like this. So let's go down now. Let's make some space over here. Let's do this. Let's do this. So now callbacks. What do we need to do here? We need the asynchronous function of sign in. First, async sign in. Alright, and now we are gonna have a user here and the account. So now what we need to do is say if account dot provider equals to Google. So if he's logging into Google, what are we gonna do? We're gonna add a try and catch block, and inside the try block we're gonna be getting something from the user, some fields. So what do we need here? We need the email, we need the name, and we need the image. So Google stores the profile picture as image. Alright, that is what we're getting from Google. So we are awaiting a connection to our database. Next step, and after this one we need to create a variable called found user equals to await user dot find one. Always we need to find the one with email, so we are finding our user in our database. And if there is no found user, meaning we don't have a user in our database, so we need to create a new one. We're going to be saying const new user equals to, and we're going to be having a new user from our model. This is based on our model, and here we're going to be saying email field is email, name field is name, profile image field is gonna be the image, or if that does not exist, the default profile image, which is very important. So we always have an image for the user. And then after this one we want to say found user equals to await new user dot save. So this found user that did not exist now becomes this new user that we created. And after this one, what we want to do is have a else if statement over here, and we want to say if no found user dot profile image. So if the profile image of the user does not exist, or found user dot profile image, all found user profile image equals to the default profile image, then what we want to do here is found user dot profile image equals to image, nope, equals to the image of Google, or the default, or the default profile image, which is another failsafe, so that we don't mess up our profile image. And await lastly found user dot save. So this is what we're doing here. And after this one we need to go down and say user dot underscore ID. So we have our session configured, found user dot underscore ID dot to string method over here. So we have this as a string and not as an object. So now in our callback, so when we are logging in, let's go back to our website over here. I think it's this one. Yep. So when we are logging in, right, what fields do we want to get from the user? So we want the name, we want the email, we want to see if he's an admin, we want his profile picture. So this is the callback after we log in, what next auth gives to us. So we are telling him give us the user ID, and you will find it here. And we are going to be saying to it give us the user dot email, and you are going to be finding that in the found user dot email. All right, we are setting here what fields we want back after we log in, and then user dot name equals to found user dot name, simple, and then we want the user dot, and here the notification, I'm just gonna copy it here, notification preferences, because I don't want to misspell that, equals to found user dot notification preferences. That's the same over there. All right, now we need to go here and say user dot admin equals to found user dot admin, if he's an admin or not. And here we want to say also user dot profile image equals to found user dot profile image. All right, so we have this one set as well. And now we can have a console log over here, user that logged in, and we're gonna be handling the user over here. So user, so this user is coming from here after signing in. So we are going to be logging the user in there. Return true is the last statement that we do here, so that we don't have any errors, and we're letting the application know that everything is fine. Now after this one, what we want to do is we want to have the error log. So error over here, just a simple error log. And then what we want to say here is return false if we have any errors, and the application stops. And after 1, 2 of these, return true. So now we are good to go. Now what we need to do is, so we have this one, a return true, then we have this one, and then here what we want to do is we want to have async JWT function that is going to be taking in something. So a token, a user, trigger, session. All right, and open this function up, and we're going to be saying if user, then inside this JWT authentication session, what we want to do is we want to take all of these. All right, we want to paste it over here, and found user, we want to do is select all those, and we want to replace them with user and all users. So we want to replace this with token here, token here, token here, token here, token, and here token. All right, so we have token dot underscore ID. Now we're getting everything from the token because we are creating this after we're logging in. So let's go to application, cookies. So we're creating tokens, right? So we have everything in our next auth token. So we have the values over here, and we are getting everything from there. So now we are getting stuff from the token, and we are assigning it to the user, so we know what is inside that token. And we're going down now, and we're saying if trigger equals to update, and there is a session at play, we want to say token dot name equals to session dot user dot name, and then we want to say token dot email equals to session dot email, sorry, user dot email, and then we want to say token dot profile image equals to session dot user, sorry, user dot profile image. So what is this? Or here also the default profile image, if that is not at hand. And we want to say after this return the token. So what is this? And let's add this here. So this is when we go to our profile and we want to edit the profile. All right, we want to add a one here. So if there is an update in our session, we want to update our database but also our session. All right, so if we update or if we refresh the page, we have our session here updated. All right, not just our database, so we don't have to log out and log back in to get the new details of our account, we can just update the session, and this is what this one is doing. So the trigger is update here, and we have a session at hand, meaning we are logged in. So after this one, the return statement, we have a bracket over here, and then we need to create something here called asynchronous session function. So asynchronous session, and then here we're gonna be creating or getting the session back and the token, and this one is going to, well, basically it's gonna be the same, but now it's gonna be the session and the, so let's copy this, all right, paste over here, and this one is going to be replaced with 1 2 3 4 5. All right, 1 2 3 4 5. So we have admin, so we have the token ID, the email, we have the name, we have the admin, we have the notification preferences, and we have the profile image, right? But I think something is missing, but let's do this now, and then we are going to be taking a look at that. So we're going to be saying here session.user. All right, we're going to be getting that from the session.user, which is this one, and we're going to be replacing this user. Oh no, yeah, not taken here, but token, sorry. Let's copy this and paste, 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 paste. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, perfect. So we have 6 fields that we wanna update or get from the session, and after this one here we can say, so we can say here return session, because we are done with it. And I think we have a problem over here, so we need, no, this is not good structured. Let's cut this. Inside here we want to say a if statement. If there is a session, of course, dot user. If we have a user in session, we want to return these, and after this one we want to return the session. So this is now properly formatted. And after this one we have 1 bracket, 2 brackets. We need to go down, and we need to say here secret is going to be process.env dot the next auth secret. Now let's go copy this from our .env. Next auth URL. Where is this next auth secret? So here we go. So this is going to be our secret that JWT authentication is going to be using, so that nobody can get into our authentication without a secret. And we're going to be saying here pages. So the pages that can use this is the sign in with the home page. So every page can use this. Now we need to go down all the way, and const, we need to say const handler equals to next auth, like that, with all the auth options that we configured. It's going to be the handler. And export here we want to say handler as get handler as post. So if we make get and post request, we are using this handler, which is the next auth with option. So this one is done now. We can close this route, and we can go and create our register. So we can go inside the API folder, have a new folder called register, just like this. And here we're going to be having a route.js over here. And now we need to code up our register functions. So import connect from @utils/config/db connection. This is our connection over here. After this one we want to import user from the models. Now the application knows what we want to import, and import bcrypt.js from, I want to spell it good, so bcrypt.js, we have it from there. And now we need to import the authentication that we just created. From, this is going to be coming from next/server. All right, and here we're going to be importing, no, this is going to be the next response, so we can have a response and next request. So now we can go ahead and we can go back and copy our default image over here, because we want it for registering a new user as well. So we have that there, and export asynchronous function called post request over here. And this is how you create post or this is how you create requests inside the Next.js 14 application. Export async function post. So we can make so if we go to API/register and we make a post request, this function is gonna be fired. So now after this one is done, what we need to do is we need to create our function with a try catch block. Inside the try block, we're going to be having await connection. Of course, we need to connect with our database, and we need to get something from the request.json. So this is when we're sending something from our application. So if we go here in our application, all right, we log out quickly, and we are typing something here, right, and the password. So all of these is sent back to our backend, and this is how we get it. We get everything back that is sent to us, and we want to get name, email, and password back from our front end. So from our front end we get those, and we say const user equals to await and user dot find one, and we want to specify here email. So we're finding that user in our database, and if there is a user, meaning that user has already an account and he cannot create a new one, so return next, not request but response, just like that, dot JSON, so we can parse it later. And we're going to be saying here error is going to be user has added an account, and the next thing that we want to pass down over here is going to be the status, and this status is going to be of 400 because it is an error statement or error code. So after this one is done, after the if statement is completed, we can move down and say const salt equals to await bcrypt dot generate salt 10 rounds, and then we want to say const hash password equals to await bcrypt.js dot salt, and we are giving in here our password and our salt rounds. So what did we do here? So previously we didn't do this, we only set here 10, which is also good, or you can do it like this, you can generate the salt with 10 salt rounds. You can do either or. So I did once that, once this, so you know both methods. And if you come across some code later on in your project that uses this, then you know what it is. So now let's move on. Const new user equals to new user based on the user model. And now we want to say over here name, email, password is gonna be the hashed password, and profile image. I don't know if I spelled this right. Let's go back to our user model, copy. All right, the route. So profile image is gonna be the default profile image, just like that. All right, now after this one, const save user equals to await new user dot save, and this one is done as well. And now after this one, what we can do is we want to return next response.json, and here we want to say first field is going to be message, and the message is going to be saying user created successfully. After this one, success is going to be true, so we can use this to do something in our application and return the saved user so that we can access that in our application. And after this one, it is the error block, and we want to return next response and dot JSON over here, and we want to say error dot message, and also we need to return a status code, and the status code is 500. It's the internal server error. So this one is done as well. So we have both our routes set up. And do not make this video too long. In the next video we are gonna be implementing those logics inside of our sign up page and our login page, and then we are gonna be starting our server live and check those out and how we can log in inside our application. So see you in the next video. So hello everybody and welcome back. So in this video we are gonna be continuing to code up our login and our sign up page. So last video we created our authentication routes like the auth and next auth route and the registration route that we did here. So our code is ready to go, and now we can start with pages. So let's go to the sign up first. Let's code this up first. So let's import the stuff that we need over here. So let's say import. Now we're gonna need some icons from Lucid React, and we are gonna need the mail icon, the lock, we're gonna need the user icon, we're gonna need the alert circle, and auth. So, and they are automatically imported, as you can see. If we go down, you see we are using it here, mail, for example. And I will go over this code over here after we do our imports and our logic, and we can see what it does inside the website. So let's go over here now and import the image from next image. We can auto import it like that. And after this one we can import React and use state. So import React from React, and also use state over here. After this one we need the use router from next navigation. So we can do like this, and it's gonna auto import it for us. Then we need the sign in from next auth / React, and we cannot auto import it, so we have to do it manually. Import sign in from next auth, I believe it was yes, and slash react. So this is right. Then we need the button from our component and UI components, and here the first one. So from our add, our components UI button, because we're using the new add import. And next we need the input, and this one we haven't installed yet, so let's go ahead and install it. Let's go to shadcn over here and say input. Alright, so let's go over and copy this. Let's go to our code, open a terminal, and just do it like this. And now this is gonna import that into our component UI. So here we have the pre-made input that we can adjust later on. So after this one, what we need to do is we need to import the input. So input, we have that. Then what we need to import is some React icons, just one, the Google icon. Import React icon slash FA, and this is gonna be FA Google. Alright, after this one we need to import motion from Framer motion. Framer motion, and we're done with this. So we have the animate background. Now this is what is animating our background. It is gonna be this one when we go and log in. As you can see, these little animations, you can change the color and everything on those. So this is basically an SVJ here that we are getting these little bubbles from, and here we have the linear gradient that is going from one color to another, and then we have the width of the dots, and we have the logic here that we need to import. So this is gonna be the logic to our array.map function. So let's start over here with this. Let's say spread everything array of 20 dots maybe, right? And here we're gonna go to dot map. We're gonna use the dot map function over here, and then here we're gonna have a function that takes in the first parameter just like that, and the index. So the circle and the index. After this one we can add here a motion.div, and for this, or no, not div but circle, because this is going to be a circle and this is a self-closing tag. And here we want to say key equals to the index, and after that one we want to say r radius equals to math dot random over here multiplied by 20 plus 10. After this one, fill is gonna be set to this color over here, and then initial, we're gonna say, let's go a bit down. Initial, here what we want to do is initial, here we're gonna have an object within an object. Opacity, we're gonna be saying is math dot random, so the opacity is always random, and we're gonna multiply that with 0.5 plus 0.1, so it is never invisible, right? So it is always visible. X, we're gonna say is math dot random again, and then we want to multiply this by 100 plus percentage, so we know so this is a percentage, not just a number over here. And then we're gonna do the same for the y-axis. So this is for achieving that background with these little bubbles, all right? And they are going like that. So it is everything random and it is never the same. So next we need the animate, and here on animate it's gonna be the same, object within an object, and here what we wanna do is we wanna copy these two, paste it on animate, and we have it. And then we want to do the transition, transition, yep, that is what we need. Another object over here. Oops, why it is selected, I don't know why it is selected. So okay, this works now. Let's bring it up a little bit, and now we want to have the duration over here, and in here we want to say math.random again, and multiply 10 plus 20. Alright, after this one we have the repeat, and this is going to be infinity. They're always going to be spinning and moving around. Repeat type, the next thing is going to be reverse, so they don't go in circles and stuff. And now we are done with this. Now we can move down to the logic. So the logic is going to be down here. We can delete this, and now we can import a few use states. In fact, we're going to be having 4 or 5. So let's start with the use state snippet, and it's going to, the first is going to be loading, set loading, and it's going to be false. So the next is going to be error, set error, and it's going to be set to an empty string. After this one we have, first we need to configure our router. So const router equals to, it's going to be making use of the use router over there. Then we can move down use state snippet again, and it is gonna be the user and set user. So user, set user, and it's gonna be a object over here with name, email, password, and confirm password, which are these over here, all right? So after this one you will have a login and sign up screen that you can use on any project, which is going to be really nice. You can just copy paste this code. It's going to be like your own boilerplate code, all right? It's going to save you hours and hours of coding. So you have this down once, and you can just make a copy of this project how it is right now, and you will have a ready to made start project for forever, right? This is going to save you a lot of time. Name is going to be empty, email again empty, then we have an empty password, and as well a confirm password is empty too. Password empty too. So now this one is done. What we can do is create another use state, which is going to be the show password and the hide password, which is this one. All right, if we do here some numbers, show hide, which is amazing, which is like a real sign up screen, right? You need these icons, these functionalities to have a real sign up screen that is also looking professional. So use state snippet over here, and then we have our show password just like this, and set show password, and this is going to be false initially because it's going to be hidden. Then another one, use state snippet, it's going to be show confirm password. So show and set show confirm password, and this is going to be false as well. And now we need to handle input change. So we need to have a function over here handle the input changes, aka when a user is typing something. So, and we're gonna say const handle input change. Here we go, equals to a function, arrow function, and this arrow function is gonna get an event. All right, so in this event we're gonna say const, we're gonna destructure something from the event dot target, so, and spell it correctly. So from the event dot target we want the name and the value. All right, and here we want to say set user so the previous info, we want the previous info, and also we want the new info, right? So we are going to be saying here, this is going to be a function and an object inside. So we want everything that we have in the previous info, right? So if we have, for example, here we have the name, right? We have the email, and now we're going to the password. So now this function over here takes everything that we have previously. All right, it saves the name, it saves the email, and it only updates the password. All right, it adds the new letter to the password, but it takes everything that was before it. All right, so we don't just update one and delete everything else. No, we're saving all the other information, and we are implementing or inserting the new one in, with the old one being present there. All right, so we have the previous info over here, and then we say, for example, the name that we got is gonna be the value. All right, so in the name, meaning, for example, the name of, let's say here, this input, right? The name is name, or let's pick another one, not name. So the name of this input is email, right? And the value of this name that we have over here, the value of that input is going to be the value of the thing that the user types in. All right, and we are going to be setting the user with the name here. This is going to be called email in that case, and the email is going to be the user email. So the email is the user email. This is what we are doing here. We're setting these. So the email is going to be the user email. This is what we're doing, and the name is going to be the username, the password is going to be the user password. This is how we're handling this input over here, and this is done now. And after this one we can say handle the submit form, and here we want to say const handle submit, again an event, and we have our arrow function. No, this is going to be, sorry, this is going to be a e and a synchronous function, because this handles the submit. So we're going to be saying e dot prevent default. So we're not, so when we are clicking sign in, we're not taken to a new page automatically, but we are waiting for our function to take us somewhere. Set loading is gonna be true because we're loading, right? And here set error, we're gonna be having an empty error. After this one we have our try and catch block. All right, so let's go to our try and catch block, and let's configure the try block first. So here we're gonna be having a if statement, no user dot name or user dot email or user dot password or no user dot confirm password. So if we don't have these fields set, we wanna set error, and inside this error we wanna say please fill in all the fields. Please fill in all the fields. So we have an error statement over there, and then we wanna return return over here and stop the login. And now we want to say const email regex. So this is a regular expression that we need to configure, and this is a bit complicated, so let's follow this. So this is the best thing is so we can copy this. So I will leave the downloadable file inside this video so we can copy this. I will copy this safely because this is really complicated and we don't want to mess this. So give me a second to find this. Alright, so I found the regex and I implemented it in a text document, and you can download this in the video downloadable file. So let's copy this, let's save it here. So, and this is gonna be inside the starting file zip file as always, and you can just paste it in, alright, because this is very important. Now, if no email regex dot test, so we're testing this with the user dot email. So if this is not a valid email, then what do we want to do? We want to set error, like always, please provide the email address, and we want to return. So this is our way of checking that it is a valid email. So after this one, we want to say if the user dot password is not equals to user dot confirm password. So if those two are not equal, we want to say here set error please provide matching passwords. So that one is done. And now we wanna register the user. Registering the user finally, right? So here we wanna make a Axios post request. So const response equals to await Axios dot post, and we want to make a post request to /API /register. So this is our backend, right? /API, this folder over here, and /register. So every folder here too is a route. And then we have our route.js, and it is making a request to this one, the post, all right? Connecting to our database and creating a new user. So this is what it does there. And here, what we want to do is, sorry, not that. So here we have the request over here, and inside here is going to be what we are sending back, the details, all right? So we need to send something back. If we go inside our route over here, we are expecting a request.json file. So we are expecting something from our front end. We want the name, the email, and the password to actually create a user. So let's send those back. So we are making a request inside this route, and we are sending something back. The second thing is we're sending something back. So it is going to be an object, of course, because here we are destructuring the object, all right? And let's put in these fields now there. So name is going to be user.name, name like that. And next thing is the email, user.email, and the password is going to be user.password, just like that. And now we can go to the if statement. If the response status is 200, meaning everything is okay, or response.status is 201, meaning something is created. That is what the status code means. We're going to be saying log user registered successfully. And now we want to sign in the user. So after the user creates a new account, we want to automatically sign him in. Const sign in result. All right, equals to await and sign in. We want to make the sign in use from our next auth, and we want to sign in with credentials, not Coinbase. We had Coinbase even there. Look, you can sign in with anything, I swear. And it's very simple. You get the things that you need, like we did on the Google one. For example, here on the Google one, we needed the ID and the secret. And for example, for Coinbase, you need something like this too, which is easily findable, and you can log in with Coinbase or whatever you want. It is very versatile, and you have a lot of liberty here. So then we want to pass something down too. We want to pass the email that we need is going to be user.email, and we want to pass down the password. It's going to be user.password, and then we want to say redirect false. We don't want to go anywhere after this one. And then here we have if statement, sign in a result has an error. Then we want to display that error, set error. Here we have it something, or let's say error signing in. Error signing in, and after this error is done, we want to have a else statement over here that is a router.push, and we want to say take us to the home page, right? Take us to the home page if everything is good. And now we want to have the catch error block. The catch block over here, we want to log, for example, the error, and after we log the error, we want to set the error over here, so we have a bit better error handling. And we want to say error dot response if we have one, dot data if we have one, dot error. And if we don't have that, then occurred during registration. So that one is there. And now we want to have a finally block. So catch block ends here, and we want to have a finally set loading to false. So everything is done. Our logic has finished, and now we can go down. So now this one is done. We can go and take a look at the component now. So we have animate background that is wrapping our, so you have the animate background that is here, that is wrapping our application. So we have these little circles, and then we have the motion diffs, and we are giving it the initial, for example, opacity. All right, it's going from 0 to -50. Then we have the animate and the transition. So we have a little properties of the motion diff here. We have an image, which is our .logo.png that we have inside the public folder, public over here. And we don't have this one. You see, we are missing that one. Now we need the logo. So let's go. So we need this logo, right? Let me just set this public folder up so you can download this also inside the downloadable content from the video, and be right back. All right, so now we have the public folder as well with all the images that we need for the website. So you have all the images that I have inside the website, you have them too, so you can create the same looking beautiful website as me. So now you can download this too from the video downloadable folder, and these both are going to be inside a starting files zip component. So after that one is done, we can see in our public we have a lot of images. All right, a lot of images, and one is called logo. So let's find that logo. Where is it? Here, logo.png. So we're going there. So perfect. Next one, we have the form, which has the answer submit. So when we are clicking sign in or sign up, we are handling this function, which is the function that we created here, and that is handling all our logic and making a post, a request and everything. So this one is done there. And after that, whoops, I went a bit too far down, right? So sorry. So here we have the input for the name, we have the user icon and everything, we have the input over here, basic Tailwind CSS, and in the end we have our button that is handling, that is a type of button that is handling on click. No, this is the show. So this is the button type submit that is submitting our form. So this is the button over here, and we can change the color. If you want to change anything here, you can change the color and everything. So now it is indigo. You can make it to red, green, whatever you want. And if it is loading, it says creating account. If it is not loading, it says signing up or sign up. So that is very simple. Here we have a button that on click signs us in with Google, and we don't have to do anything else. Like there, we don't have to create a function or anything. NextAuth handles that in and on itself, and we are being taken to the Google login page. And then we have sign in, already have an account, and this takes us to /login. Alright, so let's start up our server and let's see how we're looking. So npm run dev, and it is starting. Let's go to local host 3000 over here, and this is now creating our website, compiling everything. So here we are. Let's go to /sign in. Nope, this is not it. How did we name it? Sign up. Oops, sorry, yo. Sign up. So we're going to sign up over here, and this is compiling. Use router was not mounted. Alright, so we have a error over here in the use router. Use router was router. Use router, next router. Next router is not mounted. How can this be? Oh, this is a bad import over here. So the use router is coming from next navigation. Sorry, that was a mistake. So now we have our login page or sign up page. Now let's go to our database. Let's go to our database over here. So connect. So we have a empty database. All right. Now let's try to create. So test1 at test.com. All right. Test these. All right, everything works. Sign up. So it is creating our account. Bcrypt is not a function. So here bcrypt.js. So register salt. Let's await. Let's comment this out. Let's put 10 over here, and let's see now. Sign up. Bcrypt.js. So this is not the problem over here. We have a problem Bcrypt.js. Maybe we didn't install it right, so let's say npm I bcrypt.js. Alright, so everything is installed. It should be working now. Alright, let's test it again. And we will do some further debugging if this comes up again. bcrypt.js default salt. Alright, so let's see what is causing our problem over here. Add API register. So our error is inside here. So let's see. We have bcrypt.js from bcrypt.js. This is not the problem. As we go down over here, gen salt equals 10. Over here, this is also good. bcrypt.js.hash password. This is good. Let's go now to the user over here. No, this is not order, review, product, and here mongoose. No, that's not it. Register. So we have a problem over here. Alright, so we had a simple mistake over here, which was this one. The hash password is not supposed to be a salt over here, but hash, because we are generating the salt here and we are hashing the password over here. So now if we go back and let's say test2 and test2 at test.com, and now let's close this. Let's go here and then here, and we sign up, creating an account. Now we have an account created. Let's go here and refresh. So now we have our test and we have our user, and here we have it, right? And here this one is named test. So let's go now and check out our string. This should be named Udemy Ecom, but for some reason this one is named test, and we are gonna be taking a look at that later, and we will see why that is, and we will change that later. So for now this one is working. As we go along, we will debug, we will see the real-time errors and everything, so you have a real good understanding how you develop these apps. So now our sign up is done. Let's go to our login and let's finish that one up as well. So let's go back to login over here. Now let's finish this one up. So we can sign up now, and now we want to be able to log in, right? So now let's log in. Oh no, first a good thing that we need, is we need a page where we need some kind of page where we can log out, right? Because now we are logged in. If we go back, now we are logged in, right? We have the application, cookies, we have a cookies that's set from NextAuth, we have a local storage that is set from NextAuth, right? We have the data, the session and everything, so we want to be logging out as well. So let's create a page here inside the app called dashboard, and we don't need this in the real application. New page.jsx RAFCE, so we have dashboard, but here so we can log out and stuff, right? So let's mark this as a use client, and here we want to have the import from over here, import from NextAuth / React, because we're using React. We want the sign out and the use session, so we can see if we are logged in properly. All right. After this one, we can go inside our dashboard, and here we can say const data from the session, use session. So we want all, so we want all of the data from the session that the user is logged in now. And here now we can modify this div. We can make that empty. Here we can have a class name, some tailwind CSN, so min. We're gonna say height screen, so it's gonna take all of our screen. by of 20, so padding top and bottom of 20, which is the equivalent of 80 pixels. Here inside we want to have a div. Let's give it a class name as well, w/full. All right, then max/w/2xl. We don't want it to be that big. We want it in the grid format. Then we want to have place items. We want them in the center, and mx auto, so we have everything centered. Auto over here. Then py of 40. We're just gonna make this very simple, gap of 6. Then we're gonna say big E background scale to 50. Now inside this div we're gonna be having a span. So span over here will welcome to the dashboard, and here we want to have a class name which is gonna be text for XL. The tag is gonna be big, tracking /wide, font semi-bold, font semi-bold, capitalize, and text is gonna be having a color, let's say text slate here 800, right? So after this span over here we want to display the username. So how do we do that? So we go into the so if there is a session, we want to say, and we want to use the and operator. So if this left side is true, then we show this side. If this one is not true, then we don't show this side. All right, now we want to say here we want to have a span that is the here session dot user. Here we have it dot name, so we have everything there that we need, right? Session dot user dot name, and we can give it some styling as well. So class of let's say text to XL. Here tracking is gonna be normal, by of 10, font /semi-bold. So we have a font of semi-bold as well. And here what we can do is leave this as it be. I think this one is good. And under these two we can have a button from our UI component, and inside this button we want to say log out. Let's give it some styling. Class name is gonna be of background. Let's give it a variant. Let's go to our button over here, destructive. So copy dashboard, and variant is gonna be set to destructive, text white, and rounded LG. Let's see how this looks. All right, let's give it some padding also, padding. All right, we need some padding so that, and uppercase. So this one is done now. We have the dashboard ready. Let's go to our /dashboard. So use session, must be wrapped in a session. So now we need to set up our layout over here. and we're going to be doing this provider. So we need the provider first. So let's go first to the layout over here, and here what we want to do is we want to import auth provider from add/components, all right, slash here. And now we're gonna wrap this. We have our HTML, we have our body, we have our children. Here we're gonna be saying auth provider is gonna be wrapping up this. So we wrap this up. Let's copy this name. Let's go to our components, new file, auth provider.jsx, and here we can actually create it now. So inside the components we are going to be creating, and this is the thing that wraps everything up, and we can use that. So this one is going to be very simple. So we're going to say here use client, and then import here from our next auth /react, and here we want the session provider. So now we can have a function auth provider. We need to name it the same way that we did, and the children are being passed over here just like we did inside the layout. And inside here we want to return a, you guessed it, session provider that we had on top, and this is gonna wrap up the children. So what you can do is you can have this over here, all right, you can have this over here, and you can change this with this. It is gonna work the same, or you can do it like this. So I'm gonna do it like this, and here we have a error. It says auth provider components as provider. Okay, this is not named like that because components. Let's take a look over here. So we have we named it auth, or we named it something else. So auth provider over here. So that was just the naming. So now refresh over here. Let's see what it is saying. Forgot to built-in class function, default imports. So default, let's go here, auth next client auth provider. We didn't export this, so export default here. So now it is all set. All right, now we can go to dashboard, and here we see welcome to dashboard task 2. This is our username, and we can log out. So now we log out, and log out. Does it log us out or not? I think it does not log us out. Let's take a look over here. So let's go to dashboard page, log out, destructive. But this doesn't actually do anything now because we haven't set it up to have an on click. So what do we do when we click this? So on click, we want to do something, right? So we want to have here a function that is executing our sign out. All right. So now log out, and the name disappears. And if we go here inside our application, and we have the cookies over here, you can see the next auth cookies are reset, or I don't know if that user slate. So everything is empty. You can see everything is empty, and we are logged out. So here we go. Now this is our dashboard, so we can log out and stuff. Let's go back to sign up, all right, and we can make it so that we are being taken there. So register, not here, so we need the sign up page. Alright, so after we successfully log in, so we want to go to /dashboard. Let's test this out. Or no, let's code the login, and we can test that out with the login as well. So this one. Let's go now to the login page over here, and let's do our imports. So login page, here we come, and after this one, our login is our authentication login sign up is going to be done for our website, which is a very big section. So let's do here import. We want to have the icons from Lucid React, and have the mail like we did, lock, alert circle, and then we want to have the image, next image. After that we want the use state from React. We want the use router, and next navigation now, not router like we did before, that was bad. Import, we want the sign in. Next auth React, we want the input. From components, we want the button. From components, we want the from React icons, we want the Google login, and we want the motion from Framer motion. Alright, so now in our animate background we want actually the same thing that we had inside the register. So this is the same thing, so we don't have to code it again. And after this one we can go back to the login here and actually have our logic. So a lot of stuff is gonna be here the same, so we can go back to our sign up, and we can go here and we can copy this section, login, paste it. Alright, so here we wanna have a loading, so we wanna have the router set up, we wanna have a loading, we want to have the error, the user, and here we want to change is the this and this. So we only have an email and a password now. We have his name, right? And the thing show password, we can delete these two as well. So we are doing a bit of cleanup over here, and this everything remains the same here. Now after this one, handle submit function. So let's code this ourselves. Const handle submit, and this is gonna be basically the same. We can also copy this from here so we don't make it extra long, or we can code it ourselves. Let's better code it step by step so we don't make a mistake, right? Well, you see one simple mistake inside the hashing and our application didn't work. So prevent default over here so that it doesn't take us to a new page as soon as we click the submit button. So we're gonna have a loading of true, we're gonna have a try catch block, and finally block here set loading to false. So let's go here and let's say if no user dot email or no user dot password, then we want to have a set error over here which says please fill in all the fields. After this one, a very important thing what we need is the error handling of the, or no, that is gonna come later. So now what we need to do is have the email regex. This one we can actually copy, this one, and say this one. All right, so these two we can actually copy over here, and if there is no regex, we are saying that invalid email address. After this one, we want to have our const response await. Oops, I'm all capsing. Const response equals to await axios dot, and here we wanna, oh no, not axios, sorry, but we wanna use our sign in method with the credentials. Okay, let's wait for the auto import here that we set up in our auth login logic, and here we want to send back the email password. So email is gonna be user dot email, and password is gonna be user dot password, and redirect is gonna be false. So this one is set now as well, and after we have this one set, it is gonna be very easy because this is our main login function. So if response, here we have if response dot error, then we want to have a display error over here, which is gonna be, first let's log it, let's log the response so we can see where the error is, and set error to invalid credentials, just like that, and an else function that says, so if we have that, if we have a response dot error, set the error with that, and if we have just a regular, if everything goes well, we wanna say set error to nothing, and router dot push us to, let's go now to dashboard. So here, and this is gonna be done, and finally we set the loading to false. So after this one, this is practically the same page as the login one, as the sign up one. We have basically the same components over here, and this is explained. So now let's go to sign. Let's see if this takes us. So login is working. Now test one, and we're here. So we can log out. All right, and we are going to, let's go to login again. Sign up with Google. We can choose a Google account. Continue. And now we are signed up with Google, and our name is over here. So as you can see, we can sign up and sign in now with our email, password, and also with Google, and everything works. So this is all done, and our application is looking very, very nice now. So we have the one building block of the application done, which is very important, the login and the sign up aspect of our website. So now you know how to create top of the line, industry ready login and sign up pages. So in the next video, we are going to be continuing to build the application. So see you there. Alright, so welcome back. So in this video, we're going to be continuing to build our backend or the API folder. So right now we have, let's close all these things right here, right? So we have a better overview. So right now we have only the auth routes and the register route, right? So now let's go and create our backend. Furthermore, let's have all our backend routes and logic ready, and then we can start with the creation of our front end, like we did with the with the pages over here, with the login and the sign up pages. It was very easy to implement all of these when we have our logic ready and when we can make our post request, right? So if we have our backend ready and set up, everything in our front end is gonna work perfectly. So let's close all of these and let's continue to build our backend. So let's create a new folder called, we have a lot of things to create here. We can do the checkout, we can do the products, we can do the review, everything else, but yeah, let's do the orders in this video. Let's call it orders with an S. Alright, so orders, here we're gonna have a new folder, and this is gonna be order ID like this, and inside this folder we're gonna have a route.js, and inside the orders we're gonna have a route.js. So we will have one route being API / orders / and then our, let me do this like this, then our ID is gonna be here, and then we're gonna have one API / orders. All right, so we can make a request to both of these. All right, and they're gonna be serving different purposes, as you will see now. So now we are inside the orders and order ID, and inside here what we want to create is we want to import firstly from next /server. Next server, we want the response as always, so next response. This is very important. All right, so we can send something back like we did inside the register and the auth logic. So next we want to do import db connect from our utilities, db connection, config db connection is this db connection. All right, this is perfect, and import order from our model orders. The auto import is working wonders, and we want to import, and here we want to say something, here we want to destructure something. So from, we want to go into util /model /product. All right, and here we want to import the product. So here we have it, right? So this was the difference that I wanted to show you from the export default, and here we can import it like this, right? Because it's a default, we can also name this order 1. We can do whatever we want, it is gonna work. And here inside the product we export it as a constant. All right, we cannot change this. When we import it, we need to destructure it and have that exact name for it to work. So this is the key difference between those two imports. So now let's say export asynchronous function of get, which is going to be a function that has a request and takes some parameters, right? And these parameters are going to be used to get the order ID. So const from the params is this one. Let me show you in the real website. So let's go here. So when we go to a product page, right, we click on this. So everything that is after the slash, so if we go on products, or let's say this is orders, right, and after orders we have this in brackets orders ID. So the number that is here can be accessed by that constant that we name it, right? If we name it order ID here, we can destructure it here. So equals to params, and we can get the order ID just like we specified it here. So we can get that number from there, and we can await our database connection so that we can do something, and we can have a try and catch block over here. Let's get rid of the error block first. So we can say log and error order, and then over here we're gonna have our error. So next we need a return statement, because this is a get request. We need to return something. Return next response dot JSON. Here we're gonna have a few parameters. So error is gonna be server error add bi slash order slash, so we know where the error is. After this one we want to have a status. So first we specify the error or the response, then we specify the status, always in Next.js 14 next response. So 500 is the code for internal server error. Now let's go ahead and try and code our logic. So const order is gonna be await order dot find by ID, and here we're gonna have the order ID dot populate. So we want to populate something. It is gonna be inside our, where it is gonna be that, where is the product that we, so this populate function is, so here if we go back inside our order we have our cart products, right? And inside the cart products we have a field named product, and this field is of a type object ID, meaning it is a product in and on itself. So this product has all these fields, right? So when we are making this request, we only have the ID, and we want to get back the order, but also we want to get back the products that are inside the order, not just the order and then just an ID there, right? So we are saying populate me this ID, and we are going to be finding that from cart products. Let's see if I have this right. Let's go on order, copy cart products, right? That is good. And model is the product model. So we have this one ready. Now we can fetch the order and everything is good. So let's implement a fail safe. If there is no order, we want to return, let's get this, let's get all of this here, and let's say failed to fetch order. All right, and with a status of 404 not found, because this is the status of 404, meaning the order is not found. And basically this is it. Now what we need to do is have a response if everything is running correctly. Next response.json, and we want to send back the order. This is as simple as that. So this one is finished now, and now we can close this down. We can open the next one. We can open the order, this one, the orders and the route.js. All right, and in this logic what we want to do is we want to fetch all orders. We want to implement the pages here. So if we go inside the, for example, if we go here, or let's log in with our Google account. So let's go to admin panel order so we can take a real look. So we want to fetch a few orders, all right, and then we want them to be inside of pages. All right, and if we go to the next page, we want the next few orders, and the next page we want the next few orders. All right, so we are going to be implementing the pagination here. All right, so we are fetching the orders as we go. We're not fetching all of them. We're only fetching those in that page that we are currently in, and we're going to be setting up a limit, and And well, this is going to be the orders API call or API route. So let's get a few imports from here. Actually, we can just copy all of this. This is going to be the same. So we have that. Asynchronous function of get and request over here. We can also write it like this, or the full word, whatever you want. So await database connection again, firstly, and then const, you want to have here new URL. All right, and here's going to be, oops, just like this, new URL over here, and we want to say here request.url. So from our URL, we want to be getting a few things. So search params is going to be the first one, and then we can move down to const. Let's set our page, parse int search params dot get. So from here we want to get the page. All right, and if we don't have that, it's gonna be 1. Then we want to say copy this limit, it is gonna be here limit, and maximum is gonna be 5. So 5 orders per page, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we can set this up to 10. You can change this, how many orders you want to show inside your orders page. And the email is going to be search params dot get email. So if, for example, here there is no email, so I wrote that wrong, .json. All right, and here we want to have the same thing. We want to have the error failed to get email. Email is required. And then we want to have the status 404. Or 400 because we couldn't get it. Now, next thing what we need to do is under this, we want to have a const skip. Here we want to have page -1 x limit. So this is our skip constant over here, and then we have a try and catch block. So let's go inside the try block and fetch our orders. So const orders equals to await order dot find all the orders for this email. So all the orders for this email that this user has done. And we have populate over here, that we can populate something, and we want to get this from here like we did it. All right, these two, go back, have them inside there. After that one, we want to dot sort. We want to sort this, so we want to sort this with a created at, all right, -1. This means we want to show the most recent ones first, because if we go inside our database, let's go inside our database, let's go to Udemy here, and we have our database. All right, you can change this name later. So we have the users, right? So the latest one shows up last, and we want to change that, we want to flip that. So we are doing the -1, we are flipping that. And we want to say dot skip, and this is going to be our skip function. And here we want to say dot limit. Also we want to limit it with our limiter over here, how many we can fetch. All right, so if we go inside our web page, if we have the orders, we want to limit how much we are fetching on each call. Or if we go here, all right, with this email, how many orders we have over here. So this email has only 4 orders. This is what we're doing, and this is done. So const, we want to say total orders equals to await order dot count documents. We want to count documents of this email, how many orders we have, and we want to say const has more equals to total orders is bigger than skip plus orders dot length. All right, and then we want to have our infinite scroll over here. So let's go ahead and create some orders. So let's proceed to checkout. All right, let's proceed to checkout. All right, go back. So we have a few more orders now. Let's see, so we need a lot more. Can we copy? No, this is on the live website, right? So I want to show you the infinite scroll that we're doing, but let's do it. All right, so I'm just gonna create a lot of mock orders. Let's go back again, proceed to checkout, do it again, and again. All right, checkout again, back, proceed to checkout again. Let's see if we can get it to have an infinite scroll now. No, we're showing them again. Let's go back here. Let's do a 3 more or something, right? So back, let's do 2 more. Right, back, let's do 1 more. But we will trigger it eventually, all right? But this list needs to be big. So yeah, copy here. Let's go here now to our profile, orders, load more orders. As you can see, we have infinite scroll over here. So this is how you implement the infinite scroll. See, we are checking if we have more, and this is the skip, which is the page -1, and the limit, so 5 is gonna be this number is gonna be here. Let's log. We're gonna log this number later so you can see what this is. Plus orders dot length, how many orders we have, is gonna be plus this. If we have 15 orders, then we're checking if we have more than 15 orders. If we have more than 15 orders, we are gonna be returning something over here, because on the live website it works, but here it's not complete yet. We want to return our next response .json, and here we want to say orders. We want to return our orders, our has more, here it is now, and our total orders. All right, and these are going to be implemented inside our live website to achieve this functionality, which is going to be the load more. So go here, load more, and we get the rest of them. So this one is done. Now we need to go down. We need to log our error, and let's go here, copy this whole block here, paste it, intersat API/orders. Let's do this. Fetching orders. Now this one is done. Now we want to update our put function. So what is a put function? A put function is a function that lets you update stuff. Export function put. This is how you write it. Request, and here we go. So this one is this here. Let's go now. See it live in action, what we're doing. So this one is products. So here, for example, when we are going here, all right, delivered, or no, this is gonna be the delivered status. This one is not for the admin panel. This one is for here, orders, few details, orders. So this in the order is not in the product. So this one is it. We are going to be implementing this one. As you can see, we have a bunch of orders, and when the order arrives to our customer, we want to mark it as delivered, just like that. You see? And it updates in our database in real time. So we are doing that one. And we are updating the order, and we're updating this one. Order, we're updating the status. So we're setting it from processing to shipped to delivered. So this is what we're doing over there. Now let's continue. Put function. As always, let's await DB connection over here. After that, we want to have a try catch block. Here we're going to have a const order ID, await request.json. So we are going to be sending the order ID from our front end. If we click this, all right, we have this order, right? And this order has an ID, just like it has an email, a test, a city, a postal code, everything. And when we click this, we are sending the order's ID to our backend automatically, and we are using the request.json to get a hold of it. So this one is it, and the order ID is here. All right, now after this one is done, we want to say if there is no order ID, of course, we want to return an error. So let's copy this. All right, let's go back here. Next, the response, we have it imported, or we could have just copied the error from here, but it doesn't really matter. So let's update our message. Now this is done. If a request is done, let's go now and say const date that order equals to await order dot find by ID and update. We want to make use of that function, and here we want to say order ID is the ID, so find it by that ID and update few fields. So status is going to be set to delivered, it's this one. Status is going to be set to status is going to be set to that. And next thing what we want to change is the order ID status delivered, and yeah, we want to set this to new true. All right, so this is a new product now. This is not the old one, so don't give us the old one, but give us the new one with the new fetched with the new set property inside the status. Populate, we know what this is. All right, and we can go ahead and grab these over here. Oh, sorry, so this is like that, and after this one we can leave it. This one is done, and we have an if statement. If no update order, let's copy this. All right, here, and we are gonna say here order not found 404. All right, so this one is set now as well. Now what we can do is we can continue and we can write our return function. If everything is right under this one, return next response, of course, .json, because this is what we're parsing back and forth. And here we want to say, or well, here we want to return a message of order status updated to delivered, so we know what happened. All right, and what we are modifying. And order, we want to set this to the updated order, so we can access this inside data.order. We have our updated order and we can display it here. So after we click on it, we display it with this one, right, delivered. And now if we click on it, they're going to be marked as delivered. So this one is it. And after this one, we have our catch, we have our error block. We can just copy it from here, the whole thing. So copy, paste. And we're done with our API/orders logic. So we have our orders logic there. Let's Control S, and this is going to be formatted nicely. So now we have this one done. And in the next video, we're going to be continuing to build our backend. So see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back. So in this video, we are going to be coding up the next section or next API route of our backend, which is going to be the change password route, because we're going to go from chronological order down and we're going to be finishing this backend up in no time. So let's get started with the change password route. So we're going to call this change word like this with a hyphen in the middle, and make sure you type it exactly like me, because we are going to be using this in the front end, because every one of these is an API route in and on itself. So let's create a new file over here, route.js. Let's close this because we don't need it. We're not going to be testing these routes now. We're going to be testing them when we are creating our front end. We tested the login and the register routes just as a demonstration purpose, so you know what we're doing and why we're doing certain things the way we are. So here, let's import a few things. So import from next server. As always, we need our next response. Then what we need is get server session from next auth, get server session next auth, and next auth slash, we have to be here from next. So that's what we need over there. Then we need the auth options. Then after auth options, we need our bcrypt. We need to import this manually. Bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Then we need user from our models. Then we need to import this manually. So import, let's call it connect MongoDB. So this is our connection from utils slash configurations slash database connection. So here we go. Now let's export our post function. So export async function post. This is how we create our post functions inside Next.js 14. Request over here, and here we go. So here we're gonna have our connection. After that we are gonna be having a few if statements and a return. So let's do this. Await connection to MongoDB, or you can just call this connect. Just connect. However you want to call it, it is the same because we are exporting a default over here. So we are exporting a default. We are not naming this a specific way. You can do it however you want. So const session equals await and get server sessions with our auth options. So this way we can get, just like how we did here, dashboard, we're getting the session from NextAuth React, and here we're getting from we are getting the session from NextAuth and Next, because this is the backend of the application. This is why we're doing that. And then if no session, what we want to do, of course, we want to return a next response.json. Here we want to have our error, and we want to say not authenticated, and we want to have our status of 500 or no 401, not authenticated. And here we want to say const body next, const body await request.json. This is how we get the stuff back from our front end. And after this one, we want to destructure some things from the body. So from the body, we want to get the current password and the new password. So current password, just like that, and new password, just like that. And now what we want to do is we want to say if current password, or if there is no current password or a new password, we want to return this. All right, and with the status code of 400, missing fields over here, sync fields. Now this one is done, and after that we can say const user equals to await user dot, and we have to find one. So we're going to be finding this user based on our email. All right, email is going to be, you guessed it, from the session dot user dot email. So we are going into our database, right? Let's go, let's open our database real quick, our Atlas, MongoDB Compass, and let's go over here, and we are in our database, and we are fetching this based on the email. So we're saying, where is this email? And we have specified that this is a unique, right? If we go in our user over here, we type in email or unique true. So no user can sign up twice. So this is a really good way to fetch our user with the email over here. Now let's close this. Let's close all of these. We don't need them. Now we are fetching that user based on our email and that he's logged in, and we are getting the user from the server session. So when the user is logged in, if we go here, so when the user is logged in, right, we can get the data of the user in the front end, but also in the back end using the next get server sessions. So this is how we do it. You have full liberty, and basically you can build authentication in any website now after you know these few things, right? And you can do whatever you want with the database, with the user. It is like the the knowledge that you need to create any website. For example, you can have this website that we did here, upload it in GitHub or copy paste it somewhere, and when you want to start a new project, you already have the authentication set up and you can focus only on building the features of the website, which is amazing, right? Later on you will also have the payment system ready. You can create anything that you want in 1/4 of the time that it would take you to create this website. So this is the beauty of it. So let's not digress and let's continue. Let's have an if statement here, if no user, and then we want to say return. Let's copy this, and no user found. Status here also 400. All right, so after we have that one, we want to say if the password is valid. So const is password valid. So we want to check if the password is valid. So we want to say await bcrypt.compare. Let's not make a mistake here again. We want to say current password with the user's password, and if they are matching, then we can move on. But if they're not matching and this one is a false statement, we want to return a next response, and the passwords doesn't match, and here we're gonna have a status code of 402. All right, now the next thing what we want to do is actually we want to hash the new password. So const hashed password equals to await bcrypt dot hash. Let's not make that mistake again. And then we have the new password, and we wanna give it 10 salt rounds. So this one is gonna be hashed again, and it's gonna look like this. This is a hashed password, you see? And only bcrypt can decrypt this and give us the normal password back when we wanna log in. So after this one is done, we wanna say await user dot find by ID and update. So we want to find the user by ID, user dot underscore ID. So that is going to be the ID, and then we want to update a few fields. So password, we want to update it with a hashed password. And after this one is done, we can just return a message that says the user has been updated. So let's do that now. Let's say here .json, and we want to say here user's password updated successfully. And this one is it. So now we have the logic to change our password, and it's gonna be this one. If we go in the profile, we go on settings, security, and we can change our password over here, right? So we are inputting our current password and our new password, like we're getting back here, current password, new password from the request.json that we're sending from our front end to our backend when we are making the API call. So an API call is this one. Let's go into sign up. So API call is this one. You see, we are making an API call to this route, which is our backend over here, and we are sending a few fields back that we get from our inputs over here. So this is basically the connection between these entities. Now we can open this one up, and this one is done. And I think everything is explained here, and now you know Now you have more knowledge, and doing this a few times really helps. So now you understand the code and you can do it alone pretty much easy because you have seen it once and you know the logic behind it. So even if you need a few guidelines, come back here, look at the code, but you know how to do it and you know where to find it. That is the most important thing in programming. You can build any application once you have built one or two big ones. And this one is it for this video. In the next video, we're going to be continuing to build our API route. So see you in the next one. So let's move to our next API route, which in alphabetical order will be the checkout route. So let's create a folder over here, checkout, and here we're going to be having our route.js as always, and here we can start to import our stuff. So let's go here and copy all of these so we have something already imported. So we don't need this. All right, we don't need that one. We need the next response. We don't need this. We don't need the bcrypt.js. All right, we need the connection though, and we don't need the user. So these two we can leave. And we can say import. Now we can import the order. After the order, we can import the product. So product. After the product, we can import Stripe. Stripe from Stripe. So after this one, what we can do is start our, configure const Stripe equals to new Stripe. So let's configure our process.env over here, and this is going to be the Stripe secret. We need this to establish the connection with Stripe. So Stripe secret key. So this is it, right? So copy this one and paste, and here we have it. So now we can say export async function. It's gonna be a post one, and the request over here, and now we can have a try catch block, and inside the try block we can log something that we are in here. We can log starting the checkout process, or you can delete this all altogether, however you want. Await connect, so we're connecting to our database, and const body, we're gonna get something from our body equals to await request.json, just like this, so we get everything from the front end. Then we're gonna destructure something from the body. So the things that we need to create the Stripe checkout page. So the Stripe checkout page is this one. When we go to proceed checkout, we make our order, right? And we say go to checkout. So this page over here is hosted, as you can see by the URL, checkout.stripe.com. So this is hosted by Stripe. This is not our website anymore. This is hosted by Stripe, and when we make a valid payment over here, Stripe checks the validity of the credit card and everything, so we don't get false payments. So let's continue shopping. So now what we want to do is we want to get here name, email, city, postal code, street address, country, cart items, which is very important. We want the cart items to see what the user is actually buying, and the user itself. So after this one is done, we can move down and we can say if cart items is empty or cart items equals to 0. Here we want to say dot length, right? Then we want to return here, return next response dot JSON, and we want to say here error, oops, cart is empty, and then we want to throw a status of 400. So status of 400. Now we're done with this. We can go down, and here we can log the cart items. So log, we can say here cart items over here, so we can see what the user is buying in our log while we're making the purchase. And then we can say const product IDs equals to cart items dot map. So let's map them and get the item from each cart item, and return the item dot ID. So this is how we get the IDs. And now we want to say const unique IDs over here, and this is gonna be the array of, so spread operator, right? New set of product IDs. So here we go. We have this one configured as well, and we want to say log. Let's log them. Unique IDs and unique IDs. So here we go. Now after this one, what we want is a let variable. We're gonna name this product infos, right? Product infos, like this, and here we're gonna have a try and catch block. So now inside the try block, we can have the product infos be equal to await, and now we're gonna make use of the product model dot find, and here we want to find some products based on a few parameters. So the first one is gonna be ID, is gonna be unique ID. So, and this is gonna be it. And then we can log the found product. So we can log them here and say product info. So this one is it. So this is a let variable, not a constant, so we can change it, right? So now it's empty, then it's gonna be these products that we have over here. All right. And then catch is gonna be the return. So let's say this one. All right, return next response error, and let's say here error fetching products, code 500 over here because it's an internal server error. And after this one, we're gonna have an if statement if there is no product infos. So if there is no products, or the product infos dot length equals to 0. If it's empty, then we're gonna return this as well. Again, no products found over here, found, and then code of 400. All right. Now let's configure the line items. So let line items equals to 0. This is what Stripe needs in order to create the checkout page. So imagine it like this, right? When we were going to this checkout page, right? So we need the product. So we need the name of the product. We need how much we are buying and how much each is, you know. So this information we are giving to Stripe to host us this page. So we are giving it to Stripe. So we're giving the Stripe the line items and some more information, which is gonna be let total equals to 0, and then we're gonna change this as we go dynamically. Let order cart products equals to empty array. So we have those variables now set up. Now for we are gonna have a for loop over here, and we're gonna say const cart items, all right, of cart items. Open this for loop, and here we can say const product infos. Yep, product info, not infos. Here is product infos, that is right. Here is without an S. So just info, don't make a mistake on that naming. And here is gonna be product infos now with S. Alright, dot find. And here we need to find something. So we're gonna have a product here and a function that is returning us the product dot underscore ID dot to string, just like that. This function makes it a string equals to cart items. I think this one cart item. So this cart item actually is coming from, so we have the cart items over here, cart item here. So cart item of cart items. All right. So I think this one is not, so cart item. So this one is not specified, but this for loop searches the singular cart item from the cart items. That is right, that is good. And now we can say dot ID over here, and we have it set up now. So this one is good now. Now we can go down, and we have the for statement still inside the for statement, and we need the if statement over here. If product info, now without an S, if there is a product info, we can say const quantity equals to cart item dot quantity, or null. We can leave it like that. And if quantity is bigger than 0, then inside this if statement we can say total plus equals to the cart item with a singular cart item. No, sorry, this is not a cart item, but this will be the product info in singular dot price quantity. So the total price is going to be how much each individual product is worth and multiplied by the quantity. So that's our total price. So line items is gonna be, we are gonna push something inside the line item. So it's gonna be the price underscore data, and then we're gonna have price underscore data currency. That's not in capital, that's in lowercase. So we're going to be having the currency, which is going to be USD, and then we're going to be having the, are we having this problem over here, expected that. So we have the line items dot push, and we have this. Now let's cut this out. Okay, so we have this, line items, and this is gonna be a new, gonna be here, here, here. No, that's not right. So we need to configure it like this. Price data first, then this one opens up. So that was a mistake. So currency is gonna be in USD, or you can change it in whatever currency you want. After that one, product data, we need the data of the product, which is gonna be set to another object. I know this is a bit confusing, but bear with me. After this one, it's gonna be really clear. So it's gonna be product info dot name, and after this one you will have a checkout ready for every application that you build. So you will save a ton of time after this one is done. So you code it once, you have it as a boilerplate always. Unit underscore, then we have the unit amount, which is going to be a math dot round function. We are rounding up the product info dot price, multiplying by 100, so we get the price or the amount. And now after this one we have the quantity, which we also need to specify. And after this one we can leave this if statement, and then we can say order cart products dot push. So we push now to the order cart products, order cart product dot push, and here we want to push the product equals to, is gonna be the product info singular dot underscore ID. After that we have the quantity, and this one is gonna be quantity as well, and price is gonna be the product info in singular dot price. So we have this one set now, and after these two we have the if statement, and here we have the, here is the if statement. All right, so after the if statement we want to have an else statement. So else log, we're gonna log here something, product not found, or the product ID not found, this, and now we need to cart item dot underscore ID. So we didn't find this ID in our database, meaning this does not exist, and you cannot make a checkout if we don't have that in our database, right? And after this one, what we can do is move 1, 2 down, just before the 1, 2 down, just before the catch block. We can make some space, and then we can say let order document be a variable in and on itself, and then have a try and catch block over here inside the try and catch block. So this is our second nested try and catch block. So here we want to say order doc equals to await order dot create. Here we want to create a new order. So this is the part when we go back over here. If we go on proceed checkout, all right, if we fill all of these in, we are creating a new order. So we are creating a new order, then we're going to the checkout page. So then we can see it in our orders if it is paid or not. So even the orders that are not paid, we still have them here, and we can, well, send the users an email saying like, here is 10% off your order if you make a purchase right now. We can do that like the big website. So this is why we have it here. So we're creating the order with the name, with the email, city, postal code, street address, country, and then paid is gonna be false, and then cart cart products are gonna be the order cart products, and after this one we have total and user. So let's save this. All right, creating the order with these. Now let's go down. I don't know why this is not formatted well. Let's format it ourselves. So like this, paid false, so these two, and the user. So now we have it like that, right? So now what we need to do is, everything is looking good there. So we are creating the new order, and then we need to configure our error block, or let's say here, log order created, order doc. All right, order document here. So now we can send a response over here. Let's go copy this right here, and here we can say error creating order. So with a status of 500, because it is an internal server error. Now after this one, all right, we are still, now we're going back out of this try catch block to our initial try and catch block. Now we need to create Stripe session finally, right? So let session be a variable in and on itself, and let's have a try and catch block here, and inside this try block, session is gonna be equal to await Stripe, like this, dot checkout dot session dot create. So we are creating a new Stripe checkout session now, and we're gonna be saying payment types. Let's go to payment types. So payment types are gonna be card, so we're gonna be accepting card. Then line items is line items. Mode is gonna be a payment, and then success URL, this is gonna be our, so dynamically, so here we're gonna be saying process.env dot next public URL. Let's go copy that environment. So next public URL. So copy this one, public URL here, and we want to say here slash checkout slash success, and then order ID. This is gonna be equals to our order doc dot underscore ID. So later we can fetch this one. So if we go here, no, this one is a success URL. So if we make a successful purchase, we can say view order, or so we can go here, right? Success. So we can view this order summary after we are making a purchase. And then cancel URL is gonna be basically the same. Copy paste, and then we need to say checkout slash cancelled, just like this. And then what we need to configure is the metadata. So we want the metadata here, so we can have our Stripe webhooks and stuff. Order ID is gonna be the order document dot underscore ID dot to string, like this. So the metadata has an order ID, and then after this one, we can say just log created and session.id, and here this one. So now we're done with this one too, and then our error is going to be simple return statement with the error here, and this is going to be error creating Stripe session. Done. Now we want to return here. So after this one, it is the catch error. Then we can go. So we have one bracket. No, so we have this one, and then we have to go down here. Say return next response dot JSON. Here, what we want to respond is the URL, so we can open that window. It's going to be session.url. All right, and then what we want to return, the next thing is the status of 200. So after we click on this, all right, after everything is done, we click on this and Stripe gives us this URL. So after we get this URL, we want to open a new window with this URL. So this is it. This is what we are doing here. So we can make then, we can say return a response.data.url, and we have this URL inside our frontend, and we can create a new window. So that's how they interconnect with each other. And now here, what we want to say is, so this one URL session.url looks good. Now we want to return an error statement over here. We want to say error, internal server error. At API checkout, status 500, that is good. And something else over here, we want to return the details, because this is very important. Error dot message, and then we want to say the stack is going to be error dot stack. So this one is done. Now we can just format it like this, status 500, and we are done. So this one is currency. We can remove this, we don't need it. So we have an error here. It says here, where is the error here? Oh, it says we have two problems. All right, so let's see where we have those problems at. Let's see. Is it showing anything? All right, so let's see, because if I click Control S, it doesn't format the code. So we have a few errors over here. So let's see where we have those. Product info.find, cart IDs, product info, ID, find IDs. Here, I think, yep, this one is not correct. This one should be big fields. We have to change this one. So here, let's say ID, we have to do it like in, the ID is inside the unique fields. Right, so the ID is inside the unique fields in here when we want to try to find the product. And then let's check. Everything looks good. Items, data, order ID. Here we have a problem. We can see, right? we need to remove this semicolon over here, and next, let's see here, success URL, success URL, success, this looks good. So here we have also with U success, that needs to be spelled like that. And let's check the other semicolons over here. Okay. Here we have another semicolon mistake. That is good, and I think now the file is, yep, now we can save it and everything is good. So VS Code helps us there. If you cannot say Control S and auto format everything, then there is a problem with the code, and I think I have an extension for that. Let's check it out. So I think it's called Prettier or something like that. Let's see here what we have. There's so much stuff here that I don't really, so this one is it, Prettier Code Formatter. So after you click Control S, it automatically formats your code, and you can also error check with it. I always error check with it, so this is a nice extension to have. So this has been the checkout route. Now we have it done, and in the next video we're going to be continuing to build the backend, so see you there. Hello and welcome. So this is going to be a quick video. We're going to be creating the delete account API route, or the backend logic for the delete account functionality inside our application. So let's go ahead and create a new folder inside our API folder called delete account. Just like this, delete account. So inside here we're going to have our route.js. Not like that, route.js. Here we're gonna import a few things. So we're gonna say import, and here get server session from next auth / next. So then next thing, we want the next response. After this one, what we need is the auth options. After the auth options, what we need is the connect, but not from Mongoose. We want this, so let's import this manually. Import, and here we have our paths that we set up earlier that are coming in handy right now. /config /database connection. After this one, we need the user auto import, which is really nice. So let's say export async function of delete. So this is going to be a delete request, and here we don't have any parameters that we want to give. We just want to say const session equals to await get server session with the auth option. So we are seeing which user is logged in, and if there is no session, then we want to throw a new error or return a next response.json as always with the error message here that we're gonna say not authenticated, and with a status code as always, so 401. And then we can move down from this. We can say await our database connection. After we have that, we have a simple try and catch block, and here we can just return this copy paste, and here error deleting user account. Alright, so now what we want to do inside the try block. Here we want to say if there is no user ID, session.user._ID. So if we have no ID, then we cannot delete the user. Therefore, we have to return a response with user ID not found in the session. So this is also a failsafe that we need over here. And let's update these status codes. Here is going to be 500. So we are staying true to our code. And we're going to say const deleted user equals to await user dot find by ID and delete. So here we want to pass down the session dot user dot underscore ID. This is going to be the ID, or you can also get this and say here const ID equals to this one, and then here just ID. This also works, or you can save a few lines of code and do it like this, how I did it. It is absolutely the same. So after this one, if there is no deleted user, meaning we haven't deleted anything, we need to return an error response as well. These are very important because we have error logging, and when you're building your application, you want to know where the error occurred, right? So you can go in there and fix it, like before in the previous videos when we had a little error and we just went inside the place where the error came and we could fix it really fast. Just like with the bcrypt thing, and our error response said that in our route, in this route, we have an error and we could fix it quickly. So these are very important. So after this one is done, we want to return next response.json, and here we want to say we have a message, and this message gonna be account deleted successfully, and then we have our catch error block over here, and that is done. So this was basically the whole or delete user account thing. Now let's see it in action, how this one will is going to play out in a live application. Let's make this a little bit bigger so we are in frame over here. Okay, so now let's go and check this out, right? So now we can go ahead and log in. Okay, so we are logged in. We can log out with this. We don't want to delete that because it is an admin account. Oh no, we cannot. Yeah, we can do it also in this site. So it is the live site, so why not just test it out here, right? So this is the live site, and this is how it would look like. Settings, terminate, delete account, and here we have a pop-up saying, are you sure you want to delete your account? This action cannot be undone. Okay, deleting, and we are logged out. Now let's try to log in again. Okay, now let's try to log in again. So signing in, we have invalid credentials with a nice animation pop-up. So that one is that. Alright, so in the next video we are going to be continuing to build our route in alphabetical order, and our backend is looking very good, very solid, and we're learning a lot of stuff. So this is very important because, let's be honest, anybody can create some like these components. Alright, you can just go in Google, you can get this component in like 20 minutes of Googling, right? But implementing all of this backend, implementing these complex animations, implementing, well, the checkouts and the correct things, and also the error handling is the hard part. So this is what we're learning here. So see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video we're going to be creating our admin orders route. Alright, so it's going to be this one. let me show you. If you log in with an admin account, let's go log in with Google, and we accepted that once, so now we're logged in. Let's go to products, or no, orders, sorry, orders, and here, this is it. So this is the fetch API call that fetches these. So now let's go back and let's create the folder. So API is gonna be orders admin with an S, so orders admin. And then we have a new file here, route.js, and let's start to code. So here we're gonna be importing our next response, order, product, and database connection, and I think we have them all here. So copy from the checkout, all right, checkout route, paste here. We just don't need Stripe. So we have our product, we have our order, we have our connection, and our response. That is perfectly made for this one too. So now we're gonna say export asynchronous function of get. This is gonna be a get request, and here we're gonna have a request, and we're gonna say await connection first. After this one, we want to destructure something from the new URL, and this is going to be a request.url. all right, here we want to have the search params. So here we want to have the search parameters, and for this one, or next, we want to have const page equals to parse int, and this is going to be our search params dot get, and here we want to have the page, or if we don't have a page, it's going to be page number 1. all right, and we're going to copy the next one, paste it, and it's going to be our limit, and we're going to say here limit and 5. So just like what we did inside the user's orders, we have it here too. all right, so, and we are passing down what page we are currently on inside the front end, and you will see how we do that when we code this page up. So this is why we have 5 orders here, because we are limiting them here. You can add your 10, 20, as much as you want. You have full flexibility with this code. So const skip equals to page -1. This is our x limit. So this is our skip constant over there, and then we have a try and catch block. So let's get rid of this error here. Return next response.json, and here we're gonna have what should we write here as an error message? Failed to fetch orders, maybe, right? So error failed to fetch orders. Let's now give it a status of what? 500, of course. So internal server error, because we failed to do something. Now next, what we can do is say const orders over here, and this one is done. So const orders equals to await. Now we need to make a request to our database with the order model, and we want to say find here. So this one finds, so let's make a comment, find everything. So if we leave this empty, we are finding everything that's inside our orders folder. all right, and after this one is done, after we can find all of them, we want to populate them. So let's say dot populate, and we want to populate something. So here we want to say path, and it's going to be our cart products dot product, and then we want to base this off the product model. So after this one, we want to say dot sort. As always, we want to sort this from the created at which is gonna be -1. So after this one, we wanna skip with our skip, and we wanna limit the amount of orders with our limit. And now we have the orders fetching process done. We want to say total orders. We want to say total orders, which is going to be await order dot count documents. So this is going to count how many orders we have, and then const has more. We're going to say here total orders is bigger than skip and plus orders dot length. So it's bigger than skip plus orders dot length, and here we go. So this one is formatted now as well. So after this one, we want to return our next response dot JSON as always, and we want to pass down the orders, we want to pass down the has more, we want to pass down the total orders. So this is what we're passing down, and after this one, this is done. So now we can go down, so 1, 2, 3 all the way down. Let's export our put request where we can modify the status of our order, and this one is going to be almost the same like the other one, but we're gonna code it export. We're not just gonna copy paste it, we're just gonna code it to have some code practice. So put like we did, and we don't need to explain this too much because we did this before inside the orders, right? We did this here, orders, and we did it, where is it now? Get request order ID, find the order ID. No, I think we haven't done this. I think we have done this, or no, here it is, order ID, delivered. Yep, this one is it, but we are gonna be coding it as well here to get some practice, and I would recommend you do it as well. So await connection. After we are connected, we say if. No, we need our try block over here first, just like we did before. So try and catch block over here. So const order ID equals to await, and this is going to be coming from request.json. All right, so here we have our order ID, and with this one we can do now anything that we want. So if there is no order ID, what we want to do is let's return a error message. All right, and there's so no order ID, and this is gonna be a 400 not found. So after this one is done, we can say const updated order equals to await order dot find by ID and update, and it is gonna be our order ID, and then what we want to update is gonna be the status of delivered, and the here we want to say new true because we want this to be a new. Now let's delete that. Okay, status new is true, and something is wrong here, so let's delete this for a quick second. So all right, so this is going to be the order ID, and I think we're doing something wrong over here. All right, so here is going to be the status of delivered, sorry for the oversight, and here we're gonna have a new of true. So now this is correct, and here we want to populate. Let's grab this, populate and sort, or no, just the populate. All right, and here we have it, and this one is done now. And let's have if there is no updated order. You guessed it, we're gonna be returning a error message, and this is gonna say order not found. Order not found over here with a 404 not found status message. So I would recommend you learn these status codes so you can have better debugging in the future in your application. So return, let's have this response over here, let's delete this, so we have a next response that we return something, and we want to delete this error. We should say here message, and here going to be order status updated to delivered, and we want to have a status over here. No, we don't want to have a status over here. We just want to, okay, we can have a status over here of 200, or we can just remove this altogether. We don't really need it because this is not as important to debugging. When everything goes great, the status is automatically 200, and order is gonna be the updated order, so we're sending back the order as well. So this is done here, and here we can copy this, paste it over here, and we can say here status of here what we can talk, failed to update. So failed to update order status, and here of 500 internal server error because we failed to do something. And this is basically it for the admin's route. Now we have this one done too. So in the next video we're going to be continuing to build the backend more. So see you in the next one. So in this video we're going to be coding up our products route. So let's create a new folder here called products with an singular. So product, just like this. And here we're going to be having a new folder that is in these brackets called product ID, and inside here route.js like always. And then we're going to be having a new folder here called featured, like this. And inside the featured we're going to be having a new folder. Here we're going to be saying the product ID again, and a new file here called route.js as always, and then a new route.js over here. So we have our file structure now done. Now let's go to the first one, inside product ID, and this one. So here now we are going to be creating a few functions. So first of all, let's go to the admin here. Let's copy these, and let's go here. Let's close all of them. Alright, only that one is going to be left open, the product ID one, and let's paste this in. So we need the product, the response, and the connect. Product, response, connect. So only those three is what we're needing here. So, and then we're going to say export async function get, and here we're going to be having our request and our params, just like that. So inside here await connect, so we're connecting to our database as always, and then const here product ID equals to the params. So we're getting the product ID from our params. And then we have a try and catch block over here, which is standard, and inside the error block we can return a next response .json, and it's gonna be here error, and we're gonna say error fetching product and status 500. So with that out of the way, let's go to our try block, const product await product dot find by ID, and it's gonna be the product ID, you guessed it. And then we're gonna say if no product, we want to return a error message, product not found. So let's say here product not found with the 404, just like that. And after this if statement, we want to return next response.json, and we want to send over the product. Now this one was very simple, and it is done. Now the next one is going to be a put request, export async function put. We have also done a few of these with the request and also the params over here. And inside here we want to await connection. After we are connected, we want const here product ID equals to params. So we want to get the ID again, and we want to have a try and catch block. Here we want to say copy this error updating product, and inside our try block we want to say const updated product is gonna be await, not put but product dot fetch by not fetch one, fetch no find by ID and update. Yep, it is this one, find by ID and update. So here we want to send back the product ID, which is gonna be this one. We want to send back the body, which is gonna be, no, first we want to import the body here. So const body equals to await request.json. So we are getting all the information from our front end, what we want to modify over here, and we're passing that down. And then we want to say over here new true, and run validators is gonna be true, so this is validated as well. And then here down we want to say let's copy this and paste it and just say updated product not found. So that is very self-explanatory. And then we want to have a return statement just like this here, copy paste, and this is going to be the updated product just like that. Now for the next function we want to create here, or the request that we can make inside this route, export async function delete, and here we want to have the request and params to have the necessary ID. So we can go ahead and copy these two. All right, copy these two, and then try catch block. Let's return this error deleting a product, and inside here we want to say we can also do this, get all of this, paste it over here, and we want to say here deleted, here deleted product. So copy here, and where do we have this one? So product, where do we have this one? So here and here. All right, now let's modify this. So we only want to send the product ID. We can delete all of this. So find by ID and delete, and the product ID. And if there is no deleted product, meaning the product not found, and this is also correct, this is correct, and then we want to return .json our not our product, but we want to say here a message and product deleted successfully. So, and we have the error block over here. So this is done, and we can close this route. So this is done. Now we can go down to the featured section over here. So inside the feature section, let's tackle the product ID over here, and this is gonna be very nice and simple as well. We can go back to this one, get our imports, go back here and paste them, and this is all that we need here to import. So after this one, we can have a export async function of get with a request, and then here we can await connection as always. And after this one, we are going to be having a simple try and catch block. So let's go ahead here and we can copy this, copy, paste it here. Error is going to be fetching favorite product. That is correct. So we know, no favorite, but featured product. So we know where the error is coming from. And here const featured product equals to await and product dot find, and it's gonna be here featured set to true. So we want to find the product where the featured is set to true, and this is here. So we have something called feature type boolean, right? So we want to fetch anything that is set to true. All right, and return, we want to return next response.json, and we want to say here featured product. So this is nicely done. So this one I think is finished. This is all we have to do inside the get request over here, and then we can do the export asynchronous function of put. This is the main logic, or the more important part, request, and here params. So inside here we want to have something. So let's go back inside here, the product ID, and we want to get these two. So let's get those two, paste them in here, and then our try and catch block, get this one, paste it, error fetching, error here, updating featured product, and inside here is gonna be a new function that you can learn. So await and product dot update many, and here we're gonna say featured to true and featured to false. So what is this? We can say const so update featured products. We can await update many. So we are searching for every product that has the feature true, and we're setting the feature to be false. All right, and after this one is done, const update product over here, we can say await, and this is gonna be a product dot find by ID and update. So find by ID and update. So after we set everything to false, we want to set only the new one to true, right? So let's have the product ID over here, and then what do we want to update? The featured section to true, and after this one we can say here new true. So new true over here, and this one should be done. Also featured over here, featured that, and we can also say here new, or no, we don't need to do that there. This is already good and working. If no updated product is present, we wanna return a error message over here, and error finding featured product, and this is gonna be a response of 404 not found. So we have an error finding it. So that is the appropriate message. So after that one, we can copy this return over here, paste it, and we can have that there. So alright, this is working now. And updated function, so we can log here something updated featured products, and we can say here this one, and then we can log over here log only the selected product is featured, and then updated product over here, so we can take a look later how this functions in real time. So after this one is done, our function should be, our route should be completed. We have the failsafe, we have the return, so this one is done. We can save it, and now let's go to our third route, which is going to be the featured route. Alright, the featured and the route of the feature. So this is another folder. So here what we want to do is, here we have also a very small function. It's only going to be a get function over here, which is not that hard for us now. Let's copy these, paste, and we also need mongoose over here. So import mongoose from mongoose. So this is also what we need, and then export async function of get, and then what we want to do is here have a try catch block. Let's go back over here, let's copy this error block, paste it, and here what we want to say is if mongoose. So here we can get rid of this, we can just await connection. Alright, the connection is set, and we want to say const featured product equals to await product dot find one, and here we want to say where the featured is true. All right, and then dot lean. All right, so let's go and see what dot lean does. So let's go over here, because this is something new that we haven't mentioned. Dot lean mongoose. So if we go on mongoose, so you can see the documentation as well. Let's see what using lean does, and you have everything over here. You have the schemas, how we are creating, for example, our schemas, mongoose schema, we are creating our schemas, as you remember, the paths. So everything that we did inside of this, inside here, you can watch the documentations here and see for yourself. So here we have, for example, all of these. We have the schemas, .index, .remove, .find. We have all of those connection. Then we have query. We have the everything that we are using, update for example 1, find by ID and update, we have all of them here. So everything that we are doing, we have them here. The populate function, we have it here, so I have everything here. So now let's go and check out the lean. So by default, Mongoose queries return an instance of Mongoose document class. Documents are much heavier than vanilla JavaScript object because they have a lot of internal state for change tracking. Enabling the lean option tells Mongoose to skip instancing a full Mongoose document and just give you the POJO. So this makes it a little bit lighter, but you can also remove it if you want. Alright, we can also remove it because our website is not that crazy, it's not that big, right? And if no featured product, here we can say return this one. Error here, sorry, error fetching featured product. And after this one we can return next response.json, just like that. And here we can have the featured product because we want this in our front end to display it here. So it's gonna be this one. So it's gonna be this one, right? If we are clicking in one of those products, so let it load a bit because I'm in the free tier, the database is sleeping. So if we're clicking one of these, it's gonna change, and we're clicking one of these, it's gonna change. So yeah, we are setting that one here. So that is self-explanatory. Now what we want to do is we have this one, the return statement, we have the error log, and here what we want to do is we can further make this better and say error, while we're at it, error dot to string. So we have a string literal over here, and this one is basically it. So this one is also done. Perfect. Now we have this one done, and we can get rid of this mongoose. We don't actually need it because I wanted to implement some fail safes over here to check if the connection is right, but we already have those set here, so we don't need to check the connection anymore. This is already overkill. You can write this whole connection block with 4 lines of code, but I went ahead and made it professional for you, so you have a real nice solid code base. So this one is done, and in the next video we are going to be continuing to build our API folder, aka our backend, in alphabetical order, going down the list. So see you in the next video. So in this video we're going to be continuing to code up our backend, and today we're going to be doing the products route. So let's go ahead and create a new folder called products with an S now. And inside here we're going to be having a few other folders. So first is going to be a search folder in brackets. So search like this. And inside here we're going to be having a route.js. Then inside the products folder we're going to be having all products folder with a route.js. So then we're going to be having a brand folder with a brackets folder inside and a route.js. Let's go ahead and create the brand, and then another folder here called brand, just like this, and inside this one our route.js, and then we have inside the products one more file called route.js. So this is our structure that we're going to be coding today. Alright, so now we have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. Let's go ahead and start with the first one, which is going to be the search one. So the search route.js. So here we want to import utils/config/database connection. We want our database connection. Then we want the next response over here. After the next response, we want the product over here, and this is all of our imports. Then we want to say export asynchronous function of get, and here we have a request and a response, and with these ones done, we can await our connection as always. And now we can const over here, we can get something from the response. So response gonna be here, and then here we can say params. Alright, we are getting the params back, meaning the search, the thing that we want to search. So if we go back to the live website, if we open our search over here, we can say like this, let our backend fire up because it is in the free tier and it is sleeping when we're not using it. So let's give it a few seconds over here. Let's see. So now it works. Let's go back here. So right, this is what we're doing now. Alright, and if we say day, here we have the automatic search. So this one works perfectly. Now we are getting those search terms from the params. And then we want to say over here search term equals to params dot search. Exactly how the folder is named. This is how we access the search term. Alright, so after this one, we want to have a escape search term that we can use so that whatever we type, if we are doing, for example, spaces, so let's go here. If we are using spaces or if we are using special characters, we can escape all of them. So we need an escape sequence, and I will tell you how we do that now. Function flexible create flexible search regex with search term, and this function is going to have a const. Now in the downloadable files of this video, you're going to be having this zip file, escape search term, and inside that is a text document, simple text document. Copy whatever is inside of here. Alright, copy whatever is inside of this. Now go ahead and paste it here, and here we have our escape search term, so we don't have to type all of these and we don't make a mistake. Right? After this one, it is going to be the regex pattern. It is optional. That gives us escapes the white space between characters. Alright, so for example, here we have a let's say here we have a Rolex GMT master. So let's test this Rolex GMT. You see, we don't have a space here, but here we have a space. So this space is being being mitigated by that regex pattern. Alright, so we can search anything and spaces are not hindering us. So we can literally just type whatever we want. And here or for example Rolex, and we can have Rolex here. So for some reason now the backend is going crazy. Let's refresh and let's try. Okay, we don't have a product with that, but you get the idea what we're trying to do here, right? So now let's say const and regex pattern equals to escape search term dot split. All right. Oh, sorry, I didn't write it correctly. All right, so it's gonna be the escaped search term, and this is gonna be here. I'm sorry, because this is not lighting up, right? So it needs to be inside here. So now it is lighting up. Now it is correctly. And we're gonna be saying dot split the white space dot join, and we're gonna be saying over here 2 backslashes and then an S, and here we go. This one is ready now. Return new reg expression, and it's gonna be here regex pattern I over here, and here we go. This is done. And this we can leave a comment, case insensitive regex pattern, so we know what this one is. So after this one, search term, here we want to say so we want to use that function now, and we want to say search term over here. So this is going to be our new search term, all right, that we're using with this. This is how we can access it. And now we're going to say const found term regex equals to await product dot find, and here we want to find something. So here we want to find something. So here we're going to say $or and open the brackets, and it's going to be name. Inside of name is going to be here another regex with the search term regex. All right, and then next we're going to be having the short description. So short description, do we have that over here? Product, let's see. Now we were here, right? So let's type it up. Short description. I don't think we have a short description. I think I meant to do a description here. So we don't have a short description. So description is gonna be it. And this one is gonna be a description, is gonna be another $regex with search term regex. So now we can search the description as well. All right, any word that is inside the description of the product is gonna be mentioned inside the search term as well. So we can search for every word that is relatable to that product. Now this one is done, and we can go ahead and say dot populate, and here we want to populate the user now, and we want to dot sort, and we want to sort from the created at over here -1. As always, we want the most recent one first. So, and if we have products found after this one, all right, after the sort is done, if products, if no found regex, sorry, found term regex, await dot found, no, this is gonna be not found term but found products. sorry, and here we're gonna have found products. Yep, that is correct. So if we have found any products, then we wanna return our next response .json as always, and then here we want the found products to be taken to our frontend, and else we're gonna be return new next response, and we're gonna be saying over here error. Alright, can't find the searched product and a status of 500. So internal server error, and this one should be done. The search is completed and we can just leave this one here. Now the next thing that we can do is the all products route. Now going down the tree, this is the all products route. Now here, let's go all products, this is it. And now we need the database connection, the product, and the next response as well, so we can get them from here. So these three all products based, and we can close the search. So now here what we want to do is, oh no, we can leave the search so we can copy something from there, I guess. So now here what we can do is export async function of get, and we have a request as always, and then we want to say here await connection. After we await the connection, we want to get the search term from the URL, so const say here search params equals to new URL, and here we want to say request.url over here, and after this one is done, const we want to say page, because we want to get the pagination going over here, and you know how we do that. We are getting this page and the limit from the URL, so we are using the new URL function, and here we want to say parse int search params dot get. So from here we want to get the page, what page we are, or we are at page 1. So this is done here, and after this one what we can do is say const limit, and we have done this inside the product. Here, where is product? Here is our product, so we have done this product featured, no, route, no, I think we have done this in orders, right? So here it is, so we have done this by orders, so it is exactly the same, and maybe you can do it yourself. Now if you want to train, you can try it out. So search params dot get here limit or 5. So this is how we do it. Oh no, here we want to say 12 because we want to show 12 products inside our product. So const skip equals to page -1 multiplied by limit, that's our skip, and then we have a try and catch block. So let's go ahead and configure this. Alright, now const, we're gonna say here total products and total and found products, we need those both. So total products equals to await product dot count documents, how many documents we have inside the total products, we need that number, and const we're going to say here found products equals to await products dot find. We're going to be finding everything just like this here with the empty search term. So we have all products over here. Then we want to populate the user, sort them, skip, and insert the limit. So dot populate user dot, here we want to sort, all right, from the created at -1 dot skip, and it's gonna be skip and dot limit. So this is what we're doing over here. Now after this one is done, we have if statement. If they're found products, we want to do something. We want to return next response.json, and here we want to say products with an S is going to be the found products, then total is going to be the total products, and we have the page is going to be the page, and the total pages over here is going to be the math dot seal of total products / limit. Perfect. So now this one is done as well. Now after we have this if statement over here, we want to have a else, and inside the else statement we want to return new next response.json over here, and we want to say products not found and a status of 404. So let's do that. Error, and say here products not found, status 404. Now the last thing that we want to do here is the error block. So we want to here we want to say return copy this error fetching products, and it's going to be a 500 internal server error. So alright, this one is completed as well. We can save it and it's gonna format itself. Now what we can do is we can go to our brand, and inside the brand we have the bracket thing, and after that we can here, so it's gonna be the brand and brand in brackets, and we have our route. So here let's copy these, so we need these here as well because we're working with the product and the connection and the responses, so we need that. So let's say here export async function of get, and inside here we want the params, but before the params we want the request, just like that, and here we go. So let's await connection, and after we are connected we want to get the brand from the params. Const over here brand equals to params, so we get the search term, what brand we're searching for, and then we have a try and catch block. So here I think we have our, nope, we need to get our error message over here, return copy, here paste, return next response can't error fetching brand products. That is good now, and now we can go here and we need to create a flexible search pattern again. So function flexible, so here create flexible search, search pattern. Sorry, it's a bit long, but we know that we are what we are doing. That is very important, so we know what we are doing over here and what function what is. All right, and here we're gonna have const stripped. It is gonna be the input dot replace and here we're going to be having something. It's going to be one of these, so forming that S plus G. Alright, and then we're going to be this and this. Alright, dot to and lower case. So this is how it goes. Alright, input dot replace. We have this. Alright, this is gonna be the stripped search that we want all to be in lowercase. So these are regular expressions. You can look them up if you want, or to know what they're doing more. And now we can leave a space over here. So let's check one more time if this is correct. Alright, right side, left side, S, G, and here we are missing one. You see, we need this one. So now it is correct. So now this regex expression is correct and it's not just gibberish, right? So now we want to return stripped dot split. Now we want to split it and we want to join it again, and here we're going to use the regular expression 2 with the double slash S over here and then this one. So now we've created our flexible search pattern. So meaning if we go here, if we go for example Rolex, we're searching for brands, right? So let's let our backend fetch. So here on the top bar, right, this is the search term Rolex. So let's try if we are doing this with a big R. It works. Let's go one big R, one big L, and one X over here. It still works. We can type any letter, big, small, over here and it's gonna work. Let's try this. I don't think that is gonna, yep, this works too. If we even have a space, you see? So if we have 10 spaces over here and the X, we go, still works. So this is our regular expression that we just did, but then it's gonna look like this here. So yeah, we don't want this percentage 20, percentage 20, percentage 20. That's why we just type in Rolex, but it is gonna work, right? This is a safety pattern. Do not mess up our links. This is just a safety pattern, right? You can leave this out if you want, but this is just a safety pattern. So here we're gonna say next const flexible pattern. Now let's create our flexible pattern. Equals to create flexible search pattern, and it's gonna be the brand inside that we're making use of. Now after this one, const brand regex equals to new regular expression, and it's gonna be the flexible pattern that we created and I over here. So after this one is done, we can find our products based on this search term. So const found products over here is gonna be await, and then we're gonna be products dot find, and after this one we're gonna be searching for the brand field, and inside the brand field we want our brand regular expression. So, and we want to say here dot populate, and we're gonna say user and dot sort, not cert but sort, and here we're gonna say created at -1. So now this one is completed. So if there are found products, then we want to do something. So if we find products, and also we want to check if it's not empty, and found products dot length bigger than 0, and it's not empty, then we want to return the next response dot JSON, and here we want to take back the found products in our front end. And else what we want to do is we want to return this error over here, error message, and the request is gonna stop, and here it's gonna be a 404 error fetching brand products with this name. So we know that we typed in a name, and this is just in general. So perfect. Now this one is done as well, and we can go to the last one. It's gonna be this route inside the products. All right, so they all have their each route, and product has his own route as well. So inside here, so inside this one, what we want to do, as always, we want to import our stuff. So let's go and import these. So copy and paste, and here we want to have a get function. So export async function get over here, and we want to have the not params but request response here, and inside, is this good? Export async function get. Okay, that is good. And await connection as always. And here what we want to do is we want to say const found products equals to await, and then we want to say products dot find everything over here. So we find everything that we have, and we want to populate and sort it always. Dot populate the user and dot sort created at -1. So we have that one ready, and if there are found products, we're gonna make this short. If there are found products, we wanna return next response dot JSON and the found products. So this is very nice, very easy, very simple. And else we want to return this one. So let's go here, else, here we go, copy, here we have it, return that can't find, let's say can't find products. So can't find products, that is good, and this is gonna be a internal server error 500 message code. So this one is done. Now we want to have another function over here that is going to be the post one. Export async function post, and this one is going to get the request response, and inside here we want to create our product, await connection. So here we want to say const body equals to await request dot JSON. As always, this is how we get stuff from our body, from our front end. And here what we want to have is, so const, all right, and equal to body. Here what we want to do is, let's go ahead and open up the product, and let's copy all of these. All right, copy all of these till the water. So copy all of these, go back here, paste all of them. Now what we want to do is we want to delete them like this. All right, no, so we want to delete them. Wait, did I just delete the thing? Yes, I did delete the thing. So delete it like this, and no, not the case. Wait, crown. Okay, crown is there. I need the crown. Then delete this, right? Then delete this, right? I need the thickness. I need the luminova. Sorry. Now I need this. Now I need this. So I don't have to type all of these, you know. Movement, all of these deleted. And featured, deleted. Review, now number of reviews, delete it like that. I think they're missing. Yeah, we are gonna check them later. So this one I need, reviews I need. Sorry for the background noise, guys. Now user I need, condition, bracelet, material, brand, original price, price, images, description, this one, and name. So let's add some commas over here. So here, 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 here. Already has one. Here, 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 and here. So here we have all of these now. Thickness twice. Okay, delete one of them. So here we have these things now that we need. Required, we can delete it. Now, okay, we need a name, we need images, we need a description. We need a brand. So we have the brand. All right, let's move these like this. We need the brand. Then we need the material. Where is the material? Got the material. We need it here. Then we need original price bracelet. So original price bracelet. All right. Then we need the condition and the price. So here we have price and condition. Then the user. Then we need the movement. All right, user, movement. Then we need the thickness here as well. Then we need the glass and luminova. Glass, luminova, copy these, thickness, under thickness, glass, luminova. Then case material, crown. So case material, luminova, case material, crown. And then we need the band size under crown. Then we need the lux and the water. So lux, water. So lux and water. And these ones we can delete. You see, we didn't need all of them. So this is what we need over here. And now we want to create a new product. So after we get those from the body, we want to say const new product equals to, oh wait, here. Then we're gonna say product dot create, and here we're gonna be implementing these. So copy paste. All right, so here we go. So these are our things, and here we want to say log, and we want to say here new product created and new product. So we are sending that inside the log, and then const saved product equals to await new product dot save. So we're saving it to the database, and then return next response dot JSON, and here we want to say something. So message over here is going to be product created successfully, and here we want to say success true, and here we want to say saved product. We want to send it back. So this is our creation of the product post request. So this one is done now, and the products are done. We can all close them and delete next thought. So yeah, this one is done. We can close all of these now. We don't need them anymore. And in the next video, we're going to be continuing to build the backend. So see you in the next one. So in this video, we are going to code up the review route. So let's get started and create a new folder called review. So just like that. And here we want to have a folder called all reviews, then a folder called can review, and then a route inside the review. So let's do that. Let's open up a folder over here with the name of all reviews, all reviews, and a route inside here, route.js, then a new folder can review with a route over here, just like that, and then a new folder over here, a new file inside the review. So let's start from the beginning, from the all review route, and inside here we need our review model, the database connection, and our next response. So next response. After this one we need our review from our models, but not like this. We want it like this. So we want it like this and this. So just like that. All right. Review. Why is this? It may yes module. Okay. So this is a const. This is not what we want. This is not what we want. We want to import. We want to import them. So if you look at the previous route, we want the import. So let's copy this. Copy this and close it and here. So we need our response, our connection, and we need our review. So import, here we're gonna say review from, here add utils models and review. So here we go. This is now correct. Now let's say export asynchronous function of get with a request over here, and inside the request what we want to do is we are going to have a try and catch block. Alright, and inside this try and catch block we want our await connection here to connect to our database. We want to say const, and here we're going to say search params equals to new URL, and here we're gonna get the request.url. So we're gonna get the search term from our params. I'm gonna say const product ID equals to search params dot get, and here we're gonna say product ID, just like that, right? We're gonna get the product ID from the search params inside the URL. And if we're gonna say if no product ID, then we wanna return next response dot JSON with a error message over here, ID not found in the view route. And then we wanna have here a status of 404 because it's not found, or 400. You can leave it at 404, or yeah, 400 here. And then we can say over here const review equals to await, review equals to await, and then review model dot find, and here we want to search for something, for a query. So we're going to query the product with the product ID. So here we want to find the product, and then we want to populate and sort this. So let's go ahead and dot populate, and we want to populate the user, we want to populate the name, name and profile image. So we want the name and the profile image populated from here, and then dot sort, and you know what we do here, created at -1. Alright, so we have our review fetch, from our database set. Then we want to return a next response.json, and here we want to have our review, and then we want to have a status of 200. This is important. And then we want to have our catch block over here that is going to return us a status of 500, because this is not something that is wrong here, but is this an internal server error. So let's say here internal server error at the review API route. Perfect. So now we have this one done, and we can move on to the next one, which is going to be the can review. So let's copy these, let's save it, copy, and the can review. So we are inside here now, and here we want to have the next response, we want the review, we want the connection, we need the get server sessions. So let's do that. So let's say here get server session, so import get server session. Then we want the auth options also, and this one is imported with this, we don't want that. Alright, we want it to be or this is very particular. I think we can leave it with the dot slashes over here, because that is correct over there. And now we want the order from the models. Now after the order we want the review, we have it, and after the review we also need mongoose. Alright, so we also need mongoose over here. So let's say import mongoose from mongoose. Perfect. And now we can say export async function with a get here with a request, and then we can have a try and catch block. And inside here we can go back over here, let's copy this and we can paste it here, internal server API route can review. That is now done. Here we can await our connection as always, and after we await our connection we can say we want the session, const session await and get server session with the auth options over here, so we know what user is logged in. And if there is no session, we can return this. We can with a we can return a next response, and here we have to, let's delete these, and here we can say, because this is going to be a bit different, so can review, type it just like that, is going to be false. Alright, and status is going to be 200. Alright, this is going to be a bit different now. So after the if statement, if there is no session, we can stay here const, right? We can say search params equals to new URL, and this is going to be coming from the request.url. So we are getting the search terms from the URL over here, and then we can say const product ID equals to search params dot get, and here we want to get the product ID. So we are getting the product ID, and with this one we can fetch our product now. But first we need a few fail safe and validation checks. So if there is no product ID, what we want to do is we want to return next response of return this, like this one. Here we want to say invalid product ID or something, so invalid product ID and of status 400. Now this is done, now the error is done. Okay, perfect. Now the next thing what we want to do is, if there is no mongoose dot types dot, let's get object ID here dot is valid. So if the mongoose ID is not valid, so if this is not a valid mongoose database ID. Then we want to return the same thing, and here we want to say invalid product ID. We can return this same thing over here. So it is the same thing over here, right? We're double checking that our product ID is very valid, because this is the review section. This is very important, so we cannot mess up here. So const object, where we want to say here object ID, ID, just like that, product ID equals to new mongoose dot types dot object ID, and we want to make this product ID now a mongoose valid ID, and const has purchased equals to new mongoose dot types dot object ID again. No, sorry, has purchased. This is gonna be the awaiting, because we already did this, we don't need to do it twice. Await order dot find one, and here we can now implement our find functionality. So find one is going to be user by the session dot user dot underscore ID, and here we want to say cart products dot product singular, and this is going to be the object product ID that we just did now, which is valid. And now we want to say status of delivered. Alright, we're searching for all of these fields, and paid has to be true. So if a product has the current user's login ID, has the product in his cart, alright, in his product cart, if the product is delivered to him, and if it is paid, then we can make a review. So if the user has paid, has it delivered to him, he has taken a look at it, and it is really in his possession, then he can leave a review. Not people that have never bought something to leave a review in our website. So if has purchased is not true, then we want to say here, we want to return this, and we want to say user has not just this. User has not purchased this, and we can cut this. We can log over here, user has not purchased this, sorry. We can log, we can paste it here. Wait, what? Okay, user has not purchased the product. So here we go, and then next response is gonna be the first one. What we want to send back is the can review. So here can, where did we send that back? Process error status can review. So we want to send this one with a status. So let's copy this, let's paste it here. So can review is gonna be the opposite of has purchased. So if he hasn't purchased, alright, then we're gonna send that back and a status of 200. And after this one we have our error message over here. Sorry, wait, I think this is okay. Let's go through the logic again. Has purchased, then he has not this. Can we? No, this is gonna be here. Sorry, because this makes sense. If he hasn't purchased, it is gonna be false, right? Status of 200, and then we has purchased, and then we can say const has reviewed All right, we need this if he has already reviewed this. Await review dot find one, and this is the one that we're going to be searching for his comment. So if he has reviewed it, you are going to search by the user and session. Let's copy this one, paste it here. So we have this one done now, and then we can search for product if it is inside the review with this user, if he has reviewed it. He has reviewed, and return. We want to return the next response dot JSON, and here we want to say can review. So let's copy this one, copy, paste, and this is going to be the opposite of has reviewed. So this is going to be the opposite of has reviewed here, and to the status of 200. So this is our review logic done. Now we can close this, but this is not okay. Let's check if everything is, why is this not auto formatting? Let's see. Okay, it is auto formatting here. We can say here now everything is working, we don't have any typos. So now this one is done, and the last one is left, the review route in and on itself. So here we can, let's copy all of these, let's go back here, paste them, and inside here we want to have mongoose, of course, get server sessions. All right, next the response, we need auth options, we also need, then we need the review, we need the order, so review order, we need our mongoose connection, and I think that was it, right? Perfect. Now let's go and export async function over here. Let's name this post and with a request. So now here we want to have a try and catch block. Inside the try block, let's firstly get this return section over here. Inside the error internal server, add the review API route main, let's say here, and then here await connection. Perfect. Now what we want to do next is const session. Now we can copy this one. Let's go here, const session, and let's say if there is no session, we return the next response of that. All right, we want that, and request.json, so we can copy these two. All right, we can say here, perfect. And after this one, what we want to do is to say const, we want to destructure something from await and request.json. So here is when we are making a comment, right? So we want the product ID, we want the rating that the user gives it, and we want the comment. So we are fetching those from the front end, and after this one we need to validate the product ID. So what we need to do is we can copy this one, copy, and we can copy these two, copy, paste. So if the mongoose.types, if it is not a mongoose.types.object ID is valid, the product ID that we're getting, we want to return that error, and we want to have a const product ID, object ID, product ID, that is going to be the product ID. So after this one, what we want to check is if the user has purchased it. All right, this is going to be the same from here. We want this section, has purchased it, has purchased, copy. We want to paste it below over here. All right, so we are again checking if the user has purchased. We're finding one in the order with his ID, and inside the cart product he has the product, and the status is delivered, and it is paid. After that one, we want to have the if hasn't purchased. So like here, If he hasn't purchased, we want to show an error over there. So that is also going to be the same. So these are basically all the same. And then existing review. Let's see if the review is existing. So const existing review, just like that, equals to await and review dot find one. Here we want to search for, let's say, the user, copy, oops, paste over here, and then product, then it's gonna be the object ID. So this one is done as well. And if there is an existing review, if he has already reviewed, then we're gonna say you have already reviewed this product. So let's say here return next response dot JSON, and we want to say here error, you have already reviewed this. I hope I wrote that correctly. And then have a error 400, so status 400. Now this one is done as well. After this one, we can have the const of number of reviews, review in singular equals to new review. All right, so this is going to be the new review. We have this one, copy, paste there. Then we have the product, which is this. All right, the product with the product ID. Then we have the rating. And then we have the comment. Perfect. Now we are getting these from the front end. So after this one is done, we want to say await num review, not num review, sorry, this makes no sense, new review. So await new review dot save. We're saving it in our database, and after it is saved, we want to update the product's reviews, average rating, and number of reviews. So const is gonna be product equals to await. We want to say product over here. We didn't have the product in product review order, so we didn't have the product imported, but I was pretty sure we had, but I think yeah we didn't have it, but it doesn't matter, we have it here now. So we want to say product dot find by ID, only find by ID. So let's go here and have the object product ID. After this one, let's give it some space. After this one, what we want to do is we want to check if no product, return an error statement over here. It's going to be error product not found with a 404. So 404. After this one, we want to say product dot reviews. Did we write it like that? Yes, reviews dot push. We want to push something inside this model. It's gonna be new review dot underscore ID. So we want to have the ID there, and then product dot number of reviews equals to product dot review dot length. So this is going to be the number, and const all reviews equals to await. We're gonna say not product but review dot find, and then product query search with the object product. After this one, we can say const average rating equals to all reviews. All right, now we're making use of that. So all reviews dot reduce, and here we're gonna have a function with a count item, and this one is going to be a standard arrow function where it takes item dot rating plus account and then 0. So this is going to be divided after that with all reviews dot length. So we have the average rating. All right, so after this one is done, we have the product dot, let's see how we type this average rating. So let's go here. Where is the average rating? Over here. So let's see now. Average rating. All right, is gonna be the average rating that we just created. So that is gonna be set there, and then we want to say await and product.save again to our database with the new values, and then we can return a next response.json over here, JSON, and then we can say here message of review added successfully, and with a status of 201, something has been created. Status of 201. So that was quite a bit, right? Now we have the error over here, and that is done. This error message, and now we can go back and create a new asynchronous function. Export async function of put. So here what we can do is we can get the request, and then we can have a try and catch block. So let's give the error block its message, internal server view. That is good. And now we can here await connection from our database, and after we have the connection we can get the session, the failsafe, and let's copy some things from here. So right, so session we need, this we need, and we need the request.json from the things that we are getting back from the front end. So let's copy these, paste over here, and inside the request.json, what we want to get back is the review ID. So review ID, we want the rating, and we want the comment. So it's a bit different now, right? So now after we have those, we want to say const review equals await review dot find one query ID, which is going to be the review ID, and we want the user, which we can copy here. So this is going to be it. That's when the user, that's where the user ID always is. So after we have that, we can say here if no review, then we want to return the error. So copy this, return failed to find review with a 404 not found. So after this one, we want to say review dot rating equals to rating, our new rating, and review dot comment equals to comment. our new comment and await review.save in our database. So after that one is done, we have the review saved. Now we need to update the product's average rating. So const over here product equals to await, and then we want to search the product dot find by ID. All right, and then we can have the review dot product, and this is basically gonna be the same as here. So let's see, not here but here. No, can review. No, it was review. It is here. So is access purchased object. No, where is it? Review push rating product find object ID. I think it's this one. So we need this whole thing. Or no, let's code it better ourselves so we have the flow down. So after we are getting our product, what we want to do is we want to get all reviews, find it from the reviews. So let's do that. All reviews equals to, it is better when we code it because copy pasting is not effective. You get a lot of errors that way. So, and you don't know what you just copied, pasted, what is doing in that place. So we want the product. We want to search the review field that has the review.product in it, and we have the reviews. Then const average rating we need next equals to all reviews dot reduce, right, dot reduce. Again, we want to create the account item function that we did before, item dot rating plus account, and sorry, here is gonna be 0. This all gonna be divided by all reviews. All right, dot length. Perfect. Now we want to say product dot average rating equals to average rating that we just created, and the scope of this is inside of here, right, inside of here. We're not getting anything from there because the scope of this variable is inside. It's a constant and it is inside here. If it was a var over here, it would be global, but this is a constant that is in the scope of this function. So that is what we're doing. We can name these the same as here, but they have no correlation with each other. So now, after that one is done, we can say await product.save in our database and return next response.json with a message of here review updated and the status of 200. Everything was okay. So we have the error block over here, and this one is done. So now what we want to do is we want to have a new catch. We want to have a new get function over here because we have a post, right? We have a post, we have a put, we want our get function, export asynchronous function of get. Here we want request, and then we want a try and catch block. Copy this, paste here, await connection, and then after this one we want the const here search term is gonna be search params equals to new URL here request.url. So we're getting that from there, and we have already set what that is. So product ID equals to search params dot get, here very simple, and the product ID. Now we have that. We want to say const page equals to parse int, like we did, and then search params dot get function. Here we want to have the page or 1, and then let's copy this, paste, and then limit, which is going to be here, limit, and it's going to be 5. So we want to show only 5 reviews at a time. So if there is no product ID, we want to return an error message over here that is going to say product ID is required with a status of 400. Alright, so now we want to create our skip. So const skip equals to page -1 and limit, oops, so this one is done, nope, sorry, meant to do that. So the skip is done, and const over here, const review with an S, reviews, is gonna be await review model dot find, and then here we want the product to be the product ID, just like that. All right, and we're finding our review, and we want to populate, sort, skip, and limit. So let's say here dot populate, and here we want to populate the user, and then we want to populate the name and also the profile image. So name, profile, image, this is what we need. Then we want to sort it with the created at -1, just like that. Then we want to say skip. All right, skip function, skip, and dot limit of limit. Perfect, so now we have this one done. We can now go down over here. This constant is done. So now we want to get the total, and we have done this many times now, equals to await. Now let's get it the review, and we are doing this so we have pagination dot count documents, so we have the total of them, right? Sorry, so we have this one, and here we want this, paste. All right, now has more equals to total skip plus reviews dot length, and then we want to return next response dot JSON, and this is gonna be our reviews and has more and the status. So say here reviews, all right, has more, all right, and our status, so status of 200. So we have our function done here. Perfect, let's save it. Now the last thing what we need to do is have a delete function, so we can delete a review if we wanted to. All right, it's not implemented in the live website, so if you want to delete one of these, you would have to, or we will implement it just quickly. We will implement it. So if you are an admin and you go to a product and you have a review there, so let's see which one of them has a review. Failed to load all reviews. So you see, some of them I'll fail to load all reviews, but this is just the test website over here, so we're not that worried. Let's go here, let's see orders, pending, pending, pending. Which one of these is delivered? Let's see, delivered. So view, view, so test, we have the review. So the review is here, if it is valid. If it is not valid, as you saw, if I have deleted it from the database and that review does not longer exist, we can say, oh no, it's here. The database was just sleeping, that's why. So if we are an admin, maybe we will add a button here, admin delete comment, something like that. Admin delete comment, we will implement that. So let's implement the functionality first, and then we can integrate that in our website, which is a bonus function. So let's get started. So export async function delete with request. Now we were going to have a try and catch block, return this, and here await connection as always. Don't forget that, and const session if there is no session, and request.json, we want something from there. So session, we had it here, session if there is no session, and the JSON from the front end. So let's get this, paste, then okay, what we want from the front end? We want the review ID, that's it, because we just want to delete it, right? So const review equals to await review dot find one. Here we want to say underscore ID is the review ID, and let's get the user thing. So here, user, let's go down all the way now. This is quite a big file. We have everything here. We have the get, post, put, and a delete request. This is the whole thing. And here, what we want to do is have a if no review. We want to return something. Let's return this copy. No review exists. Failed to get review 400, just like that, or 404 not found, sorry. And then const product ID equals to review dot product. So we have that one also done, and then await review dot delete one. Here we want to say underscore ID and then review ID. So review.product with this one. Product ID, we're going to be needing that later, because now what we want to do is, okay, we have deleted it, and then in the products reviews, now we need to update it in the products, right? We updated this in the review from the user. Now we needed to update it inside the product as well. So here what we want to say is const over here product. How we're gonna do this best? So await, let's first fetch the product dot find by ID, which is gonna be the product ID over here, and then we want to say product.reviews equals to product.review.filter, and here we want to filter something out. So the review, we want to filter out review.toString over here that isn't equal to the review ID. So the review that we just deleted, we want to filter it out from the product's reviews. The product dot num reviews equals to product over here dot review dot length, just like that. The number is updated as well. And let's have a if statement over here. If product dot num reviews is bigger than 0, then const all reviews equals to await. Then we're gonna say review here dot find. Let's go through this, and product is gonna be the product ID that we just created. And after this one, so we have all the reviews. So let's say const average rating over here is gonna be the all reviews dot reduce function again. And let's copy this. Where do we have this reduce function? I think we had this, so okay, we had this function. So we need all rating, so product.save and average rating. So let's copy all of these now, and we're gonna have so const average rating. Okay, so const average rating, all reviews dot reduce, account item dot rating is 0, perfect. I will use length, all reviews dot length, that is good now. And product dot average rating is the average rating. And else here we want to say product dot average rating equals to 0, and await product dot save. So we updated the product as well, and then we want to return next response dot JSON with a message and a status. So status is gonna be 200 over here, and the message is gonna read successfully deleted review. So this one is done now, right? And we can save it, and it looks good as far as I can see. And we have the catch block over here. Okay, perfect. So this one is done. So now we have the review routes all settled. Perfect. So in the next video, we're gonna be coding up the backend some more. So see you in that one. So in this video, we are gonna be coding up our update notification route. So it is this route over here. Let's go over to our app. Let's wait for the login, profile, settings, and it's gonna be this one. So if the user wants to receive notification updates and order updates and promotional emails, so that is what we're gonna be building. So now let's go and create a folder over here called, sorry for the background noise, update notification, and then preferences. I hope I wrote this right. So preferences. All right. So, and inside here we're gonna have a route.js. Inside here we need our next response, not const but the import. So let's go into our route over here. Let's copy all of this, paste. So we need our next response, we need auth options, we need our get server session, we need our user, and we need our connection. So we don't need this, we don't need this, we don't need this, we don't need this. Now we need our user from there, so import user. All right, so now we can export asynchronous function post. So export async function post with the params of request, and inside here await connection. After that we can say const session, and we can get this from here. So, and also this, and request.json, we want something, and we can copy, we can paste, and then from the request.json we can say here body, and then const, let's destructure it this way. From the body what we want is order updates and promotion. So and promotion, so we have these in check, and then we have a try and catch block. Let's go ahead and get a error response over here. So internal server at here's gonna be update preferences route. So here const user equals to await user dot find one and update. Oops, find one and replace and update. So find one and update. So here we want to find a few, we want to do a few things. So email is gonna be the session dot user dot email. All right, so after this one here, next we want to have a $sign set over here, and we want to say notification preferences. Here let's go and copy this. So notification preferences, all right, dot order updates, and this one needs to be quotations because it's nested, and it's gonna be order updates, and then the same thing, copy here, paste, dot, and it's gonna be promotions. Promotions, did we copy that one right? So copy, paste, let's check this one, copy, order. Oh, you see, we have a typo. Good thing we checked this, though. This should be order. So, and here order. All right, so we have that one, notification preferences, or now it is good. And then promotions over here, and then lastly we want to say new true. So we have this one done, and we want to say here if no user. All right, then we want to return a error next response, just like that. Error updating user preferences with a 404. Or here we can say user not found, would make more sense, and then we can just return next response dot JSON. Here we can say message of preferences updated, and we can just preferences, we can give our user dot notification preferences, so just like this, and we have the error message there. So this was it. This is now done. We can make a request now, so from the front end, if we change anything, we can send it to the back end, and this one is going to be done. So, and here if you go back, preference, so now this is saved in our database. So now this one is done. This was a quick and easy video, and by now you should know how to do this, how to manipulate the database and build the backend code. So, see you in the next video. Welcome. So in this video we're going to be coding up the update user route. So let's create a new folder inside our API folder. This is going to be update user, and here we want to have route.js, and inside here we need the next response, the connection, and the user model. So let's say here, or let's go to one of these, get this user, not that, here. So here we want the connection. We don't really need the server things, the auth options, so we only need these three. And then async function of put. And here we want to have the request. Try and catch block. Let's copy our return statement from here inside this one. Internal server error, add the internal server error, add the update user route. So after this one we want update, we want to await our connection, just like that. And after that we want to say const, we want to destructure the email, the name, new email. Alright, from the await request.json, just like that. And we want to say const update user, updated user, sorry, it is gonna be a await user dot find one and update. So find one and update. So find one and update, and we're gonna be searching for the email. And after we have the email, we want to be replacing the name with a name and email with a new email, just like that. And we want to say this is new to true. This is a new document now. Now, after this one is completed, we want to say if there is no updated user, then we want to return next response with an error message saying here user not found. Alright, and the status of 40404. Alright, so we have that one. Then we just want to return a next response.json with a message, and we're gonna say here user, sorry, whoops, so user updated successfully. And then we want to send back here, so like this, we want to send back the user is gonna be the updated user, and we can get rid of this status code, so we can send it back just like this, nice and clean. So this was the update user route, and by now you should be very familiar with this style of code, and it's very easy from now on. So we have left 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think 5, 6 more routes, and in the next video we're going to be continuing to build the routes some more. So see you in the next one. Welcome. So in this video we're going to be coding up the update user route. So let's create a new folder inside our API folder. This is going to be update user. And here we want to have route.js, and inside here we need the next response, the connection, and the user model. So let's say here, or let's go to one of these, get this user, not that, here. So here we want the connection. We don't really need the server things, the auth options, so we only need these three. And then async function of put. And here we want to have the request. Try and catch block. Let's copy our return statement from here inside this one. Internal server error, add the internal server error, add the update user route. So after this one, we want update, we want to await our connection, just like that. And after that, we want to say const, we want to destructure the email, the name, new email. Alright, from the await request.json, just like that. And we want to say const update user, updated user, sorry, it is gonna be a await user dot find one and update. So find one and update. So find one and update, and we're gonna be searching for the email. And after we have the email, we want to be replacing the name with a name and email with a new email, just like that. And we want to say this is new to true, this is a new document now. Now, after this one is completed, we want to say if there is no updated user, then we want to return next response with an error message saying here user not found. Alright, and the status of 40404. Alright, so we have that one. Then we just want to return a next response.json with a message, and we're gonna say here user, sorry, whoops, so user updated successfully. And then we want to send back here, so like this, we want to send back the user is gonna be the updated user, and we can get rid of this status code, so we can send it back just like this, nice and clean. So this was the update user route, and by now you should be very familiar with this style of code, and it's very easy from now on. So we have left 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think 5, 6 more routes, and in the next video we're going to be continuing to build the routes some more. So see you in the next one. In this video we are going to be coding up the user data route and the webhook route. So let's start with the user data. Let's go to our API folder and create a new folder called user data, just like this. And here we want to have our route. So file route.js. Now, but I think this one is auth. Okay, this one is not good. We have all of these inside the auth, so we need to move these. Checkout, we need to move checkout, cut, API, not auth, sorry, inside the API here. Alright, everything that's in auth should be only the next auth folder. So let's move this cut to the API and user data cut to the API. I'm sorry, we did this. Now copy this and site and here. Alright, so now we can close these or completed, and yep, now our folder structure looks good. So every route like this, checkout, delete account orders, you order admin, and all these routes should be inside the API folder. And inside the auth folder, we only should have the next auth folder and the route. Alright, nothing else. Let's check all of these. Alright. They look to be good, featured. So now this one, I want to check the product route. Now let's see what we did here. I want to check just something here. So we have featured and then we have two. Alright, if we close this, we have one file here and this one is inside the featured. That is good. Products, here we have also this one, which is going to be a file in each and then a route in itself. So products, file in each, and then the route in on itself. Alright, so everything is looking good so that we don't lose oversight and what we're doing. So user data, right? Let's go over here. Now firstly, let's copy these two. Let's go here, paste, and we need the, what we need here is the get server sessions. So we need this. Aside from this, we need the, so you have the connection, we have the next response, we have the get server, and we need the auth options. So auth options we need, and after that we are done. So we can go ahead and copy this whole thing from the update user and we can paste it, and we can make this a get over here. We can remove this and we can say over here, and we can remove this try block, leave the connection but remove this over here. We can leave this error, internal server error, add the update user and like this, add the user data route. Now this is good, and what we want to do here is say try and catch block is gonna be awaited connection, so we need to move this over here. Alright, so we need to move this over here, and before we get the connection we need to say const session equals to await. Alright, get server session with auth options. So we have the server session, and if no session, we want to return copy paste error, and we want to say here user not found or not authenticated. Alright, with the status of 401, not no access. And we want to have the database connections, then we can move inside our try block and say const user equals to await, and then user dot find one, and here we want to say email, just like that, and session dot user dot email, and dot select. So we want to select something from here, and that's gonna be minus, so we want everything from the user minus the password. If we have a minus, then we don't want that. If it was only the password, then we want only the password from this query. So that's what the minus is for. And if no user, then of course we want to return this. We want to return the next response. That's gonna be like this, right? And we can say here user not found, authenticated, we can take it out, and 404, and then we can have a return next.json, and we can remove all of this. We can just return the user. So this one is completed. Now we can move on to the Next one, let's create a folder called webhook. So API, remember not in auth, API, new folder, webhook. Now our route over here, route.js, and now on webhook, let's see what we need here. Of course, we're gonna need the next server response, the Stripe for the webhook, database connection, and the order. So let's get a few things from here. So we're gonna leave this, we're gonna leave this, and we can remove all of these. So import Stripe from Stripe and order from the models. And after this one, we can say const Stripe equals to new Stripe. Let's configure it, and then we can say here process.env.stripe secret key. Let's go get this. So Stripe secret key, copy, and here, and then const webhook secret equals to process.env dot, let's copy the webhook's secret. After we deploy our website, we're gonna get this and we're gonna configure it. For now we can leave it empty. So then we can say export const function, export asynchronous function with the method of post and request. Over here we can say await connection as always to our database. Then we can say let event be a variable in and on itself, and then our try and catch block. Let's go over here, copy this, paste it over here. So we have the response internal server error at the webhook route. So, and inside here what we can say is const body equals to await request.json. We have the body done. Then we can say const signature. This is going to be a request dot headers dot get over here, and then we can say here Stripe slash signature. This is where the Stripe signature is. And after we have the Stripe signature, we can say event equals to Stripe dot webhooks. Now we can configure the webhook dot construct event, and then we can say we can pass the body, the signature it needs, and also it needs the webhook secret. So we have our webhook configured, and now we can say here log webhook event webhook event constructed successfully, and we can send back the signature just like that. Alright, so the signature is here, here, here. Okay, nice, perfect. And after this one, the webhook route needs also to handle the event. Alright, so after this one, after the try and catch block, so we have the try and catch block, and let's go down. Right, so we have this. After the catch error, we have this, and then we go down here. And then we want to say here, so handle the event. Alright, so after we handle the event, no, firstly we want to handle the event. So switch case is going to be event dot type. Now we want to have all our types over here that we want to look out for. So case is going to be checkout session completed. So this is what we're looking for when the checkout session is completed. So if that is the case, then we want to say here const session equals to event.data.object, and we can say here await handle successful with one L successful payment. Let's name it like this, right? Handle successful payment, and this is gonna be filled in with the session. So I don't know if I wrote this handle success with one C. No, with two C's. Successful what one and payment. So this one is right, it's written correctly, and then we can add a break statement over here, and then we can have the same thing. So copy, after this one paste, and then we're gonna say here why isn't it loading automatically? Payment intent succeeded. Let's see, payment intent succeeded. So this is what we're looking for, and if that is the case, then we want to say here const, not session, but payment intent. Payment intent is gonna be event.data.object, and then await handle successful payment with the payment intent inside here. And then we have a break, and you can add as many of these as you want that you want to look for, but these two are enough. Alright, so after the break we have a default statement over here, default statement, and we can have your log of unhandled event type, and we can make this, so we can put something inside here dynamically dot type, so we see what event type that is. Alright, so after the default one we can move down here, and we can have a return statement over here with a next response.json, and after this one we can say received it's gonna be to true, and then what did we need over here? Yep, the status over here, status of 200, received true, status 200, done. Now after this one, what we want to have is a synchronous function that is going to handle the successful payment. Alright, and this is not going to be the post one, this is going to be one and in on itself. So this is going to be a function that will live under the post, so async function, and we're going to say here handle successful payment. Alright, this one that we're awaiting, so this function is going to handle the successful payment in our switches. So if we are getting this from Stripe, Stripe says the checkout session is completed and the payment is done, then you can change the status of your order or the status of the payment, only that. So that's what we're doing here, we're letting Stripe tell us when. Payment is gonna be here, payment object, and then let order ID be a variable in and on itself. Then we're gonna have if, we're gonna say here payment object dot object equals to checkout session, then we want to do something, and what we want to do is order ID equals to payment object dot metadata dot order ID. And I know this is a bit complicated, but after this one you will have it ready and you can use this boilerplate code to set up any form of payment in your application. So else if, once coded, you'll always have it. So else if, we're gonna say here else if the payment object, so payment object dot object again equals to triple equals to, let's say here payment underscore intent. Then what we want to do is say order ID equals to, it's going to be the same thing, so copy paste, and now we can move down. So we can have failsafe here if no order ID, then we want to say log over here. Oops, oh my god. So you want to console.log no order ID found, for example, no, and we can just return. So just like that, right? After this one is done, we want to have a try and catch block here. Try catch, inside the catch just, let's say here console dot error, and we can say here let's make it dynamic. We can say here error updating order, and we can say inside here order ID. We had an error with this, then the error in and on itself. So inside the try block we can say const order, no, update order equals to, oh wait, let's update the order now, order dot find by ID and update. This is what we need, and here we want to give in firstly the order ID, secondly what we want to update. We want to update paid to be true, and we want to update status to be what? Delivered. And you can have as many of these as you want in different forms of stages from Stripe, and I will show you how you can find all of these in Stripe when we get the webhook. So you can, for example, look for checkout initiated or something like that to retarget users, send them coupons. You can do anything you want basically with the website. You have that much freedom. And then we want to say over here to new true. So now this one is done as well. Let's go and have a failsafe. If no updated order, then as always let's just log it. We don't need to make too much of this here. So no order found with this ID, and let's make it dynamic over here. Let's say that we have the order ID here, and we wanna return just like that. So, and after this one we have, so after the if statement, let's have a final log over here for a bit more debugging purposes, and let's say order here, let's give it the order ID again, updated so that we know, and let's say paid equals true and status equals delivered, so that we know that something happened, alright, and the order is updated. And after this one everything is done. And you might wonder, why don't we return here next response? Why don't we use this? Because this is a post request and this is a normal function that we created ourselves, right? That is why. So after this one the route is completed and we can just save it. So save, let's just check if we have any errors. So if we save, okay, it formats itself. We don't have any errors. Now this one is completed too. Let's close a few routes that we did. So in the next one, we're gonna be building the wishlist and the wishlist all route. And we are gonna be completed with our backend. Can you imagine? Our backend is gonna be completed. Then we can go focus on the front end for some hours, and we're gonna be having the website fully completed. As you can see, you will have an amazing website and you can start selling right away whatever you want without ever paying expensive monthly costs to host your store. So see you in the next video. So in this video we're going to be finishing up our backend, or our API routes as we call them, and we're going to be coding up the last two ones, which are going to be the wishlist and the wishlist all. So let's create a new folder called wishlist, and inside here route.js, and then a wishlist all. So wishlist all. Perfect. And here route.js. So now let's go inside here, and we're gonna need a few things. So let's go here in the webhook. Let's get some of these, paste them, and we don't need the order first of all. Then we don't need Stripe second of all. So we need the product. We need, after the product, we need the get server session. We need the auth options. If we have one, we need the other. And then we need the user. After the user, we have the product, response, auth, I think we have them all. So this is now good, and we can start coding it up. So let's say here export asynchronous function of get with a request. Now let's go inside and have a try and catch block. Here we're gonna be getting the error message from here, and as always paste it in and add the wishlist route. So here we wanna get the server-side sessions, so that we can get from user data. Let's get this, alright, and this, and the connection. So let's go to wishlist, paste them all in. And after this one, we can have the pagination components. So we can get those from the all reviews route, I think. So no, let's go search products, all products. Here we have it. So we need this, we need this, we need this, we need this. Copy. Let's go here, and under the database connection, so we have our search params with the new URL request.url. We have the page, parse in, search params get page, and we have our limit. We're going to be setting our limit to 10 over here, and we have the skip. And now what we can do is we can say const user equals to await user dot find one, and we're going to be searching for email field with session dot user dot email, right? So let's put that in. Perfect. Now what we can do is we can say if no user, as always we need our fail safes. We can return something here, and we can say over here 404 because the user is not found. So let's say user not found or not authenticated. Perfect. User not found. So after this one, what we can do is we can get the total items. So let's get the total items over here. I think we get this from all products. So we need this total products. So let's get all this, and let's copy this and let's see what we need over here. So paste. So our total products is gonna be total items in this case. Now we cannot put this there, it's totally different. So let's say const total items equals to, because this is a wish list, so user dot wish list dot length. So we have the total items, const pagination. No, sorry, we need to say this paginated wish list IDs. Perfect. So equals to user dot wishlist dot slice, and we want to say skip inside, skip plus limit. So we want to slice them in that order, and or from the skip to the skip plus limit, we want those items first. Then const, we want to say wishlist items, list items is gonna be equals to await, then product dot find over here, and here we want to say we want to find the underscore ID, where, let's go here, hashtag in is gonna be the paginated wishlist ID. So we want to find the products that have this ID inside the paginated wishlist. So we want to find the product that has this ID inside, that has the same ID as the user has wishlisted it, meaning the user has wishlisted this ID, this product, right? I don't know if I'm making much sense, but the user has wishlisted product X, right? And we want to see if that product X is inside the product. We are finding it through the ID. So that is basically it. And we want to return next response.json, and here we want to say open up that and items. All right. Want to send back the wish list items. Current page, we want to send back the page, and we want to send total pages. We want to say here math.seal. All right, and then we want to say total items divided by the limit. After this one, we want to send has more, and we have done this before. Skip plus limit less than total items, and then we are done. So let's format this. Then we have the error block here, and that is done. So now we can get products from the wish list. Now let's put something inside the wish list. So let's have our export asynchronous function of put not product put with a request. Let's go all the way up here. And now what we want to do is we want to have a try and catch block as always. Return this, and here we want to say we need the server sessions. So let's say we need this, and we need the database connection. Copy here, paste. After this one we need the product ID, so const here we're gonna be saying product ID equals to await request dot JSON. So this is where we're getting that from. And if there is no product ID, we wanna return this of 404 product ID, prod ID not found, just like this. So this one is completed now. Now we can go ahead and get the user. So let's go over here. We need this one, copy. We can go down here under the if statement, we can get the user. And if there is no user, like here, we can return this. So if there is no user, we can return that. And then we can say const product here, const, we can say product equals to await product dot find by ID and product ID. So now we have the product as well, and we can say here, let's copy let's copy this, paste it, and the user is gonna be product. If there is no product, we're gonna say product not found. So after that one, what we can do is say if, so now we want to see if the user has the product actually wishlisted. So if, how we're gonna do that, so if the user has not, meaning this is not, all right, user dot wishlist dot includes, we're gonna use the includes, and we're gonna say the product, give me the product ID here. So if the product ID is not in the user's wish list, user dot wishlist dot push the product ID. So we're gonna insert this inside his wish list, and we're gonna say await user dot save, which is gonna save him into our database. So, and if that is not the case, we're gonna return next response dot JSON, and inside here we want to say, or no, if that is the case, the thing is gonna go down to here, and we're gonna say product, let's say a message has been wishlisted, and the status of, let's say here 200. Perfect. Nope, sorry, status of 200. So now this one is completed. We can move down to unwishlisting something. So we're gonna be having a export asynchronous function with the name of delete, and here we're gonna have our request. So now what we wanna do is we wanna copy the session, the if statement, the database connection, the product ID. If there is no product ID, the user, find the user if there is no user, and then continue from there. So let's copy this. So copy, paste here, but it needs to be in a try block. So sorry, oops, what am I doing? Okay, now relax over there. So try catch block, here this, and here copy, paste, and now we can get moving. So we have all that, so we don't repeat ourselves here typing the same logic over and over and over and over again. That is not what programming is about. We want to be efficient and fast. So user.wishlist, next what we can say, equals to user.wishlist.filter. So we want to filter out the IDs of every wishlisted item, and we want to get back, we want to filter the IDs, and we want to get back the ID of every single item we have wishlisted, and we want to say ID dot to string. So after we do that, we want to say isn't equal to product ID. So we want to filter the user's wish list, and then we want to get back every ID of the wishlisted item, and we want to see if the ID is not equal to the product ID. Then we want to say, oops, wait, user.save, and I need to explain this a little bit better. So what we're doing here, all right, we're setting the user's wish list with a new wish list. So the new wish list is going to be filtered every single item that was there except the one that is not the product ID. All right, so we want to filter everything that does not equal the product ID, meaning the product ID that we have given back to the route is going to be deleted. This is the logic behind it. And then return, we want to say next response.json, and after that we want to say here message product removed from wish list with a status of, what should we set it, 200, right? All right, so this one is done as well, and we have this one now completed. Now the last API route is gonna be our wishlist all. All right, wishlist all, and here we want to go back up here. We want to copy this, paste, and now we want to copy this. So we want to copy this whole get function. Let's copy the get function, paste it over here, and let's see what we need to modify over here. So the session is gonna stay, all right, the if statement is gonna stay, the DB connection is gonna stay, the user, here we don't have actually the user, and here we have made a mistake. We need to say get, put, good, and delete. All right, this is nice now. So we also need here the user. So let's go ahead and page limit, so we can delete basically everything from there. So here const user equals to is gonna be await user dot find one, and this find one is gonna be underscore ID. We're gonna look for the ID, which is gonna be the session dot user dot, and it's gonna be underscore ID, just like that. So we have the user now, and if the user does not exist, we wanna, let's copy this, paste, and say user over here, user not found or not authenticated, that is correct. And we want to say const wishlist items equals to await and product dot find. Here we want to query for the underscore ID, that is hashtag, $in user dot wishlist. So we want to get the wishlisted items from the user, and then return next response dot JSON. Here we want to say items is going to be the wishlisted items. So that is pretty much done for this. Let's go now down and have our second thing here, which is going to be the post request. And here what we want to do is we want to get these here, user find one, we need this. If there is no user, we need that. And after this one, product, okay, copy this, let's say here export async function of post, Alright, with a request, with a try and catch block. In the try block we paste this, in the catch block we paste this. So, and here now in the try block, so what we need the session, we need the if statement, we need the database connection. Now we also need the product ID, so const here product ID equals to await request.json as always. After this one is done, we can say copy this, paste if no product ID. Alright, if this one does not exist. Product ID, why is this a red? I don't know why this is red. So okay, now it changed, perfect. It shouldn't be red. So we can say here product ID not found, and here we have the user after that. Then if the user is not there, we have that, and then we need to say here const product. Do we have that over here? Have that user wish list. Okay, so we are gonna be saying here product equals to await product dot find by yes, we need to find by ID over here, and the product ID is gonna be here. All right, this is gonna find our product. And after that one we need the if statement, so if a product does not exist, so product, and here you're gonna say product not found by ID. After this one we can say here if statement, again another if statement, and we're gonna say if there is no user dot wish list. Let's copy this one. Wish list items user. No, let's go to wish list. We had this if statement. So if the user wish list does not include, so we want this. Copy. Wish list all. This is our route, right? So we wanna paste this one here. So if the user wish list does not include the product ID that we just fetched, that we just have, the user wishlist.push, we're gonna push that product inside and await user.save, and then we can just respond with this one, next response. Alright, we want to have this one here too. Alright, so that one concludes this, and now we want to have the here we can just go ahead and copy all of this delete block over here and go ahead and paste it here, and let's check it now. So we want the session, of course. If there is no session, the database connection, the product ID from the request.json if there is no product ID, and we want the user now. If there is no user, then we want the user wish list to be filtered, just like how we deleted it in that other route. Save the user or return the next response that the item has been removed, and we can leave this here, so we have it here too. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. So we can control save, everything is, let's check if we have typos. No, we don't have any typos. So this concludes our backend of the application. Now we can close all of these, and I congratulate you that you made it this far. You have the backend completed, the most important part of the whole application. The logic is done now. You have payments, you have wish list, you have authentication, you have everything. With this one alone you can build 100 websites. You have payments, you have basically anything. You can transform this not into e-commerce store, but whatever you want. So that is the beauty of it. So in the next video, we're gonna be starting to code our front end. We're gonna be modifying a few UI components. We're gonna be creating our components first, then our pages. and we are gonna tie everything together, and our website is gonna look amazing and have a lot of functionality. So see you in the next video. So welcome back. So in this video we are gonna be coding up the footer and the homepage component, so we can load them inside our homepage. All right, and I went ahead and I closed the application, so Control-C, close the application. We can remove this so we have a bit more space, and inside the downloadable files of the video you have the starting file zip. All right, inside there is a folder called homepage components and a folder called footer. So let's start with the footer. Let's open up this JSX file, and here we have the footer. Let's copy everything from here. Let's go inside our footer and just paste it in, and let's see what we have here. So this is just basic Tailwind CSS, nothing special. So I've not edited anything out of here because there's absolutely no logic here, right? We are just having some imports over here, React from React, link from next link. This is just very basic. Then some icons from React icons, an icon from React icon again. Then we have an array of objects which we are looping through our icon, the link of the icon, you know, and the color. So what color we want there. So we have just a simple array up top, and that is all. And you can change all of these, and you can add more. For example, you can add here GitHub, right? FA GitHub, and you can add here, copy this, you can do it like this, and here it's gonna be GitHub icon, right? You can have the, not this one, sorry, this, copy paste, so you can have this one. This is gonna be blue, so we have GitHub tier 2 here. Let's leave it and let's see how it looks in the website. Then we have just basic Tailwind CSS, alright, some width, padding, colors, the grid layout, just layout and basic Tailwind CSS. You can take a look at this, you can play around with these, delete some of them, see what they're doing, edit it, and this is how you are gonna learn the best. But this is very basic, alright. Here we have just a .map function that loops through all of these, alright, and it returns each single one of them at a time. And then we have the link for each corresponding key, or for each corresponding string over here. So then we have some list item. Alright, then we're mapping through these, and we will see how they look in the website. We're just mapping through stuff. This is very basic, and we have the newsletter sign up over here. And then we have the social links that we are mapping. We get the icon, the href, and the color like we said earlier. And here we have a new date, get full year, and the ecom watch, all rights reserved. You can change absolutely everything in here and make it look how you want. So let's start our application. Actually, let's see how this one looks. So npm run dev, let's see. Let's go back here, let's load it up and wait for it to compile. Let's see how our footer looks, and after this one we can start doing our homepage components. Our homepage is gonna look, oh, so here it is. So the website loaded, and here is our footer. So every one of these works, and you can change all of them. Alright, about, you can go on about. So we have only one, the image of a horse, which is very funny that we picked that when we did the about page. So this is very funny. Alright, so off topic, that was really funny. Alright, so here we have the GitHub tool, and if we want to remove it, you can just go up here, you can just remove it. So remove it here, and inside the page you will not have the GitHub. So that's how simple it is, right? And I will remove the GitHub. We don't actually need GitHub in a watch selling site. So now we can close back our application. We don't need this, so we can have a bit more space. Now let's go ahead and go to our next folder. So homepage component, let's rename, copy the name, and let's go inside components and let's open up a new folder with that name. All right, and let's go ahead and open up the first one. So bestselling.jsx. So bestselling.jsx, let's copy everything that is in here and let's create a new JSX, bestselling.jsx, paste everything in here, and here let's code up our logic. So we can delete this comment. This is just for heads up. So we are loading a few watches over here. All right, we are loading a few watches over here that we have with a price, a rating, and some images. So let's see where we are getting the images. So these are gonna be these ones. Let's go to a real website, best selling. They're these here, right? So it is this component over here, so best selling. So let's go back here. So we have the watches, they all come from our public folder. So let's go inside our public folder and let's see what we have here. So we have, for example, watch1.png. So gallery, hero, watch1.png is gonna be this one. Then it's gonna be this. No, we don't need that. So this one. So we have these cool little images that we are running, right? These are it. And now we can go back now and actually, so finish coding this up. So you know where these images are coming from. All right, they're all in your public that we downloaded the public folder. You should have all of these links over here, all of these images, I mean. So after that one, we just create an array of objects that we loop all through, that we name all of them, right? We give it an ID, we give it a name. You can change this to whatever you want. You can change the price, the rating, the image. You can change where it takes you and whatever you want. So you have full accessibility and customization over here. So the logic goes here. Let's delete this, and we are filtering through them. All right, we're getting the single watch, and if the watch is there and there is an image, ensure all watches have valid images. This is what we're doing over here. Then set the watches to this object. So this is done now. After this, what we can do is say const next watch equals to, this is gonna be an anonymous function that is gonna do something. So this is gonna set current index, it's gonna set the index of the, let's have here a function that is gonna set this, and here we want the previous index. So pref index, and after this one we can say here previous index plus 1 modulo watches dot length. So, and after this one we can say previous watch. All right, and it's gonna be copying this and say next watch. Let's say here previous watch, and we can say here previous index over here minus 1. All right, minus 1 plus over here watches dot length, and then modulo watches length, how we have it here. This one is done, and then we need the get watch index. So get the index of the watch. So const get watch index over here equals to, let's see here. So it's gonna be the offset inside here. Don't offset, we need that there. And after this one we can say over here current index plus offset plus watches dot length, and then we have modulo watches dot length. All right, so this one is done. And after this one, what we can do is say if watches dot length equals to 0, then what we want to do is return null, just like that. Or here we can say or a loading indicator or spinner. You can decide on that. So after this one, this component is done. It's literally just Tailwind CSS. Basically everything that we know, right? We have some array from length of 5 that we want to show, and we map through all of them, and we are looping through them. So let's now go ahead and work on the next one. On the next one is going to be the featured product over here. All right, featured product. Let's rename, copy, and let's go over here. Let's new file, paste.jsx, and inside here we can just open this up, copy, close it, and inside our component paste it in. So here we have an image from next image, a link from next link imported. We have a clock, tag, droplet, watch, star, box, ruler, and shield from Lucid React, so just icons important. We have imported motion from Framer Motion, Axios from Axios. We don't actually need this, we can delete it. Or no, we are gonna need it because we are gonna make a post a request over here, or a get a request. We absolutely need that. And we have hero image fallback, which is the public hero image one. So we have a fallback if our image does not appear. This is this section, featured product over here, right? We can load the default image over here. So now let's see. So featured product, what we want to do is here, after we go inside, after we can delete this, we want to have some use state. So use state snippet, and it's gonna be featured watch 1, featured watch 1. Just type it exactly like me, featured watch 1, and it's gonna be set featured watch 1 with a capital F, and then the state here is gonna be null. So after this one, we want a use state snippet of is set is loading and true, and then use state snippet of error set error. Oh no, error set error with a set error with a capital R, and here is gonna be null. So after this one is done, we can say const fetch featured product equals to async function arrow function, and then we have a try and catch block. So try catch block and finally block as well. So let's go from the bottom. So set loading is gonna be false here, and that is all there is to it. Then we can say set error over here. We can set our error, and we can say here err, or error in our case, dot response if there is any, response dot data if there is any, message. Or here we can say failed to fetch featured product. So this is very important. As you know, when our database is sleeping, we have nice error messages, right? So we are not confused to what is going on, right? We have loadings, we have error messages, we have everything. That is very important, to not just do it and then leave everything out. So const is gonna be here timestamp equals to new date dot get time This is gonna be our new time, so we'll get the current time, and const response equals to await axios dot get. Now we're making a request into our API, so this is gonna be very exciting. So we're making an get request to API slash. Alright, now we're going inside our routes slash product, right, slash featured, and now we want to make this dynamic. So let's make it dynamic, right, like this. We're saying featured, and then we're saying this one we're giving in t equals to, and it's gonna be the timestamp. Alright, it's gonna be the timestamp. This is what we are doing. And then we're saying over here set featured watch, set featured watch. Over here set featured watch, featured watch 1, set featured watch 1. Alright, so we are doing that, and here we can say the response.data, and we are going to test this out. So after this one is done, and we can use effect snippet over here, we can remove the dependency, and we can remove this, and we can say fetch featured product. Oops, just like this. So fetch featured product when the site loads. So let's go ahead and test this. Let's see if it is working. So let's go ahead and say over here npm run dev, just like that. Let's load up our page. So our page is here. Alright, this is the home page, and inside our home page we want to load this component. So let's delete all of this. Alright, in our page, let's delete all of this. Let's have a div over here, and let's have the featured product. So let's go here, Ecommerce. Let's load it up. Is it loading? Compiling. Okay, perfect. Components, modules, just app.page, important notice. So we have an use effect or client. Okay, so let's go on featured here. Let's say here use client. Let's see if it is loading. So we have the featured product over here, as you can see, right? So you have the featured product, but in our case we don't have any products and nothing is featured. So this is why we get this, right? After we're gonna be creating our create product page, which is gonna be the first one after our components, after these components, or after we finish all components, we are gonna be creating a product, making it featured inside our database, and after that it's gonna be very easy to fetch this. So we can leave this now as it is. Alright, now we can close this and close this. So this is working. It just needs a product to be featured, because right now nothing is featured. So but the API call is working. Alright, now so we can say here home page and leave the page like that. So featured products is completed. After this one, and if you want to take a look at the Tailwind CSS, here you have a bunch of motion divs. These are very basic. You can look up motion div or framer motion and you can manipulate all of these, but it is very basic Tailwind CSS over here. Next one, we can do the gallery slider. So we can do the gallery slider. This is gonna be very exciting. Let's go now, let's close this. Let's go gallery slider, or let's rename, copy, go here and create a new file called gallery slider.jsx. Let's open the gallery slider, copy all of it, paste it in here, remove the old one, remove these all. So now Now we have some images. They're all coming from our public folder. Alright, gallery 1, 2, 3, 4 until 14. And you can open few of them, so it's just watch images. You can load them up with your images here if you want. So here goes the logic. Alright, so let's have a use state. Snippet is this, okay, so do we have use effect? Yes, we need to make this use here, use client. Alright, this has to be a use client, otherwise it is not gonna work. So we have it as use client over there, or we can make the page a use client over here, which I think we will do later, and it is gonna fix our thing. So let's make this one a use client over here, the main page in our app folder here. So use client, close, and we can remove this here. We don't need it anymore to make it a use client, and we can go featured product all the way up. We can remove this. So here we don't have a use client, right? No. So we don't need that. So we can make the page here use client, and it will make all of them available to us. So we have the first one is gonna be the gallery slider. So here inside this one we can say the use state current index. So current index over here, and is gonna be copy. So let's paste it here, set current index, and this one is gonna be of 2. So, and then use state snippet of direction, set direction, and it's gonna be 0 first. So let's say const next slide equals to an arrow function. It's not anonymous, it has a name, and here we want to say set direction. It's gonna be 1, set current index, and this one is gonna be a previous index over here. Then we're gonna say this. Alright, previous index, and then we have previous index -1 plus images here dot length. This is how we do it, and then we're gonna say modulo images dot length. So we have this one completed now as well. Next slide, and now we need the previous slide. So copy this, paste it, and let's say here, just like how we did it last time, previous slide, direction is gonna be -1, and this is gonna be here current. Next slide is 1. Okay, this one needs to be plus, sorry, and this one is minus. That is good. So these two are done now. Then what we need is a constant called get visible images. So const get visible images, just like this, equals to arrow function, and then const visible indices, over here equals to an array, and inside this array we can have a few of these. So current index -2 plus images dot length, and modulo images dot length. So it's gonna be one of these, and then after this one we can copy this, copy, paste. Here is gonna be -1, and the rest can stay the same. Alright, then we can have the current index, then we can have another one of these. It's gonna be +1 over here, so +1, and then we have This one, we don't need it anymore because we're going the other side, generating the visible images. And we can just copy this and make it a +2 over here. So this one is done now too, and then we can return here visible indices dot map function. We're looping through every index and we are getting back the images in that index. So this one is done now. Now what's left is the use effect. Let's go down here. Let's say use effect snippet. Let's get rid of the dependency. We don't need this. Let's get rid of this and let's code it up ourselves. So const, we're gonna say here handle key down equals to event. Then we can say here if event dot type, or no, sorry, event dot key, we need the key over here, equals to arrow left. So let's say here arrow left. All right, then what we want to do is previous slide. We want to use the previous slide. And else if, let's say here event dot key equals to arrow right. So right side, we want the next slide. So that is pretty self-explanatory. So after this one, after the const function, so we go 1 bracket, 2 brackets down. Here we want to say window dot add event listener. Then we want to say here key down. So we have our key downs, and then we want to handle key down when something is pressed. And then we want to return here a anonymous function with no name, and we want to say here window dot remove event listener. All right, and we want to remove the key down with the handle key down. So we add the event listener and then we remove it. And then after this one, we are done over here. We can have our variant. So const variance, we can say is equal to, and then enter is gonna be a function over here, and we can say this over here x equals to direction bigger than null, then 100, if not minus 100. So this is the ternary operator. So if this is true, then we have the first value, but if this is false, then we add the second value to the x. So ternary operator, very basic, very useful. So after this one, we want to say opacity, we want to give it a opacity of 0, and here we also want our direction, so that is very important. Now what we want to do is we want to have the center. Let's copy this, copy, paste, center. Here we don't want to have, actually let's remove all of this. So center, let's code it up ourselves. Center is gonna be an object where x equals 0, not ax, but x equals 0, and opacity equals 1. Alright, so after center we want the exit. So exit is gonna be here, and we're gonna say here direction, and we can copy this one now. So we can copy this all and paste it here. So exit is gonna be having the direction. X direction is gonna be here smaller than 0, then 100, then minus 100, and opacity to 0. So we have all of these now set. So now the component is completed and we have this slider done now. If you go on the real application, you have this slider here and that complex animation. So this is how we achieve that, right? We are playing with their opacity and their place and everything. So this is how you achieve that. So now you have a really cool slider you can implement anywhere and everybody is going to be amazed of the animation. So after this one, let's go and do the hero video, right? Hero video. So rename, copy, let's go here, components, new hero video.jsx. Let's open it from here. So copy and paste. So now here what we can do is we can go upside and here is the logic. So we have some things important over here, imported, and now we want to say const video reference, alright, equals to use reference, and it's gonna be null set. After this one we can have a use effect snippet, and this one is not gonna have any dependency. Let's remove these. Here we want to say const video equals to video ref dot current. Alright, video ref dot current, and here we want to say const animate play, const or attempt play. Alright, it's gonna be an arrow function that we are gonna be saying video dot play, alright, dot catch over here an error that later on we want to do something with it. So we are gonna be saying here log, and then autoplay was prevented, and then we want to do the error over here. So, and after this one, after this one is alright, after here we want to have an if statement. So if video, if there is a video, alright, if there is a video that we are getting here from the, here is the video, reference is video reference, so we are referencing this video the whole time, and here I left my Cloudinary video, alright, that I edited. You can use it too, you can use this exact same video as me, so you don't have to create a nice video, you have it here, right? So if there is a video, which there is in this case, we want to say video dot add event listener, and it's gonna say here loaded data, like that, and attempt to play it. So, and document dot add event listener, alright, we want to say here touch start, and then attempt to play it, and then document dot add event listener, here we want to say click, and then attempt to play the video on all these events. So after we have that, we want to have our return over here. So return statement, we want to have a function here that is gonna have a if video over here, and then video dot remove event listener, and then we want to say here loaded data, so we can copy all of these and just paste it here. All right, paste it all here. If in this one expected that, okay, so we can just copy, paste, and remove event listener. Let's see if we typed it right. Yes, we typed it right, so we can remove that. All right, so I think something is wrong over here, so let's copy, let's go back. So we just remove that. So here, make sure you paste it inside here. So this one is now done as well. And if you want to test it, we can test it, but let's finish all of these and we can test them in the later videos. All right, but this now works, or yeah, why not? Let's go ahead and test it, right? So in integrated terminal, now we can run def. All right, let's go to the page. Let's render the hero video. So hero, let's go here, control save, hero. All right, we need to import it ourselves, so it does not do it. All right, so import hero video. Okay, watch hero video. So because hero video, we are exporting it as default hero video, so that's how you can import it. All right, or you can manually import it. Let's see, import video from, let's manually import it at /components /homepage components /hero video. So copy, paste, self-closing tag. Let's go here, and here we are at our app. Let's load it and let's see what we get, right? So here we have our hero component, but I think we cannot see the things. We cannot see the text. Let's go ahead and see why. Hero video, overlay. All right, the overlay seems to be not working. This is very strange. This should be working. Let's about the video tag, div overlay, insert px, insert 0. Let's add here a z of 10 maybe. Let's see what we get here. And here we go, here we have them. All right, so just add this z index of 10 over here and you should have your text. Z index means what is the number of the overlay. So is it coming first, second, third? So this comes on top, right? The higher the number, the more on top it is. So if you load up the page, here you have it. All right, so this one works. Let's close this now down. Now what we can do is we can do the newsletter component. So let's do the newsletter component now. Here, let's rename, copy, go here, new file, paste.jsx. Let's open up the file, copy, and here, newsletter component in our, here we go. And this one is unchanged because there is just basic stuff here, right? There's just basic stuff here. And if you want to enhance this further, add a subscription to your website, this is where you would do that. You would make the Axios call to your backend and you will store the user inside your subscription database, right? So that one is done now. Watch of the month. Here, let's rename this. Copy, let's go here. Let's make a new file, .jsx. Let's go on the one that has the code, delete this, And here also nothing is changed, it's just basic Tailwind CSS with some animation. So now the last one is gonna be the watch or review slider. So this one is a bit big, so let's rename, copy, create our own new here .jsx. After this one, oh sorry, we can go back to the one with the code, watch review slider, and paste it in here. So here what we want to do is we want to implement the logic. Here we also have an array of objects that we're going to loop through, and you can change all of these, make them your own, or talk about your own page or what you want to display. The image is from the public folder as always, that's where we get the images from. You can change all of these again. Now let's go and build the logic, and this is going to be the final one for this video. So this is not that much, but it's very important that we do it. And here we want to say actually watch slider, so we want to use a use state snippet first with a current index set current index, and it's gonna be 0, and then use state snippet is gonna be direction and set direction, and it's gonna be 0. And we can have here now the next slide and the previous slide, and I think we did this here. So next slide, previous slide, are these gonna be the same? I think so. We can copy these. Alright, here we can paste them. So next slide is gonna be a function that sets the direction to 1. Set current index, here we have it, alright, with a previous index, and then it's gonna be here we have the next previous index, but we need to delete these, so we need to delete this. Alright, let's delete this. So this is gonna be set current index, so we have this, then we have a function over here that is setting the previous index plus 1, and then modulo is gonna be reviews dot length. So this is gonna be the reviews one. So now this one is done, but this gives us a next slide, no statement. Alright, so let's cut all of this. Let's okay, now it is working. That was the error over there. Alright, and we have this now that is going here. Then we have, okay, perfect, so this is working. Now this is working. Next slide and previous slide we need to modify to this is good. We need to say previous index, and then we can just copy all of this. So copy all of this, paste it here. So previous index gonna be here we want to say previous index -1 actually, so we can go to the next one plus the reviews dot length and modulo or reviews dot length. So now this one should be working as well, and we are done. So basically here we're just using some Tailwind CSS, rendering images, we are mapping through the offsets, so we have them, we're rendering the stars over here. You can change everything, you can play around with the Tailwind CSS and make it your own. So now we are done with these components. So let's see now, maybe we can go and implement them inside our page. So let's do that now. Let's go to our home page. We have the use client. Alright, now we want to have the hero video. After the hero video we want our best selling watches, so let's say here best selling watches. After that one we want our featured product. Featured product is already important. After this one we want our gallery. Gallery slider from the components. After that one, we want our watch of the month. Watch of the month, homepage components, right? Then we want watch review slider. Watch review slider that we just did. And then we want our newsletter component. So newsletter component. Alright, so now we can run our terminal. Let's run our application. Let's run it and let's see how our website looks now. It should look exactly like the live one without the navbar, because we're going to be coding the navbar next in our next videos. So here we go. These are not loading for some reason now. Let's see why. This is loading. This is loading. Gallery. So the images are not loading well. This one is loading well. These ones are loading well. This one is loading well. But these ones are getting stuck. Alright, so let's go ahead and see the featured product. No, gallery featured product. Is this one it? Star, no, featured product, but best selling. Alright. So why aren't we getting these watches? So if we go on public, we have watch1.png, right? JPEG here, watch1.png. So why is this not? Next image from next image? So let's see. This is very interesting. So add /public/1.png should be working, right? Let's see now. It is not. Alright. It is not. So let's see what watch1.png looks like. Okay. Alright, so watch1.png. So it is not working. Selling featured. Gallery slider. Here we import them. Here we import the images like this. And we loop through all of them. Let's see here if we can do it. If we can do the same here. Let's close these features. So best selling, let's say here just this. Alright, is it now? Can't resolve watch 1. Okay. Now gallery slider dot slash JPEG images from next image resolution React. Now these ones are working. Let's see where we are importing the images. So length, images here, map. So image, we're saying gallery image, index here, source gonna be the image. Here we get the image and the index, get gallery visible images. So we're setting them there. Alright. Now we wanna see why we cannot import them. Alright, so let's see here where we have the mistakes, because these are right imported. We need to have a mistake somewhere down here because this is not working. So now let's go back to the to the current index. This looks good. Okay, let's start from the top. We're filtering the watches, good. Next watch is there's a const previous watch. So return null. Let's code this whole section again, because I think the problem is here most likely. So let's say const, alright, next watch equals to arrow function. Let's code it again slowly so we can be rest assured. So set current index is gonna be previous index, and then we're gonna have this. So previous index plus 1 modulo watches dot length. All right, we have this one done. Then it's gonna be const here previous watch, previous watch equals to, again, this one. So this is gonna be here previous one, and then we're gonna say here set current indexes again the previous watch, no, previous index over here, and then after the previous index is set, we want to say previous index plus, oh sorry, minus 1 here, plus watches dot length, and we want to say here modulo watches dot length. That is done too, and then we want to say const here get watch index equals to offset. All right, arrow function, and then here we want to say current index plus offset plus watches dot length modulo watches dot length. So, and we want to say if watches dot length equals to 0, then we want to return no. All right, so this should work now. Let's see. And here we go. I think we had a mistake there. So here we go. Now this one is working. So this is the correct way how to do this. This is the correct way. Save. This is the correct way. All right. Maybe we had a little typo there. Who knows? So this one is working now. Now let's take a look at our homepage. So we have the cool animation there. We have this ones, the slider work. We have the featured product, which we're gonna set after we have a product in our database. We have this one. Now the gallery is not working. Okay. And we have those, everything. So let's fix the gallery. So let's go to our gallery slider. So I think we have made a mistake here too, right? So let's take a look. All right, so gallery slider. So we have the use states, they're good. Next slide, this is what we need to see here. Okay, so we have that one, set direction 1, set current index. All right, this one is good. Then we have previous index, arrow function, and this is the mistake over here. So let's slash length. So this is the mistake over here. So let's address this, right? So we have this one, right? We have this one. Then here we need to have one of these brackets where it is previous index plus 1 modulo images, all right, dot length. I don't know how we missed this. This is very strange to me, but yeah, we missed it. So the next one is gonna be, I think, the same mistake over here. So let's copy this, let's paste it here. So there's gonna be previous index here, gonna be -1, and then inside this one is gonna be plus images dot length modulo images dot length. So this one is done now, and all the other things I think are good. So let's save this and let's go back here. Let's refresh. Let's take a look. So now we have the full working slider with the infinite slide. Let's check this one out. Does it go back? Okay, everything good. Here, good. Let's check it out on mobile. Look how nice this looks on mobile. Just look. This is amazing, right? So on mobile everything works too perfectly. So now this one we want to check out. Okay, nice. So we have our homepage done. This is amazing. We have our homepage done. So in the next videos we're going to be coding up the front end some more, and our application is going to take a real look. It's going to take a real look. So see you in the next videos. Hello and welcome. So in this video we're going to be coding up our front end and conclude our application. Not in this video, but in the videos forth. So today we're going to be starting, or in this video we're going to be starting to code our front end. So let's close the API folder over here and let's focus firstly on the UI components that we need. So let's go to shed.cn over here and let's search for a few components that we're going to install. So alert is the first one. Let's go over here, copy npm this, and let's create inside our my app folder a integrated terminal. And inside here just paste that, and it's going to add the alert component inside our UI folder. So there it is. Next, what we need is the avatar. So let's search avatar over here. Let's npm copy that, paste it, and the next one is gonna be the card. So let's go card over here, card. The next is gonna be checkbox. So let's say here checkbox, copy, paste, easy. Next is gonna be, do we have the input? Input we have, and label. Next one, label, copy, paste, and then slider. So let's go ahead and slider, copy this. Next, after slider is gonna be the switch. So let's say here switch. This is the switch, right, that we're using inside the settings for the push notifications. And we need the tabs. So let's see here, tabs. So these are these, all right, that we're using in the settings page. npm copy this and paste it here. Then we need the text area. So text area, right? So copy this, paste, done. All right, so we have our components done. Now what we need to do is focus in the button over here. Now let's go. So here we have the button, and here we want to add our custom class. So you can see how you can add custom classes over here too. So we saw inside the dashboard here, dashboard page, the button, we can add a variant, right? We only specify the name. And so let's start our npm run dev. Let's start our application first so you can see what I'm talking about. So let's go over to here, dashboard. So localhost 3000/dashboard. All right, this also tells you where the website is hosted. So here we are inside the dashboard, and we have a logout button, right? So this logout button, if we go inside the button, we have a few. So we can set secondary. Let's copy, let's see how this looks. So secondary, and here, so it's barely visible now. Let's go say here link, copy. Let's see what this one looks. So now it is like a link button, right? And now let's add our own class over here so you can see how you can do that. You can name this whatever you want. So my button, I'm gonna name this my button, and inside here we're gonna be having a few classes. So few Tailwind CSS classes. So let's say background of color 2, and hover is gonna be of background slash my button, hover, rounded, it's gonna be focus, and outline none, and then text white. Now let's copy this, let's paste it here, and let's take a look how this looks. This should change now, but it's not changing. And let's see where these colors are. Alright, so let's go over here, Tailwind configurations, and here we are colors, input, background, primary default, accent, card, frames, animations. So we have them here, configuration. Alright, so I've noticed that we don't have these colors inside our Tailwind configurations. So what we need to do is we need to add our custom colors over here. So to save us some time, you can download the tailwind.config.zip file from the downloadable files of this video, right? In the right side, when you click on the drop down, you can download these. So you will have this zip folder, and inside the zip folder you will have a Tailwind configuration.js file. So double click on it, open it with VS Code, copy everything that is inside there, and you can paste that inside your tailwind.config.js. So paste it here. Alright, so here what we just did, we just added our color. So gold, border, color tone, color 2, color 3, color 4, my button hover, ring, background, box, shadow, alright, secondary, a destructive, muted. So we have all our colors over here, right? So if you want to change any of these, you can go. So our button is looking now like this, you see? So we have our button over here. So background is going to be color 2. So you can have a unified theme across your page, alright? So you don't have to guess the color every time, alright? If you want to have a good a design in your website, you need a unified color theme. So let's go here. Let's go on color hunt. So color hunt is very great. So for example, you can choose this as your website's color, right? You can copy this, and now let's do it. Now color 1 is going to be this. Let's go to our Tailwind configuration. So color 1, so paste it. Let's go color 2 is going to be this. Let's add the hashtag here. We have not done that, that is not good. And then color 3 here, sorry, here, color 4. So color 4 is gonna be this one, alright? And let's say here, let's go back inside our web page, and here we have the color, right? And on hover we can set this. Let's pick another hover color, good one. So this one, what would go well with this? I would say something blue-ish, alright, something bluish, for example this one. So we've saved this collection too. So let's copy this, color 4, we did 4, right? My button hover, I want this on hover. And now let's go here, so on hover we'll have this, alright? So we have a theme now, right? We have a theme for our website. This is how easy you can change the colors inside your application, alright? And I will leave them like this. I think these are very good, and they go and they complement each other. So we have the dark, we have the whites on top, right? In the bottom, looks very good. So I will leave it like this, alright? The logout button looks good. So now, after we have this one completed and we have our custom button color, so you know now how you can add custom classes inside your UI components. You can also change the card, you can change the padding, you can change the font, you can change everything up here. It's just simple Tailwind CSS. So after this one is done, the next thing that we can do is add our background animation module.css, and this one is going to live inside the main application. All right, so, or no, it's gonna live inside the app, inside the main app folder. So here we want to create a new, not folder, sorry, new file called, we're gonna name this background animation.module.css. So, and inside here we're gonna we are gonna have some basic CSS. So let's say here add keyframes, gradient shift, and here we're gonna add 0%, add 0, it's gonna be background position, background / position, and it's gonna be 0% and 50%. So then we can copy this, and then we can say over here at 50% is gonna be 100, 0 to 50, and then let's paste it one more time. This is gonna be at 100 over here. This is gonna be again 0 to 50. Alright, so this one is done now, and after this one what we can do is add a custom class. So dot background animation. We will have a few things. So background is gonna be linear gradient, and then 270 degrees like this, and then hashtag 1 2 3 4 5 6, so color white. And then after we have that, we're gonna say hashtag E0, so we have that one set, and then hashtag F5. After that we're gonna have hashtag D9. So here we have a few colors over here, and now we can close this, and this one is not good because we have two of those. So now we can go down and say background size, let's select this, is gonna be of 800%, and then again 800%. So, and the animation is gonna be gradient shift, and then 10 seconds infinite. So this one is now done. And let's see, so in the live website this is gonna be here. So if we go take a look at the product over here, right? Let's wait for our backend to kick in because it's sleeping. So if we go here inside a watch, for example, this nice looking Rolex, so we have a few animations. As you can see, these white lines, these black things, the shading, the everything. Alright, so the background has animations over here, and here too the background has a bit of animations too here. You cannot see it, it's very subtle, but the black spots move and everything. As you can see, the black spots move. It adds a really nice polished touch to the website, so they are there. So this one is done too, we can close it, and after this one what we can do in this video is modify the layout and the page. So let's go inside the layout and import the things that we need. So we have only the auth here, the authentication we have here Inter, then we need from Google Fonts, we need Poppins, then we need Mullish. So we need those two fonts from there. Then we need a component. Then we need to import the navbar. So let's say import here. Let's create a navbar first inside the components, alright? And this one is gonna be located inside a folder called navbar, and a folder called footer is gonna house the footer. So here we go, let's create a new folder called navbar. Alright, and inside this one is gonna be a component called navbar.jsx. So new file navbar.jsx. So, and here we can do that, and this one is done. Then a new folder called footer, and here we can have the new file called footer.jsx, and RFCE here, done, save it. So now we can go on layout and we can get the navbar from components/navbar/navbar and footer from components/footer/footer. So these one are imported as well. Let's have our font over here. So const mullish, yep, equals to mullish, and if we do this now, mullish and subsets over here is gonna be Latin. So if this does not load or the browser does not have it, the subset is going to be Latin. And then we have also Inter here, our font, and then we have const Poppins, let's say here equals to Poppins, and here subsets again is going to be Latin. And after that one, after the subset, what we can do here, we can add the weight. So weight is gonna be of 400. So 400 is gonna be the default weight of the font. So now inside the metadata, we can change this one. Title is gonna be e-commerce app, or you can name your website however you want with your brand name. And let's say here e-commerce store that sells watches. Perfect. So here we have that, the metadata, so that Google can pick it up. And then we have the export function, default root. After this one, we have the language of English. We have our body that we have with the inter.class name. And then we want to change this to Poppins. And let's take a look. Our website is gonna have now different fonts. You see how the font changed here. So let's change this one back to Inter. You see the font looks not that good, but if we do it with Poppins, we have a really refined look. Or you can go ahead inside Google Fonts, so fonts over here, and you can just whatever you want. So let's see what a good font is, right, for a really nice website that sells watches. So this one looks good, this one, I mean everything looks good. So this one looks very, and Playfair display. So let's see if we can import this here. And so Playfair display, and let's do this now over here. So const Playfair equals to, it's gonna be the Playfair display, and we're gonna say here subsets gonna be of Latin again, Latin. Copy this, paste. Let's see how it looks in our website. So here we go. This is our website now. So we can have it with this font, or we can go back to Poppins. I will go back to Poppins, but you can play around with the Google fonts, you can import everything. So this is how you import Google fonts inside your Next.js application. And after this one, what we can do is, and here we can say inside the body, next to the class name, we can say here suppress hydration, no, suppress editable, we need this one, suppress content editable warning, and then suppress hydration warning next. And after this one we have the auth. After the auth we want the navbar self-closing, the children. Alright, after that one we want the footer. So we want these two to be present across all our websites. So if we go back to here, we can close this chat CN. So every page has a navbar and a footer present, so they're present everywhere. So this is where we render them. Alright, so we can now go to our web page and we can say here we have a navbar and we have a footer. So we are done with this. Now let's go to the page over here, to this page, and here we wanna import a few things. Alright, here we want to import a few things, and it's gonna be a lot of components. So let's go ahead inside the components and let's create them now. Let's import them here and inside, and in the next videos we are gonna be creating them. We are gonna be creating the components one by one, because we need the best-selling watches component, we need the featured product, the gallery slider, the hero video, newsletter component, watch of the month, and so on and so forth. Alright, and I think we should first create the components. Alright, first create all the components, then come here and create the page, render them inside the front page, and then create our pages as we go with the components, and then our application is gonna be finished. So yeah, I think we should do that. So in the next coming videos we are gonna be creating our components in alphabetical order as well, and it's gonna be super fun. So see you in the next video.